Talk about it in the picks, and end of the hour, we'll dive a little deeper into it. Before we get to Michigan, a couple headlines from last night. You see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers blow a 2-touchdown lead, and a first-place spot in their division is now out the window. John, 3 straight scoring drives, 16 unanswered points for the lowly Atlanta Falcons, and Todd Bowles was not happy after the game.
I love it when a coach just calls it as he sees it. And that is about as good as it gets.
Bucks have now lost 5 of their last 6 games. The only win in that stretch came at home against the lowly Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, you mean Baker Mayfield's not an MVP candidate anymore?
No, John, he is not.
That Honolulu flu really hit hard.
And the Carolina Panthers are now in first place in the NFC South.
Honolulu COVID.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You're not dying to go back down that rabbit hole?
No.
Just trying to say it was really bad.
Was it, though?
The Bucs season has been, yes.
Yes, the Bucs season has.
And then the Wings lost last night. They're still out west, 4-1. Connor McDavid, a 4-assist night, a 4-1 win for Edmonton. There are your headlines from last night.
Oh, man. And I was talking to Ben Bredesen, and I know they just put him on IR. They've had some injuries on the offensive line, but that still should not matter. And especially if you're wearing the orange creamsicle jerseys,
you can't lose.
Come on, you can't lose in those, right? The classic helmet.
That game looked awesome.
It did. The orange and the black that they had going on against each other, that did look pretty cool.
Well, the Lions beat them in those jerseys a few years ago.
Yeah.
That was the famous
down in Tampa.
Craig Reynolds hit, right?
The block, yes.
Yeah, the block to score Amon-Ra.
Yes.
And it was all running backs hurt, obviously, except Craig Reynolds, and it was the Jared Goff, I'm going to throw to win game.
Yep. So
the Wayback Machine.
Would you have? How would you have felt if you played in those creamsicle jerseys?
Well,
for some reason, I just
when
don't
I'm
think
cash
that's your
my
taste.
check, the check is always the
You're
same.
always about the check, man.
Yeah, Cheddar, make it all better. So I don't care. Trust me. When I was in Washington and they came up with the great idea of wearing white jerseys and white pants, I'd rather wear the creamsicle top with the white pants like Tampa did versus white on white. I mean, I looked fat as hell.
Did you ever wear the white on white at Michigan?
No, we always wore the gold pants.
Because Harbaugh brought that back.
So the era that I played in, it was a more quote unquote traditional era. And it was blue jerseys at home, white jerseys on the road, but it was always your yellow pants.
Maize pants, if you will.
Maize, yes. And now we have blue pants. We have white on white. We have blue on blue. There was even a time in the Harbaugh era where we went yellow on yellow. Now that I probably would have had an issue with.
You guys never wore all orange, right?
No, I've never played for a team with orange in the color scheme.
Because that's what Sharon has been wearing for the last 36 hours now. He's still in jail, yeah? Sorry, wanted to get us into the story of the day here.
It's a long walk, Jim.
Yeah.
So he's going to get arraigned later today, and he made a bad story even worse. So for those that haven't heard it, could we play some of the dispatch call that TMZ had yesterday? So if you couldn't hear it all there, he's got a knife. She says he's been stalking him for months. He's suicidal. some of the things we discussed yesterday, but you hear it confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
He lost his mind.
Yeah, I think we noted that yesterday.
It was an all-time crash out. And as far as like day 2 of this story, a lot of people say this has been going on for a while. That was kind of a common takeaway, a commentary that I saw yesterday. This had been going on for a while, this relationship between Sherrone and a staffer. And Michigan couldn't, quote, prove it until recently. How did everybody else know, but Michigan couldn't get proof? If it was so obvious, why did it take so long for us to get to this conclusion? That's a question I have.
Sure. So tell me what you do need to have proof.
Were they trying to get hard proof, or were they just taking them at their word and going, well, if they say there's no affair, good enough for us, nothing to see here?
Well, if
it was so obvious to other people, how did other people know? Were they
well, other people were speculating.
Well,
did they have proof?
How do so many people claim that this was obvious? This was the worst kept secret was the thing I saw a lot of yesterday. Well, then if this was so well known, no one was willing to step forward, confirm, provide any evidence? Or were they not digging that hard?
Those are great questions. I don't know the answer to them.
So, look, I think that's going to be part of this now. And then where do you go from here? So, look, as we take this story to day 2, because it's not going away, it's not going anywhere, I felt like I was reading a lot of things and seeing a lot of things. Did you see what Adam Schefter said yesterday?
Yeah, it was a question. But I mean, do we have that audio, right?
Do.
Yeah, let's go ahead and listen to it. Okay, so when you're the head coach at a program like Michigan and you only win 8 wins, or if you have the number 1 recruit and things that we talked about, he's not developing, blah, 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 and you only get 9 wins and you miss out on the playoffs, do you think that there are going to be people out to get you? To me, it goes with the territory.
I also don't really know that we need to get Sherrone's side of this, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No.
I mean, if you're curious, sure. But I'm not of the belief that there's anything that justifies what Sherrone Moore did both in the months leading up to Tuesday night and Tuesday night itself.
But the way our justice system is set up, and eventually, like, he'll be charged.
Yeah.
I would assume there'll be a court case, and he will get to have his say. Our say is, do we care what he has to say or not?
Right. You had an inappropriate relationship with the staffer. I'm not really sure what justifies it or what he's going to say that then suddenly makes okay blowing up your marriage.
That is the kind of action that you just shouldn't have this job. You shouldn't be the football coach of a college football program.
No, you
it's
should.
It's a pretty low bar, quite frankly.
Yeah. Right, yeah. You should not be mentoring young kids and talking about your faith and talking about, character and all those things while this is going on behind the scenes.
And I don't know what excuse there is to show up to someone's home with a knife and threaten them. There's not.
No.
So I'm not sure where Adam Schefter was going with that. That was kind of bizarre. Like, well let's hear it from the guy with the knife at her house. Maybe he had a good reason. Adam, what are we doing?
Right. No, I mean, yeah, he will get his say.
Sure.
But none of us really care what he has to say.
Let's not be too naive, too, here. Schefter is a Michigan alum, and I think if I was suspicious of him kind of being the guy they went to on ESPN when this stuff started hitting the fan, as if he was getting sources out of his alum, out of Michigan, and look.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't care if you're a Michigan alum or you're a part of program. What he did, there's no defense for.
Right. So here's the deal. You've got TMZ and the New York Post all over this, especially the New York Post. It's still the main headline.
Yes.
They've got 5 different headlines as their main headline. You better come clean, Michigan, and you better not try to cover up something here and try to. I was suspicious yesterday. Why is this taking a day to arraign him? Okay, the reason I would buy into that is because he's still suicidal.
Okay.
That's probably it. But because of what's gone on out there and in Washtenaw County, I can see all these cronies all sitting in one room huddling up saying, what's the best way out of this?
Well, it's
I
out
don't
of
know why they would do
Michigan's
him any
hands right now.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do him any favors at this point. Who wants,
Michigan-
who wants to do Sharona solid at this point?
No
I
one.
can't imagine anybody.
There's potential Title IX implications here with the stalking and all that.
Of course.
You know,
Sure.
so all of a sudden the university liable. How do we get out of this with the least amount of damage?
I don't think that Michigan has much to say about it anymore.
We'll see.
24853.
I mean, they raised their pay $45,000. That's a fact now, by the way.
Yeah.
That's been proven.
And Sharon got a 600% pay raise when he was the head coach. Her position changed, and you could say all of those things are part of the story.
I would love to know who puts in for her to get the raise. Does it need to be confirmed by anybody else in the athletic department? Were any questions asked about someone getting a near 100% doubling of their pay? Because I don't know about you guys out there. When you go to your boss to get your annual review, anybody else getting a bump like that?
Or her job title changed too.
From what to what?
Well, it was not the personal executive assistant of the head coach. I don't know what her job title was before, but I guess the better question is, who was in that position before and how much were they being paid?
Right. 248-539-9797. We've got picks coming up at 6:35. We'll go through all the big matchups in the NFL this week, plus Army, Navy, 6:50. Lions and Rams. Get into that matchup more. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football at any level or any sport is Stadium Swim, located at Circle Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. And it doesn't matter if you're poolside, cabana, taking laps, you got a great view no matter where you are. It's located at Circle Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
All right, continuing the conversation, we've got text coming in, 248-539-9797. Moore was out to get himself. Nobody forced you to cheat on your wife, pull a knife on your mistress, or DM OnlyFans models left and right. Oh, yeah, that was a headline yesterday.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sharon is a scumbag, period, end of story. Dan and Howell fire Ward also. Yeah, the Schefter thing of we got to hear Sharon's side, there's no justification for cheating on your wife, pulling a knife. I don't know what you're doing with these Instagram OnlyFans models. There's no side of this that's going to make Sharon look like, well, I get where he was coming from.
No. I mean, okay, so what are we going to hear from his own side? An admission of, yes, I was doing this.
Right.
Yes, I lost my mind after I was fired. And shouldn't have done it. Okay, that's the only thing that he should be saying. And now lawyers are going to get involved, and they're going to make it a word soup.
Well, and John, it's what's crazy is he wouldn't have been the first and won't be the last football coach to have an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Now, you remember Bobby Petrino with the neck brace. Here's the thing. Bobby Petrino's back into coaching. All you had to do was not take a knife and threaten to kill people, and you could have maybe had a softer landing.
Yes.
You still lose your job, but he made this so much worse. He took a bad story and plunged it into depths of despair.
Right. Now there is, at no level.
Anything redeeming.
Well, at no level will he ever be a football coach again.
The problem with this is an unnamed text. The problem with this is Michigan knew something and kept it a secret until the whistle was blown with a 911 call. Media members who cover Michigan knew things, didn't dig into the rumors, and sat on it. Another one says, a cousin of mine is on the team, a player, and said everyone had known about the affair for a year or more. Common knowledge, but it was a don't ask, don't tell situation. Well, that's why I'm asking all of the questions. Yeah, they couldn't prove it. Did they try hard enough to prove it?
There's a theory out there. I've seen it enough that Ward Manuel knew as early as November of last year and was planning on actually removing Sharon, and then they beat Ohio State. And they didn't.
And then, the year they don't beat Ohio State comes out. Look, and the Ward part of this, Yahoo reporting he's going to keep his job. I don't know how much of that is they are in the midst of a head coaching search, and they don't want to add one more problem. But there have been a host of issues under Ward Manuel's leadership in this athletic department. And at one point you ask, what does a guy have to do to get fired? If you're constantly putting out a series of fires in your department, aren't you culpable on some level? There's a story in the Free Press right now, all of the issues that have happened under Ward, and it's a scroll. Oh, look, there's Matt Weiss. Scroll. At what point does he lose his job in all of this?
I don't know how he keeps it, but the report is that he's going to. I still don't know if I buy that yet. I think today could be a bad day for him. You get the arraignment, and then you get the Michigan late Friday news dump. Which has happened a couple times in this whole saga of corruption and scandal. And then you get NFL football, and it makes it go away, blurs away into the abyss.
And then you hire your coach, and it's all on to the next. This text says, proof her salary doubling without any work. If you ask me, they were in on it too. They knew about it. They were trying to find a way to steer themselves clear. I think the whole athletic department needs to go. I would love to know if there was a title change in this salary increase, because Sharon's been the head coach for 2 football seasons. Was she the assistant for his first season and his assistant for his second season? Why would her pay nearly double? Who would approve that? Does Sharon also run payroll? Or is there someone higher up in the athletic department that said, yeah, sure, I'm not going to ask any questions. Even though it's the worst kept secret, we'll just double her pay. Nothing to see here.
I do think there's a world where that can get approved pretty easily. I do.
Okay. But no one's asking any questions. If people are whispering about this and then she just happens to get this kind of raise, no one wanted to ask further questions.
Or they did know, and this helps make it stay quiet. Those are the two scenarios, right, Jim?
Yeah.
I do think there is a world, though, where Sharon could have gone to Michigan Athletic Department and said, look, she does a lot for me and this and that.
Well, I'm sure she does.
You're incredible this morning. That's 2 in 24 minutes.
It's just as the story has come out more, the idea that they were completely in the dark, I asked the questions. I don't have all the answers. Sounds like they weren't interested in getting all the answers until it was undeniably going to be in their face. Sharon Moore was losing his mind, and they had to fire him. It was going to go public. They had to fire him. If it wasn't going to go public, if they had beaten Ohio State this year, is he still coaching the team right now? The fact that you could even ask that question is telling. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to the picks. We're going to get to the Lions and the Rams. Huge matchup on Sunday. Heather, what's in the news?
Well, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, a lot of everything you just said is in the news. Sharon Moore continued to dominate the headlines. He was apparently suicidal and, holding a knife shortly after he was fired on Wednesday. That's according to new dispatch audio. In the audio, police and dispatchers discussed taking calls from at least 2 people, including his wife, who told them that Moore was suicidal. Police also received a call from Moore's executive assistant claiming he attacked her and had been stalking her for months. So he does remain in jail, is expected to be arraigned today, but we still don't know
what the charges are.
Right? Like, what is he facing? So
if he broke in, there's a potential burglary charge, threatening someone with the knife, and if he was going to kill her, attempted murder.
Yeah. We'll wait and see what happens there. On a lighter note, Amazon is expanding its same-day delivery of perishable groceries to now include parts of Metro Detroit. So in August, it was announced that it would expand same-day delivery to more than 1,000 U.S. cities and towns. But at the time, Michigan wasn't included. But now Amazon has more than doubled its same-day service, which will include parts of Michigan. So according to Amazon, thousands of fresh groceries, that could be bananas, blueberries, strawberries, whatever it is, plus everyday household items will be now available for delivery on the same day. And to see if the service is available in your area, obviously you log on to your Amazon website or the app or your account. You set your delivery location, you place the grocery items in your cart. When you go to the checkout to see what delivery options are available, you'll be able to see if the same day delivery is available or not. So pretty cool. And they say if it doesn't arrive as expected, they'll make it right. They have a freshness guarantee.
I'm curious. We had the drone delivery thing in Oakland County. I'm just curious. I mean, I know you live in Oakland County.
I do.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen a drone flying with a package?
I don't think they are going all the way out to Clarkston yet. I think there's like an 8-mile radius from the distribution center, I think.
Yeah.
Where's the distribution center?
I think the one that is starting is in Pontiac, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which isn't like super far, but it's more than 8 miles, I believe. So I've never seen one.
Yeah.
I would like to.
Is that a package or a payload it's carrying, John? I would be really careful.
Right.
With
Yeah.
a drone
Yeah. Whether
flying
it's
around
a
with something.
female drone or a male drone.
Goodness. So winter hasn't even officially started, but if you're already sick of the snow and the cold, Cedar Point wants to help you look forward to the warmer weather. They just announced that the park will open on May 9th. Water Park will open on Saturday, May 23rd, run through August 31st of next year. So
Cool.
start thinking ahead. you've heard the stories that Waymo, the self-driving vehicles, are
Right.
coming to Detroit. So next year, you should be able to get a ride on one of these vehicles. They've been tested. You might see them out right now with an actual driver, but there's some funny stories about these Waymos that have been happening lately. So we might be hearing some of these stories locally. First, actually, both of them took place in San Francisco. First, a woman gave birth in one of the vehicles in San Francisco. And a spokesperson said that it happened sometime on Monday night. And they added that Waymo's remote rider support team detected the unusual activity. Because it's like, well, how do you... No one's there to
Right.
Yeah.
help her. But they had this, whatever it is, that detected this birth, and it initiated the call to 911, which then somebody
So
showed up and got her
Are
to the
there
hospital.
people that are are there cameras inside the
There
Waymo
must be.
and they're watching you?
or some sort of detection to see there was somebody sitting in the back seat and now they're gone, because she's probably laying down, I would
Okay, well, you
imagine.
could. I'm guessing you could take a nap. Is that going to set off the?
It might. I have no idea. John, I
no,
don't
I know.
know
I'm
all
just.
these
I'm just.
things.
Yeah. Are they self-cleaning as well?
No, but the spokesperson did say that
about that.
particular vehicle was immediately removed from service for cleaning.
Yes.
So, yes, no, not self-cleaning. And then the other one is going viral because there was a trio of Waymo cars that were being described as having a standoff in San Francisco. Apparently, one was trying to turn around and they kind of hit bumper to bumper, and then the other one was coming the other way. So they
Couldn't figure out how to solve the problem.
Exactly. So they were just
What's your comfort level as they roll out here? Would you use one?
no.
That was quick.
No, not at all. I'm not driving in something that does not have an actual driver.
No, not yet.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next. Oh, I love this. This is my favorite part of the week. It's the picks.
Of course it is.
Got a 6-game cushion. And John still dead last, 97-1.
Hey, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has spent 30 years helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. And he doesn't just believe in what he does. His own family has trusted him with their hair. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair, and even his nephew's. So when your own family sits in your chair, that says something. He's also a board-certified surgeon and the only doctor in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, performed entirely by his in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no assembly line clinics, just experience, precision, and results that look completely natural. And the holidays are the perfect time, so take advantage of downtime and recover discreetly and step into the new year feeling like you again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll get $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B treat you like family this holiday season. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
The picks brought to you by Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. Quick standings check. I'm in first with a 6-game cushion. I'm going to bask in that for another second. Tom is in second, Heather in third, Greg, then John, who is 12 games back.
We're going to start with America's game, Army-Navy. This game is being played at Baltimore. Navy's favored by 6.5 points. Let's go with the exalted one, Jim Costa, first.
Oh, the exalted one. The Army cadets stole the wrong goat. Anchors away. Give me Navy.
Yeah, I mean, go Navy, beat Army. 6.5 is, I don't know, maybe it's a bit of a steep spread in this game. I don't know how much scoring is actually going to happen. And just as a side note, this game should always be in Philly.
I'm going to go with Navy as well. I like the uniforms, I like the gold helmet. Cool.
Why do you hate Baltimore so much?
What's that? No, I don't hate Baltimore. I love this game in Philly.
Mr. Philadelphia.
And has anybody seen the actual helmets that they're wearing in this game?
No.
The hand-painted helmets?
I've seen the Army uniforms.
Yeah.
They look incredible.
Oh, yeah. And the Navy ones are going to be awesome, too. They're not going to wear the gold helmets. I don't know if that
wow.
changes
Sorry,
your
you want to
mind.
switch the pick?
No, I'm not going to switch my pick, but
Okay.
that sucks.
No,
Is
you'll,
this-
when you
No,
see
they're
them,
really-
they're
cool?
really cool.
Do
Absolutely.
they have a goat on them?
Is this game being played on water or on land? The game is being played on land. I will take Army.
I'm going to take Army here, too. This is a lot of points for this game. Look, usually this is a close game, so I got to take the points.
NFL action, Chargers at the Chiefs. The struggling Chiefs are favored by 5.5 points over Jim Harbaugh's Chargers. John.
I don't understand this line because the Chiefs have struggled so much, and they've struggled on the road. They've struggled at home. How are they favored? I'm going to take the points. Give me the Chargers. I don't know that the Chiefs can cover 5.5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm going to take the Chargers as well.
Chiefs are going to bounce back someday, but I'm getting points here, so I'm going to take the Chargers. Dad coach.
Yeah, the line is suspicious. The Chargers have the 4th best defense in total yardage allowed in the NFL, which would make you think against a struggling offense with Kansas City, they keep the game close. Jim Harbaugh's a really good coach. Minner's got things rolling defensively. I'm going to take the points here and take the Chargers. They get a chance here to kill them, too, by the way. They can do the kill shot on the Chiefs.
Confirmed. I work with a bunch of suckers. This is such an obvious read the line. Chiefs are taking care of business. The Chargers are having a hard time protecting their quarterback. They just allowed the Eagles' run game to finally get going. It's a short week. They got to travel. Give me Kansas City.
Ooh, travel. Colts are traveling to the PNW, taking on the Seahawks. Seahawks are favored by 13.5 points. Heather.
Well, my boy Danny Dimes is out. A grandpa could be in. That's scary. I'm going to take the Seahawks.
Colts with quarterback issues, 2 touchdowns. Sure, Seahawks.
This line is huge for this game if you would have put it together 2 weeks ago.
Right.
My, oh my, how the NFL changes. I'm going to take the points here because of the up-down theory, and I think Rivers plays and he finds a little magic.
I kind of hope he does. I'm worried this is going to turn into elder abuse, but I'll take the points. Give me the Colts.
Every senior citizen should have life alert.
I've fallen and I can't get up. The Seahawks defense is one of the best defenses in the league this year. The Colts, whether it's Riley Leonard and I don't know who's at quarterback for the Colts. If it is Phillip Rivers, I am going to be cheering for the Colts and I'm cheering for him just because I'm morbidly curious.
Dadgummit, I think you might be able to do it.
But I'm going to take the Seahawks.
All right, Bills, big AFC East showdown. The travel to Foxborough taking on the Patriots. Bills are favored by 1.5 points. I'm going to take the Bills.
Yeah, I'm going to go Buffalo here, too. The Pats are coming off a bye. I believe in the Pats, but I don't know about the Pats sweeping the Bills. Give me Josh Allen.
Last week, I had a Costa lock on the Packers, and I hit it. This week, this is the Costa lock. Buffalo, favored on the road against an 11-win Patriots team. Here's the key. No Milton Williams on one side of the ball, no Will Campbell on the other. Buffalo will run the football and win this game.
I think this is a classic in division. You split, you lose at home on both sides. Josh Allen, I'm just going to take Josh Allen. That's the thing. And I think Drake May is having an MVP caliber season. I don't think he ends up winning it, but I'm going to go with the reigning MVP, Josh Allen.
I like Josh Allen, and I really like his wife. But for fun, I'll take the Patriots.
Browns travel to Chicago, take on the Bears. Ben Johnson's Bears favored by 7.5 points. Tom.
It's going to be 14 degrees. Going to be blustery. Shedeur had a nice little game last week, though. And the Bears' defense isn't the greatest in the league by any means. It's a lot of points. I'm going to trust the Browns' D to keep this close. Give me the Browns.
Yeah, I like the Browns in this spot, too. Caleb Williams loves to extend plays. One problem, this is a Browns front that's going to get you down. I'm going to take points.
This one is so hard to pick because I don't necessarily know. I mean, is Shedeur going to have the up down? You know, does that play into just a position or the team? I don't know.
I mean, the team lost to the Titans. Do they bounce back?
I'm going to take the Bears in this one, even though I don't want to. But give me the Bears.
I'll take the Browns.
Yeah, John, someone once said consistency is the truest measure of performance.
Yeah.
Does Shedeur Sanders have that? The Browns are hit. Bears to bounce back. Give me the Bears. Packers travel to Denver in a rematch of Super Bowl 32. Packers favored by 2.5 points. John.
I'm going with the Broncos. I'm going with the defense. I'm going with the fact that they'll sack Jordan Love, I don't know, probably 5 times in this game. He's going to have a critical turnover at some point. He's just going to inexplicably throw the ball to the Broncos. Even though Bo Nix and that offense is anemic, it's the defense that saves the day. So give me the Broncos.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Broncos, too.
A lot of confidence in that pick.
Is there a question mark there?
Well, I don't want to pick the same thing as John because he's in last place.
Yeah, because he sucks, right? Is that what Heather's trying to say?
In your face, John.
I don't have to say it. It's
Oh,
right here.
boy, my feelings are hurt.
2 of my best friends are from the Denver area. I have never seen them happier in their sports lives than when the Broncos won that Super Bowl against the Packers. I will take the Broncos.
That was a great Super Bowl, Greg. Very overlooked in the lore of Super Bowls. Packers, how are they going to adjust to 56 degrees? Because that's what the temperature's going to be in
nice.
Denver.
Yeah.
I'm suspicious of this line, too, because
I know.
I think this should be a pick 'em. How are the Broncos a home dog? I will take the points here. They win close games.
I think it's too easy to take Denver. They've won 10 in a row. Are they just going to win forever? I'm going to take Green Bay.
And finally, we started with America's game. We're going to finish with America's game of the week. Lions at the Rams. Rams favored by 5.5 points. Jim.
When the Lions have faced top defenses, they've lost every single time. And they haven't been able to run the ball in any of those games. And they haven't protected Jared Goff in any of those games. I'm going to take the Rams.
I think the Rams win this game, but I think the Lions make it close. I think 5.5 is too much, so I'm going to take the Lions.
I feel like every time I've picked against the Lions, they've won. So I'm going to take the Rams.
Oh, Heather Parks pick, the secret sauce.
I thought I was trying to steal one from the fanboys, expecting a lot of Lions picks here. I'm going to take the Rams.
I think this line's a little large, too, and has me a little concerned for the Lions. But the Rams, look, people think they're the best team in football right now, universally, so they're getting a lot of money on them. If the Lions are going to do this, I think they've survived their storm, okay? There's that stat out there about 7 and 5 teams winning Super Bowls. I've been on this all year long. I don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. But as a wild card team, they've got that look like they've survived the worst. They're getting Kirby Joseph back. The storm has been survived. If it's going to happen, and they're going to get out of this rut of winning and losing, win-loss, all that, it's going to happen now. I believe in this team. I think they found themselves last week. And guess what? I'm going big time. The Lions are going to win this game by 10 points or more. It is a double-digit disco, bold-ass prediction.
Wow. I just looked up and I saw the sunglasses.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's boogie, John. Sick of this stupid Michigan crap and all this crap. Our football team is going to give us something bold, And we're all going to get on the wagon after Sunday, and they're going to make a deep playoff run.
Well, I never got off the wagon, so I'm glad you're willing to join me.
There is some rich irony. We are 1 year removed from the
Honey
initial
fever. Let's go.
double-digit disco. The original double-digit disco was the Bills 1 year ago.
Yeah, how'd that go for us?
Didn't go well, Tom.
Let's go.
Those are the picks. 97-1.
Come on, Heather.
Hey, FanDuel Friday, congratulations. You've all made it to Friday. And as a reward, as I mentioned, FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. And it could be boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. We've all got that energy at this time of the year. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got a bit of a bone to pick with our listeners.
Oh, yeah?
So Tom just did a double-digit disco for the Lions.
Yeah. He was referred to as Howard Dean on Twitch.
And I would have thought this guy would be getting harpooned because we know the disco is a curse and it doesn't end well. Apparently, that's only when I do it. Here are the responses. Gov for mayor of Detroit and F yeah, Gov, let's go.
I think everybody's ready to rock and roll this weekend.
Another one says this is the ultimate Dan Campbell spot. When's the last time the Lions went into a game being given no chance because the other team is just better? If we win on Sunday, the talk is the Lions are getting hot at the right time. What is the storyline of this game? Because I think what some people are going to attempt to do is play the same sad story. Stafford against his former team. Goff against his former team. I'm not going to call out anybody specifically, but if anybody locally, nationally, in your group text, if they're still playing this same Stafford tale,
it's old.
It's old. There are
Sad.
so many better storylines for this game. We're not still doing Stafford, are we?
No, I mean, it's been long enough. There's been enough matchups, head-to-head matchups. We had the first one. Then we had another one. And then it was, then we were talking about, people booing the Stafford kids, which I know you approve of.
All about it.
And so, yeah, but it is sad. It's old. This is now it's just simply the Detroit Lions against the LA Rams. And I do think, per that last texter, one of the things that I've had this in my emails to you guys all week long. I think there are two storylines, and I'm going to capitalize on that one from that said, hey, this is a Dan Campbell game. I agree. This is a game where the Rams have a better team. They're playing better football over the course of the entire season. We've seen the Lions jump up every once in a while and be the Lions of last year offensively. Hey, they moving the ball. They're converting first downs off of first and second, so you don't even get to third. That's what Dan talked about that to us on Tuesday. They're still only 3 of 8 on third downs last week. They didn't have any of those fourth down calls. That's not where I think this game is won. I think this game is won because Dan Campbell, as a play caller, offensively, is going to have to put his players in advantageous positions to make plays. What does that mean? That means the middle 3 of that offensive line. How do you create angles so they have the angle? Now you actually have to execute the block, but it's a lot easier to do if you have the angle, if you have the advantage. How do you get there? It's motions, it's personnel groups, it's down and distance. How much can he game plan for success in this game?
He can help him out, but at the end of the day, you got to dig out dudes. You got to have the personnel. They don't have the dudes.
That's why this is a Dan Campbell game. Follow me here.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, I just said they have the better team. They've got a really good front seven. Not so really good. They have a great front seven, and it's going to be a tough task. It's an uphill battle. So if you're just going, hey, one-on-one matchups, win your matchup. Okay, we lose.
Yeah.
How do you create those advantages for your team? And again, it's motions. It's Montgomery in the backfield with Gibbs still on the field. You put them in motion. Maybe you put one guy in the backfield, and maybe you put Montgomery in a wing position. Like, be creative. Cause a little bit of delay in the reaction of the defense. Now all of a sudden you have a bit of an advantage.
What we want from you guys, what is the headline going into this game? Let's replace the lazy, tired Stafford narrative. Let's replace that headline with something more appropriate for this game. What's your headline? What's the storyline? 248-539-9797. We've been there. We've done that. It's not about Stafford against the Lions. It's not about Goff against the Rams. What is the storyline of this football game? John, my headline is proving ground. You got to prove that you can move the ball against a good defense. You got to prove you can get in the playoffs. And you got to prove you can do something when you get in. That's what this game is all about. When the Lions have faced top defenses this year, you talk about points allowed, scoring defense. They have faced 4 opponents in the top 12. Green Bay twice, Philadelphia, Kansas City. Actually, it's 5. Minnesota. How have they fared in those games?
They have not played well.
They've lost all of them. They haven't run the ball in all of them. They haven't protected their quarterback in all of them. Prove it. I keep hearing about this team still in there and they can show us. Proving ground is my headline. This is a proving ground spot for the Lions. If they win, it rewrites everything we've said about them, right? You go into LA and beat the best team in football. You go up against a defense that's as good as this group is, and you win the game. People will start believing they're going to make the playoffs, and people might believe they can do something in the playoffs. That's what's at stake in this game.
Yeah, and I guess mine would be, similar. There is hope. Because if you go to LA and you find a way to get a win, there's going to be hope, not only that you make the playoffs, but that you're going to be on the road in the playoffs every single time. There's not going to be any more home games. You have hope that you can go on the road and beat a good opponent. So it gives you hope that you're going to be in the postseason. It also gives you hope that in the postseason, when you're on the road playing against a good defense, playing against a good offense, playing against a good team, that you're going to be able to come away with a win.
I also think proving ground goes the other way. If you lose, this cements it. You don't beat any good defenses. You're a pretender. If you lose this game, you are firmly a pretender football team. You're not tough. You're not good enough. Your season's going to end maybe before the postseason, but very quickly into the postseason if you make it. And that's what a matchup. This is the best opponent they're going to play the rest of the way. You beat them, you solidify yourself as a team that can do something. You lose to them, you're a pretender. Fair to say?
Yeah. I think over the course of the season, I don't know that I would call them a pretender.
Why not?
Well, because I don't know that anybody believes they're a really good football team. They're just a good team.
Right, but you have contenders, teams that can legitimately win the Super Bowl, and you have pretenders, teams that are pretending they could win the Super Bowl,
or teams that just simply aren't good enough. And
That's
I don't know
be.
that. Okay, so I guess it's a semantic issue.
Yeah.
I don't think they're masquerading as a Super Bowl team.
But I think Lions fans would have to give up the charade. The few that are holding out hope that they can win the Super Bowl, you'd have your definitive answer. Go out and prove it. That's what this is all about. It's a chance to prove who you are as a football team. What is your headline? Lions and Rams, 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Nicole Auerbach said on X yesterday that NBC Sports has learned that Michigan was made aware of mental health concerns with Sharon Moore prior to firing him on Wednesday. However, with that knowledge, Athletic Director Ward Manuel still fired Moore without an HR representative or security figure present. Things, of course, spiraled as Moore reportedly broke into the house of the staffer he is alleged to have had an affair with before being arrested by police. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports also reported that for now, Ward Manuel is remaining on staff at Michigan as the university is now in search of a new football coach. This report came just a few hours after Barstool president and Michigan alum Dave Portnoy posted on X suggesting that Manuel had been fired and John Beilein was stepping in to save the Michigan athletic department in some fashion. Dispatch audio from 911 calls Wednesday afternoon have surfaced as well. The call suggests that Moore grabbed a knife and threatened both the staffer he had an inappropriate relationship with and himself. The audio also suggests that a call from Moore's wife to police stated that Moore had been suicidal following his firing. Per Pittsfield Township Police yesterday, Moore is expected to be arraigned in court today, suggesting he will face charges. However, that ultimate decision on charges will come from the Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office and Ellie Savitt, who have yet to comment on any official charges. The Red Wings fell to the Oilers in Edmonton last night. Zach Hyman had a hat trick. Connor McDavid had 4 assists, 4-1 the final in that one. Detroit has lost after the 3-game win streak. At the Global Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a Football Friday. We open the show with more updates on the Sharon Moore and Michigan stuff, but Lions are playing a big game this week. And the week's gotten all thrown out of whack, but we do want to talk about the Lions and the Rams, and we want your help. What's your headline? What's the storyline? Can we move past the Stafford stuff? Anybody still peddling that? It's lazy, it's tired, it's sad. What is the headline when the Rams and the Lions play? What's the real story when these two teams match up? And look, we made our picks. We want to know what you think. Is this a win for the Lions or not? 248-539-9797.
I think the other conversation that we're going to be having is, one that we saw the best of last week in getting after Dak Prescott. 5 sacks. All right. Their right tackle, Havenstein, is on IR. This is an average offensive line. It's not bad, but there's nothing that is dynamic about it. Now, they have been able to run the ball recently, and I know that Stafford hasn't been sacked a whole lot this year, but a lot of that is he is a very smart quarterback. He does get the ball out. He does throw the ball away. Instead of losing yardage, he'd rather take the incompletion. All of those are true. So it may not be just a matter of how many sacks you get, but how many times do you force him to throw the ball before he's ready to throw it, before his receiver is open? That's going to be the key, because when you're looking downfield and you got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and he spreads the ball around, and both those backs can catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yep.
You've got to be able to force him to throw that ball and dump it off to a running back and then make the play so that they don't convert into first downs.
So, Jim, I think you're right about the pretender thing. And for me, the headline is a phrase that has been everybody's known forever. It's carpe diem. This is a seize the day game. Either you're for real or you're not, because I've said all season long, I will remain consistent with this. There is no great team in this league this year. So people who think the team that is the best, which is the Rams, which should be kind of a fact right now, they're not some great team, okay? And if the Lions are going to they've been through all this turmoil here, but I think they found something last week with the offensive line and the rotation and the jumbo package that they're using. I don't think teams are used to that. And John, you mentioned there with the Rams injuries and stuff. I think the opportunity is here. Plus, I love the Lions coming off a mini bye here. I love that the Lions have that extra rest to game plan for this, because I'll tell you what, right now, I'm pretty confident Dan Campbell's saying the same thing that I'm saying. Team, if we're going to do it, we got to get the engine going now. If we're going to make a run, if we're going to be the team to beat in the NFC, it starts here. So I think you're going to see the Lions absolutely A-plus game, and I think that's good enough to win.
Well, even if they win, I don't think anybody's going to look at them as the team to beat.
I think the narrative starts changing if the Lions look like the Campbell Lions that people have seen at their best. I think if they go out there and win and beat this electric offense, that the stories, the people will raise an eyebrow. It won't go completely there yet. I'll say this. I keep mentioning that all year long, I've thought a wild card's getting out of the NFC. Somebody's going to get hot and take off. And I've many times mentioned the Bucs from 2020. This team reminds me of that team. It just does, okay, for so many reasons. So if you're going to get to the Super Bowl, you've got to win this game, unless you're the anomaly year like the Arizona Cardinals did it that one year. That was the anomaly.
If they win, it does in part legitimize them, right? This is the best team in the league. You go out west, you face a fierce front, you find a way to win, and you do start to say, okay, could this team peak at the right time? All of that's on the table. What I don't want to... Look, Tom, you make the case they have extra rest. I could just as easily tell you extra rest has not been kind to this team for well over a year now. Bye weeks, week 1, last year with the 10 days, each of those have led to a loss. You could have called Philly Dan Campbell's spot, right? We're going to start to string things together. You could have called Green Bay on Thanksgiving. Hey, we're at home. We're going to rally the troops. Dan's got the Braveheart paint on. Let's go.
Okay.
What did that do? What was the result? At some point, you tell us who you are with how you play. You've shown us when you faced high-end defenses, you crumble. You can't run, your QB gets hit, and you lose. Right. That's who they are. They have a chance to rewrite that, but that's who they've been for 3 months.
The Super Bowl is not rewarded on December 14th. That's right. That's when we're playing on Sunday. This is a year, basically to the day, of the Lions being in the same shoes as last year, except they've gotten a few guys back. I think they've at least put the Band-Aid on the offensive line, and I'm huge on Kirby Joseph coming back.
So the Band-Aid on the offensive line worked last week. And it was a game when they're playing Quinnen Williams and Clark, and we know that the challenge that it was, and it wasn't perfect, but they were able to find a way to protect Jared Goff long enough. They were find a way, and if you can't hand the ball off to Jahmyr Gibbs and gain yards on the ground, then throw it to him.
Okay, at this 1 year mark of the Buffalo game, they didn't go through that experience last year. Now they've been through it. And I think you start talking to the teams, the players who are the vets on this team. And
right.
They're young, but St. Brown, Hutch wasn't part of that last year. I think he really has their ear for this because if you win, the opportunity that it creates. Yeah.
Why didn't he have their ear for Thanksgiving Day?
Jim, the offensive line had more issues then. I think
And they fixed them?
I think they have put a Band-Aid on this. I'm encouraged by Miles Frazier. I am. Look, am
He's
I
going to make
taking
his
a leap
first
of faith here
career
a little
start
bit?
on the road against a front that is...
This is still a very talented roster, Jim. And the LA Rams aren't the 2007 Patriots. They're not.
I need someone to tell me what the Rams' weakness is.
And they lost, too.
Because as I look at the Rams team right now, they are top 10 in run defense, yards per carry. They're top 10 in sacks. They pressure the quarterback. They're top 10 in third down defense. And the Lions have struggled every time consistently against good defenses.
Well, I guess we just, you know what, save the expense of going out there and don't play the game.
That is such a BS response.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're building a case where there's no way that they can win.
I'm using facts. You're using feelings.
Jim, this league and some of the results you see week to week, and we're picking a talented team.
No, I know,
here.
but why is that the response? Someone presents A, B, C, and D. Here's all the football reasons. Here's all the facts. And rather than counter it, you just go, I guess we shouldn't play the game.
Because I've been countering it in regards to this is, have I sit here and said that the Lions are going to win? No, I said if they're going to win.
Sure.
And so, yeah, I mean, I love the smarm that you're coming with today. It really is providing a lot. But when you're looking at the facts, is this team as good as the Rams?
No.
I already said that.
Great.
All right, so if they're going to win, Dan Campbell is going to have to put them in position to win. Do I believe he can do it? Yes. It is a matter of the players going out there and executing it. Will they do it? I don't know. I didn't predict that they would win.
248-539-9797. It just makes me out to be the bad guy when I say they aren't going to win, but you say they aren't going to win, and you're not the bad guy.
Hey, you make your bed.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Do you guys think they're winning this game? Yes or no? And what is the storyline? What is the headline from you guys? Here's some of the response we're getting. It says, rekindle. It's time to rekindle the season and spark an electric finish. That's Tater on the ticket text.
Tater's a great name.
It is a great nickname. Maybe it's his real name. His parents named him Tater.
Tater and his brother Tot.
Storyline. Storyline is make the playoffs. You win this game, it changes the math dramatically.
It does, but so, I mean, maybe the storyline is consistency. What have they not been this year? Consistent.
No.
Over the last 8 weeks, it's win, lose, win, lose. They're coming off a win. You've got to show that you can consistently put a good performance out there.
The stork versus the golden retriever.
What's that?
Headline was the stork versus the golden retriever.
I thought that was referring to you two.
Oh.
Who's the stork and who's the golden retriever?
I think Stafford's a stork and Goff is the golden retriever because he kind of looks like one. People have said that.
Oh, they have?
Yes.
I haven't heard that.
Okay.
I don't know that he looks like a golden retriever. I don't know that Stafford looks like a stork.
Yeah, the stork one's the one that's confusing me.
Huh.
Storyline. Lions have injuries. They do the Lions in again. Gibbs can't do it all.
Yeah, there's no question that Brian Branch being out is a huge hit to this defense.
Why are we ignoring the Rams like they're the 07 Patriots? They're beatable. Lions' strengths match up well with the Rams' weaknesses. Stop focusing on past week's cookies.
Well, okay, you're not going to, at this point of the season, focus on it, just completely forget about what has happened.
Right, you've kind of shown who you've been.
Right, and last week, they showed that they can block up a good defensive front and that they can be an offense that's going to score 30-plus points. And I think that's the other thing. Moving forward, and I don't like it when people say, well, you're just going to have to simply outscore them. Well, that's the point of the game. You're going to have to score one more point than the other team. I understand what they're saying, what they're getting at, but I think this is a team that for the final 4 games of the regular season, they're going to have to average 34, 35 points a game simply because the defense is going to give up some points.
And I guess that's the thing I stare down is scoring 30-plus against the Rams. I mean, if they give you some turnovers the way they gave Carolina, that's probably your best recipe. But just lining up and playing this team one-on-one for 4 quarters at their house, it's a Lions loss.
Yes, they lost to the Carolina Panthers. Weather was a major issue in that game. I mean, and so let's go out to SoFi. I don't think that weather will be a factor in this game.
We got a text. Detroit will win, signed Elliot Friedman. Phone calls, text, Nax 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. Founders Michigan Pilsner. Brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner. Brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
John, Jim, kiss and make up, LOL. Cookies, you're the bad guy because you're an idiot. John's not an idiot. That's the difference. Cookies, get the Rams' nuts out of your mouth. They just lost to Carolina. Don't tell us the Lions have no chance. Jeff in Troy. According to Jim, it's David versus Goliath. Signed, Kyle. Jim, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. I've been told that my whole life. You'd think I'd learn. Lions losing this game this weekend doesn't mean anything from an unnamed ticket texter. Says, depending on how they lose, LA's the better team. If we play them solid, lose 31-27, I would feel better than I do right now in this moment.
I don't really care if we look good in a loss. I don't. And I mean, okay, maybe it gives you some warm, fuzzy feelings thinking that, okay, they can win the final home game against the Steelers, and maybe they'll be playing well enough to beat Minnesota, but you still have to go to Chicago. And yes, I understand you blew them out the second game of the season, but the Bears are a team that has gotten much better since then.
This is a contender-pretender game. You win, you could start to make a case you're a contender. You beat the best team in football in their place. It's December. You could start to get rolling at the right time. To win this game, your line's going to have to be improved. You are going to have to see some stabilization. There starts to be a pitch, a selling point for your fan base. If you lose, it would be yet another loss against a good football team and a good defense. And I'd have very little faith that they would make the playoffs, let alone do something if they're in the playoffs. That's the definition of a pretender.
Yeah, and losing a close game does nothing for me.
No.
You have to beat a good team. If they're 0-3, 0-4 actually against the Packers, the Rams, and the Eagles, why would I have any faith that that's going to change come playoff time? Even if they won out from there.
Yeah. Right.
I need to see it.
Yeah, that's why I think if you win this game, it does give you hope. It gives you hope that you'll be able to win the final 3 games of the regular season, and it gives you hope that in the playoffs, if they win this game, it puts them in a much better position to actually make the playoffs. If they're able to win out and they get to 12 wins,
they're in.
I'm not going to say there's a guarantee.
No, they are. If they win out, they're mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot.
But if you lose, that's when the guarantee goes away and it starts to become, well, we still need X, Y, and Z to happen outside of our control.
To your point, they could look really good and lose. And if the Bears beat the Browns, the Lions are 2 games back with 3 to go. So it doesn't matter that you, quote, looked good, played inspired, gave him a real honest effort.
Then you're watching next week when Green Bay goes to Chicago and hoping that Green Bay takes care of business. And who's the other point? San Francisco. That Chicago goes out to San Francisco and gets a loss. And that may happen.
They may, yeah.
But
you
it's
don't
not
want to be
your
in that
control.
position. Exactly. Lions going to be snacking on a fruit roll-up at halftime from an unnamed text. Jim sounds like a Debbie Downer. Why is Jim being ganged up on? Well, it's a day that ends in Y. Lions headline versus the Rams. Quote, they are who we thought they were. Lions offense struggles against Rams defense. Too many holes on the Lions defense. Can't overcome. John in Fenton.
Right, and that's where I have the issue of it's a contender or pretender. Like, they're not masquerading as a Super Bowl contender anymore.
Right.
They're not. They're just not.
But it would just cement that, right?
The fact that they're, it drives another nail in the coffin. Now, it doesn't eliminate them.
No. But, again, not to get into a semantical, stupid fight. If you make the playoffs, that doesn't mean you're a contender.
Right.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to AC in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think that the key to this is going to be I think who I would say is the leader on defense is Kirby Joseph. It's not just not anybody else. Kirby Joseph is the leader on defense. If you recall last year when they were getting all this negative publicity across the NFL, across the media, like, oh, they run up the score, they're unprofessional. It was Kirby Joseph that was the one that stepped up and said, like, we came here to play football. If you're going to come and play football, you're going to come here and get your ass beat. That's the leader on defense. I think he's going to be the person that kind of solidifies things and brings everybody together. As much as I love Dan Campbell, and I think he does a great job coaching, I think Kirby Joseph is the person that they've been missing, that attitude, that swagger. He's going to come in and help solidify things and help hold it down. So
I'd love to see him playing in this game because we just got done saying, hey, the way that the Rams lost their last game was turnovers. Kirby Joseph is a great center fielder and takes the football away. Limited at practice.
He didn't practice yesterday.
Right. So, John, he's excited to see Kirby Joseph play. I would be. I don't know if he will be playing in the game. Let's get to Mike in Washington. Mike, good to hear from you.
Well, what's going on, Cookies? It's glad to talk to you again, John.
Good morning.
First off, I'd like to start with, John, do you think that you could stabilize that program over at Michigan?
Yes, I do.
I'm just kidding. No, this headline is definitely a Gibbs game, you know? You see what happens when Gibbs gets shut down, you know, Chiefs, Packers twice, Eagles, heck, even that Vikings game, Gibbs got shut down a little bit. If we can keep our firepower ready, and if they can find a way to use Gibbs, use JMO, use St. Brown, use the correct weapons that we have, yeah, we have a shot. Heck yeah. There's no way that the Rams are just going to walk all over us, you know, and I definitely do think, you know, the road gets tougher, but it's still like a 65 or like 70% chance if we do lose this game to the Rams that we can make the playoffs. You know, it does hurt, but the chances are still there. You know, the Bears would just have to lose one more game if we lose, and then it's still down to week 18, you know. I think the premise is just still get to week 18 with something to play for, fellas, you know?
Yeah. I think that's your best formula is get to week 18, play at Soldier Field. Mm-hmm. If that game's a win and you're in, I think that's the best case scenario for the Lions.
Well, no, the best case scenario is that they win tomorrow and they win out, which if they get to 12 wins, they're in. And they may not actually need that last game.
I was just going to ask you, I don't know, I haven't looked that far into it. Is there a world where that game doesn't matter if they win the first three? I guess if the Bears stumble.
If the Bears lose two, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of how you get there.
Yeah.
Right? If you lose this one, then you have to win the next three and you're in. And that's with, you know, the Bears losing to Green Bay and San Francisco. And if you win this one, but then you lose the last one, as long as they lose those other two. But that's the thing. If you just simply win the Final Four, you don't have to worry about what happens in the Bears world.
Yeah, I hate being in the spot where you have to count on other people for help.
So, but we're not in that spot.
I know. That's why this game is such a big effing deal. Let's get to E in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. First and foremost, I know the afternoon guys going to be mad when I say this, but John Jansen for the AD of Michigan. I believe that the Lions is going to they might lose this game. I had them going 4-1 in the last 5 games, but I also had the Bears doing a meltdown. They haven't played nobody all year. If you look at the Bears' schedule, the Bears played the 4th place teams from all the cross conferences. I believe they're going to go, I said 1-4 in the last 5 games, and they're going to have a meltdown, and the Lions will get the wild card spot. The Bears are in 7th place right now. That last game of the season in January is going to be for the tell-all. For the last wild card spot, I believe that the Lions will smack the Bears and Big Ben with a pie, and we're going to win. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
And go John Jansen.
All right. Thanks, E. I appreciate it.
How much you pay that man to call in?
No, not a penny.
Pie in the face. I didn't see us going there.
Yeah, pie in the face of Ben Johnson? Sure.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So as Sharon Moore sits in jail awaiting arraignment, the interim president of Michigan sent out a mass email message to students calling Moore's actions a breach of trust and painful for many in the community. He also requested that any students with information about the situation come forward. Now, when it comes to what's going on with Moore, he is accused of showing up at the home of his executive assistant, threatening not only himself, but also her with a knife. His wife did make a call to police as well, saying that Moore was suicidal, that he had a knife with him. Now, newly released dispatch audio confirms that the woman who called, who is, we believe, the assistant, claims that he was attacking her and had been stalking her for quite a while. Now, there's also a story out there that he apparently followed a lot of OnlyFans models on social media, and at least one of them claims that he slid into her DMs and, had some flirtatious messages. There's claims that he followed hundreds of college girls, OnlyFans models, female, reporters and anchors, which makes sense.
Some of
You're
that
going to
does,
follow
yeah.
a lot of the sideline reporters are female. So I understand that there's going to be some of those people he's following.
Right.
He followed me as well.
Oh, did he?
Oh, boy. I think he blocked me at one point.
Gosh, there's also rumors that he attended
That goes
one
all the way
of,
back to Central.
like he attended one of Diddy's wild parties, this Kentucky Derby party in 2018. Like, there's all of these headlines all over. You don't have to even really search for them. They're right there. Mel Owens, he walked away from The Golden Bachelor in a new relationship with
Yes.
Peg and also a large paycheck. But according to Peg, Mel has donated his entire Golden Bachelor salary to youth sports in Detroit.
Oh, great.
Pretty cool. So she
Yeah.
shared the news and she praised his integrity and dedication to kids.
So I had a chance to meet Peg, and she's A+. She was really cool, and the podcast, as
Yes.
referred to on the Golden Bachelor, will have another edition coming in the new year with both Peg and Mel on it.
Excellent. I love that. Now, I don't know how much money he made, but it sounds like it could be like around the 6-figure salary.
Oh, wow.
I have no idea what you make
I
when
don't
you
either.
are the Golden Bachelor.
Yeah. I didn't even think to ask him that. Like, was there a financial benefit?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
But he didn't need it.
Apparently,
I mean,
but it
There's
went to
going
Detroit
be,
Youth Sports. Yeah.
At least for the younger, the regular bachelors, like they're getting endorsement deals. They're going and doing appearances.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much Mel and Peg will do, but I think they'll do some. I mean,
Sure.
she was just on a podcast sharing this news. I'm guessing she's getting compensated.
I always
herself.
wondered
Yeah.
about that because you do have to miss work. You have
Yes.
to
Yeah.
miss your job, leave your work.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, the compensation, I thought it was just going to be love.
Well, that's like the bonus, right? That's the bonus. So the burger chain In-N-Out just removed the number 67 from its menu because it's been mobbed by teens due to the viral 6-7 trend. So apparently teenagers have been hanging out at In-N-Outs in like big groups waiting to hear order 67 so
Yeah.
they can freak out. So it sounds like they just like completely just banned 67 from like
Yeah.
their entire system. They're sick and tired of it.
When are we going to be done with this?
I don't know. I have
Doesn't
no
seem
idea.
like anytime soon. All right, coming up next, we've got the cookie jar. Some nonsense ahead, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
It's the Cookie Jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Should people dress nicer when they fly? It's been in the headlines recently.
I haven't seen the headlines, but I would say yes in regards to you don't have to wear a coat and tie and a top hat, like you used to see, pictures in the 50s. But I do think anytime you go out in public, I just think you should be presentable. So what does that mean? First of all, it means you got to be comfortable and don't be wearing, torn up sweatpants and a ratty sweatshirt, but just dress a little bit nicer.
But like sweats, like sweatpants and
joggers and something presentable, I think is fine.
I knew you were going to say yes. It was one of those, I'm going to predict what you're going to say, and I knew you would say yes. I'm going to say no. Wear whatever you want. Be comfortable. I mean, do I want you to have clothes on? Yes, I do. I mean, there are some people who don't wear a lot of clothing. I'd prefer you have clothes on, but I don't care what you wear. You should be comfortable, especially if it's a long flight. Wear whatever you want.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the brimmed hat, tie, collared shirt, sport coat kind of conversation. No. But just cover your bits. We're good.
Yeah.
I don't like the pajama pants, okay? Come on. That's have
like
a little
legit pajama pants,
yes.
Like actual like plaid pajama pants.
Yes.
As an adult, as some kids up to a certain age, hey, if you want to, if Teddy, we're going to put him in his pajamas.
Can he still fit into pajama pants?
Yes, he still has pajama pants.
Look respectable.
Yes, that's the key.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want to have like stains on your shirt or your pants, but if you're just wearing sweats, it's a flight.
If you're traveling with kids, you're going to have stains on your shirts and your pants.
I agree with you, but I couldn't care less what anyone else is wearing around me unless they're not wearing anything sitting next to me.
My biggest thing is be comfortable. You're going to be crammed on a flight for hours. Is it better to find new places to travel or go to the same place every time?
So this one is tough because there's a matter of context. With kids, if you find something that you love and you know that the kids love it, there's activities there for them. They love the pool, the splash pad, whatever it is. I'm fine with going to the same place all the time. When Lisa and I get a chance to travel eventually without kids, I want to explore new places with her. I want to try new things. I want to go new places. And if I'm going on a fishing trip, I love exploring new water.
Yeah, I kind of agree with exactly what you just said because we do a lot of the same vacations. But usually, before we had kids, it was always, we're never going to go to the same place twice. If we do go to the same location, we're going to stay somewhere different at least and do different things. But I say go new places, explore new. There's so much out there that you don't know.
Yeah, new places. Extend your coverage map.
Agree, new, explore.
Yeah, there's so much to see. You won't see it all in your life, but you may as well pick different places and get exposed to it. All right, next question. Is there a difference between love you and I love you?
You said it differently.
Yeah, you did say it differently.
Is there a difference?
I think there's a casualness to love you. Like, hey, I'm leaving, and hey, or you're hanging up the phone. Hey, love you. But if the moment presents itself, and I love you does kind of it just means more.
There's more weight to I love
especially
you.
First time. Like the first time, don't be hanging up the phone and be like, love you, and then hang up. Like it needs to be in person and it needs to mean something.
Agreed. They're very different. Love you is like I can say that to anyone.
Yeah.
But I love you is very different.
Intentional.
Yeah, John, just like the SEC, it just means more.
Yes, it does.
And as John says, words matter. Adding the word I makes a difference.
Yes, it makes it more intimate.
Yes. Transitioning, we have an F, Marry, Kill.
Oh, okay.
Home Alone, Elf, and The Grinch. Christmas movies, F, Marry, Kill, Home Alone, Elf, and The Grinch.
So a very good point was made prior to the show, and that was asked by Gov, The Grinch, the movie or the original cartoon or animated version?
There's lots of Grinches out there.
Yeah.
The movie.
Okay, the movie. All right. So I'm going to kill Elf, and I can't stand that movie. It irritates the heck out of me. I'll F the Grinch and marry Home Alone. I mean, Teddy loves watching Home Alone, and it is one of the few movies, especially when the fake gun sounds and the robbers are trying to escape, or when they're invading the house and the paint can hits them in the face, or the iron or the hot handle. I laugh every time.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
I'm definitely going to marry Home Alone.
Okay.
100%. I think I'll kill the Grinch and I'll F the elf.
Okay. Whatever you're into. Go ahead, Greg.
I'll marry Home Alone. I wrote a movie review of Home Alone in my third grade school newspaper.
Oh.
I will F Elf and F the Grinch, man. I can't stand the Grinch, especially this new Walton Goggins Grinch. No, get out of here, man.
There's a new Grinch?
Yeah, Walton Goggins in the Walmart commercials.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you're Boyd Crowder. Stop it.
I will marry Home Alone. Outstanding movie. One of the best Christmas movies I think that's out there. I'm going to F the elf too, Heather.
Yes.
And the reason I am is because if this was the original Grinch cartoon, then I would F that. But I will kill the Jim Carrey, the Grinch. I don't like that movie.
Yeah.
Is it uncomfortable to watch him as the Grinch?
No.
Okay.
Just didn't do it for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to marry Home Alone. It's classic. It's one of the great Christmas movies. I'll F the Grinch and I'll kill Elf. I am not an Elf fan.
Yeah. I know that there's a lot of Elf fans, and it's kind of one of those love it or hate it, and I'm in the latter.
I put it in the category of cringe comedy. I like some Will Ferrell movies, like pretending to be like a
giant
infant
elf
child, it's nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, for me, Elf is seriously a one-time watch at Christmas. That's why it's the F. I mean, seriously, I can watch Home Alone 5-10 times or Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
Secret Santa or White Elephant? What's a better way to celebrate?
So the White Elephant is, just so I'm on the same page, you get a gift, you put it on a table, and then everybody picks a gift.
It's a game, yeah.
Yeah. I would prefer the Secret Santa because I want to get something that I know that you're going to like. I don't want to get something and all of a sudden somebody gets something they can't use or they can't do anything with. I want somebody to like what they're getting.
I like the White Elephant. We do this every single year for Christmas with my family. And I like the competitiveness that comes out in people, specifically me. Like, there's a lot of people that are like, I'm not going to steal. I'm like, dude, that's the point of the game. Steal a gift from Grandpa. Like, go for it. I like that part of it.
Oh, you're going to steal from Grandpa, eh?
Nobody wants to.
But you will.
Sure, if I want that gift, heck yeah, I'll steal it.
Secret Santa, I would have to be very, very selective of who I could be the Secret Santa to, and then have to have like interest. Like I would do Tony Ortiz would be a perfect Secret Santa. I mean, not Pat Caputo, quite frankly. I don't know what to get him. So White Elephant, there's a lot less pressure on the purchaser.
Yes.
That's why I like White Elephant.
I like White Elephant. It's a game. I mean, it's almost like the reality show Survivor, where you're kind of just sitting there and you're making that late play for the best gift. I love it.
And you get voted off the island.
Yes.
Yeah, with
Of Misfit Toys.
With Secret Santa, you may get someone you don't quite know what to get them. You don't know them all that well. There's a lot more pressure, to Greg's point. White Elephant's fun. White Elephant's all about
And
swapping.
it's usually, there you go.
Which
Of course I'm going to go with White Elephant.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we got a text that came in, Heather, that you are not going to like, but you're not going to get to hear it until 7:50.
Okay, we'll
make
make
me
it wait.
Okay.
Yep. All the way through the break. How will you possibly make it?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm seeing this. We'll get to it next. It's Cookie Jar 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season, it's a challenge. And we have been challenged this week. A lot of snow, a lot of slush. And when the snow starts piling up on Woodward or the slush takes over I-75, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. It's professional grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing those toys up north, and we all know we love our toys. Right now it's snow machines, ice shanties, whatever you can use to enjoy the cold. The Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. So start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
Got response coming in on Cookie Jar. We're going to get to day 2 of this Michigan saga. Latest on Ward Manuel as well. And we're going to carve out time today for Lions and Rams. And this week's kind of been thrown for a loop, but we know what's going on Sunday. It's a huge game for the Lions. We're going to get to that in the 8 o'clock hour with our picks and more. On the Cookie Jar. Can Cookies wear his Cabana Boy outfit on the plane?
Can you wear a onesie on the plane? Is that
Question,
comfortable to
should you
sit in?
dress up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you judge someone wearing a Cabana onesie on a plane?
It's just hard to use the restroom in a onesie, especially in an airplane.
How do we feel about pajamas in public? Frankly, I'd make it punishable by fine.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I don't like seeing people in their pajamas out and about, but I don't really care what you wear. It doesn't affect me.
No, it doesn't affect you. This was a personal decision. I don't care what you wear. This is how I'm going to present myself.
Well, I agree with that.
And do you judge someone who wears pajamas or no?
I do judge somebody who's wearing pajama pants in public.
Yeah, I think we all make judgments.
Sure.
Yes. Everybody we see.
No one's saying you can't. You're not allowed
Right.
to. They're going to book them, put them in handcuffs. But you're looking at them like, really? A little more effort, please.
Heather, like you have the pajama pants and you're at a grocery store and they got Crocs on too. I just got look at the look. The look said everything.
Crocs.
It says,
Hey, Crocs.
wear whatever you want as long as you're showered and your clothes are clean, and please wear shoes.
Agreed.
Yeah, you need to wear shoes through the airport.
And on the plane, please. John?
If I have shoes on, then I'm usually not gonna untie them and retie them. If I have slip-ons or if I have flip-flops on or sandals, they may slip off. There's really no difference at that point.
Do you walk around without the flip-flops on?
No.
Okay.
Have you seen the floor of a
I have, but I
airplane?
have also seen people walk around barefoot on an
Yeah,
airplane.
Mark Schlereth might pee on it.
Yeah.
That's right.
So gross.
Why is Heather saying, I'll F the elf, such a shocker? Isn't that a normal occurrence for her?
That's why I did say, with Colin being the little fella.
I didn't hear you say
Oh, you didn't hear me say that? Uh-huh. Yeah, it went right over his head, too. Man, Colin takes a lot of strays.
Sure does.
I don't know how this is stuck as long as it has, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to maybe when I see him on Sunday for the birthday party, I'm gonna have to start with, "Hey, Colin, I'm sorry. How you doing?"
You watching the game with him?
No, this is a pre-party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Pre-game. Yeah.
Cake and ice cream.
yes, with gymnastics.
All right. This Michigan stuff, we did a lot of talk on it yesterday. Most of the station and most of the day was spent discussing it. As the fallout goes into day 2, did anything strike you with the way things were discussed yesterday? Nationally, among fans, people you talk to, like, where are you at on day 2?
I'm still shocked because I'll even go back to, and I'm sure you didn't listen to the podcast, but I had Sharon on the podcast on Wednesday talking about National Signing Day. And it was not yesterday. It would have aired last Wednesday or Thursday would have aired. It was business as usual. And then a week later, this story unveils itself and reveals itself. I was as probably as shocked as anyone else.
It felt like the longer the story went, the worse it got.
Oh, certainly. I mean, the longer the day went, the worse it got. And so I know we're going to play the audio from Adam Schefter at some point.
Yeah, we could do it here in a second.
It got worse because one individual made it worse. That's Sharon Moore.
Sharon, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, who else would it be?
Right. Yes. Not a trick question.
I'm like, who is he? Yes, it's Sharon. Sharon took what was a terrible situation and made it so much worse. But then as the day unfolds, let's just play Adam Schefter. I don't understand what he was trying to say.
Okay, so when you're the head coach at Michigan, you're the head coach at Ohio State, Alabama, there's going to be people that have it in for you. Mm-hmm. It goes with the job description. But it should be written in there. People will have it in for you.
The guy before you won a national title, you're at a place like Michigan. The standard is chasing a championship. Yeah, look, I'm not going to claim that everybody's always pulling in the same direction within an organization, a sports team, a university. But let's not get this twisted. I don't know why Schefter would be attempting to run some cover or interference on this story. I mean, I know where he went to school, but come on. What does it have to do with anything? You know who had it out for Sharon Moore? Sharon Moore. When he cheated on his wife and when he brought a knife to his mistress and threatened her. Nobody at Michigan made him do those things. Nobody made Sharon do what he did. He did it to himself. I have no idea why anybody would be running cover or interference for Sharon Moore right now.
Yeah.
What could his side of the story possibly be that would justify ruining all of this?
No one's second guessing and maybe, maybe we should rehire him. No, that's gone and sailed.
Well,
right.
and do you know why we haven't heard from Sharon Moore? Because he is in jail.
Yep. One little detail there. He's still in jail. Supposed to be arraigned today. We'll find out charges. What are they? Brendan's pointing to a piece of paper. Do you have them?
No, I don't have the charges yet, but
okay.
I have an update on when the arraignment is supposed to take place.
Oh, wow.
4:59?
Sounds like it, honestly.
Oh, no.
Dump, news dump, Michigan way.
The other thing that I've been kind of irked by is the number of people in the media / around the program that have said, oh, yeah, this had been discussed for months. This was the worst kept secret. Everybody knew they were hooking up behind the scenes. Everybody knew he was a cheating scumbag. Okay, so did Michigan really try all that hard to investigate this then? I mean, I'm asking all the questions after the last 24, 48 hours here. Would Sharon Moore have been fired if they beat Michigan? Was he only fired because this was going to come public? How does Ward have a job? I mean, these are all questions to ask today.
It seems like they've kicked the can down the road as long as they could.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if they beat Ohio State and they were in the college football playoff right now,
who knows?
And she doesn't step forward or more evidence isn't dumped on their desk, he's still the head coach, yeah?
So the facts of the case, the facts as we know them, were that they did investigate this and they didn't have any evidence. When evidence was presented to them, which I don't know what that is, they did hire a third party to investigate. The third party came back with the facts that, hey, yes, this inappropriate relationship happened, and they fired him.
I just question how thoroughly they were investigating prior, if so many people were in the know or aware of this at the time. So, look, we're going to get to Ward Manuel a little bit more coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. In a memo from the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, no charge information on Sharon Moore will be released until after his arraignment this afternoon. It seems that Moore will not appear in court until sometime this afternoon. However, that is not set in stone and could change in the coming hours. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports also reported that for now, Ward Manuel will remain as Michigan's athletic director for the time being, while the university is now in search of a new football coach. This decision to keep Manuel for now tomorrow comes despite Sharon Moore being at least the 6th Michigan football staff member to be arrested during Manuel's tenure. The Heisman voting results outside the top 4 players who will be in New York tomorrow were released yesterday. Texas Tech's Jacob Rodriguez, Ohio State's Jeremiah Smith, Georgia's Gunnar Stockton, Ole Miss quarterback and former Ferris State QB Trinidad Chambliss, Ohio State safety Caleb Downs, and Georgia Tech Haynes King were all 5 through 10, respectively. Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza remains the overwhelming favorite to win the award with minus 1,000 odds on DraftKings. Mendoza will be joined in New York Saturday at 8 by fellow finalist Diego Pavia of Vanderbilt, Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love, and Ohio State quarterback Julian Sayin. Red Wings fell to the Edmonton Oilers 4-1 last night behind a big performance from Zach Hyman with a hat trick and 4 assists for Connor McDavid. They're back on this side of the Mississippi tomorrow against the Blackhawks. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a Football Friday. Bear with us. We are going to get into Lions and Rams end of the hour. We've got picks at 6:35 and then a deeper discussion on Sunday's matchup in Los Angeles. Bear with us because this week has been thrown for a loop with everything with Sharon Moore and Michigan. And a headline yesterday from Yahoo, Ward Manuel expected to keep his job. There were a lot of phone calls yesterday. Second layer to the story beyond Sharon is what is going on at Michigan? The culture in this athletic department. You know, I mean, when we talk about the integrity being eroded, the Block M and the brand being soiled, this isn't the first instance. And as I look at a headline on Free Press, the Detroit Free Press has all the Michigan athletic scandals and embarrassments under Ward Manuel, and it is a read. Scrolling. Xavier Simpson crashing Ward Manuel's wife's car, lying to police. Scrolling. Mel Pearson fired after Michigan hockey misconduct. Scrolling. Matt Weiss fired. Indicted for hacking computers to spy on women. Scrolling. We have multiple NCAA improprieties, infractions, penalties, $30 million in fines. Scrolling. Cheating now on and off the field. Scrolling. Why is Ward safe in all of this? And even as we unraveled the Sharon story, the fact that this staffer saw her salary nearly double, does that approval have to go through somebody in a leadership position in the athletic department? Did nobody flag this when the worst kept secret was these two were hooking up, but no credible investigations could connect them? Well, why is she getting a 55% salary increase? Ask yourself, listening out there, if you go to your boss, you have the same title, you're the assistant to the head football coach, you're one of the people, the right-hand people, the same job. Is anybody else out there getting nearly a doubling of their salary? Nobody wanted to flag that or ask any questions? I do question how thorough the investigation was. I do question the overall erosion of the Block M under Ward Manuel, and I openly question why he still has a job today. 248-539-9797. We can get some phone calls and we can get some ticket text. John, I know this drives you crazy, the eroding of the Block M.
It does. It's sickening. I mean, literally, when I saw the initial breaking news, Sharon Moore has been fired, and then you read why, and then you hear everything that's happening on Wednesday night as it continues to go on and on and on, and you're trying to think, okay, well, is this real? And then it's confirmed it's real. And then is this real? Well, then it's confirmed it's real. Like, yeah, it's disgusting. And, you know, I know, Heather, you had the news story about the president's email.
Oh, yeah.
And it appears like there may be more to this story, and that he and the investigative firm that they've hired is still looking into everything that's going on.
It said the investigation is
Continuing.
still going.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you make of, Heather, you had it in your news, the Ward Manuel, there was an HR when they dismissed Sharon. Was that in the news today? I read that, correct?
Yeah,
Nicole Auerbach had that story.
HR wasn't present, and they didn't have security there.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, I didn't have it in my news.
Oh,
but
okay.
That would be
Maybe it's an update.
proper protocol. Like if somebody got whacked here, there would be the presence of somebody to walk them out. A second person. Probably wouldn't be a local HR person at this point in our situation. I would imagine Michigan still has local HR people because they're not outsourced to U of M Dearborn or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never been in that situation, so I haven't.
They're setting up proper protocol to fire somebody, which is putting a stain on Ward Manuel for not following proper protocol.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that story came out because someone is trying to put more pressure on Michigan leadership to fire Ward Manuel. The instance itself, I don't actually know what the legal obligation is in that spot. People say if Sharon knowingly had mental health concerns, should Michigan have done more? Michigan can't babysit him. Like, once he's dismissed, they're not going to like hold his hand, take him home, open the door, sit him on the couch, and then sit and babysit him.
Basically, at the farthest, you would make sure he left property.
But he did.
Right.
So I don't actually know. Again, I'm calling a lot of Ward Manuel's leadership into question. This one, I'm not quite sure if this is the smoking gun or the final nail in the coffin that an HR person wasn't present with him and tucked him into bed at the end of the night.
Wojo believes this is coming from Morris Camp. They didn't fire him properly. Therefore, it put him into a state of mind.
Yeah, but that's such a like. Okay,
I know,
so now
but that's all.
Okay, I get it, but I don't get it. I don't know how you could justify what he did or even try to.
That's the belief. I'm just the messenger on this.
No,
Don't
I'm
get mad
not
at me.
fighting with you. I'm not trying to raise my voice. I just think that's a little flimsy.
No, I'm totally with you. Ward Manuel shouldn't have survived yesterday.
Has anybody here been let go of a job?
Yes, and that's what I just explained is what happened.
Yeah, I was let go at my last stop, and they didn't have like an armed security guard take me to my car. You go home, you'll come back and get your stuff later.
You didn't get walked out?
If I had done something, no, I walked myself out. And if I had done something erratic when I left, it wouldn't be their fault. It would be my own damn fault. If I went home and did something reckless, they're not liable for that. They're not responsible for that.
When I was cut in Washington, there was somebody that followed me to my locker to make sure I gathered all my stuff, and they did walk me to the door. And so, that's the only experience I've had.
That's usually what happens. And usually they make sure you leave the property.
But let's say Michigan, they're being accused or it's being said they didn't do this. I don't know what it would have changed if someone walked Sharon to his car. If they gave him one of those little boxes like you see in the movies and he put his stapler and he put his abacus and calculator and a little laptop and they walked him out to the car and he starts the car and drives home. If Michigan had done that stops him from bringing a knife and breaking in later in the day? That's the one thing that I think is kind of a forced.
It's spin.
Spin. That's the thing. In day two of this, there's so much spin. Schefter, we haven't heard his side of the story. Beat writers almost claiming like, oh, I am an insider. I kind of knew about this. Why didn't you run anything on it? Why didn't you dig a little deeper? Why didn't you investigate? What was the worst kept secret on campus? Why didn't Michigan investigate deeper? The more this story has gotten out, the more questions I ask. And the more spin we're seeing, you try to sift through it.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, this would have come out because you had way more investigative journalism. That's been eroded with the newspapers and local media. I think there's also a twisting of arms that's happening to the media now in terms of, the blue wall's real. The Michigan Mafia exists. If people want to deny that, they're lunatics. They're absolutely lunatics. Spin zone. I think the president's statement was a spin, trying to show compassion to the student body. That could be, hey, if you saw something,
right,
we care for you.
Yeah.
It took you 24 hours basically to put that out. Yeah. Oh, hey, the wall said, let's do this. This is one of the ways we can spin things.
So from the sounds of things, this had been going on for a while. And if this most critical, crucial piece of evidence didn't come onto their doorstep this week, it would still be going on. And he would still be employed.
Yeah. I mean, there's people out there that are saying that Ward knew about this since last November. And then he beat Ohio State. And
so is the defense he couldn't prove it? He knew about it, but he couldn't prove it.
Probably.
But could you...
Maybe he was going to do
these guys
something.
were like secret agents and they were so good. There was like a cleanup crew and there was you know what I'm saying? There's no way to prove this. Or they didn't want to go the extra mile to prove it because it would have been a black eye.
Wasn't there a bunch of spin when Xavier Simpson borrowed the car?
Right.
That Ward didn't know, right? That was
Right.
Come on.
Let's get to Roy and Livonia. Roy, you're on 97.1.
What's up, boys? What a week. I just think it's a situation, we talked about it earlier in the week, where the sport itself, there's just so much money involved. If Michigan beats Ohio State a couple weeks ago, there's no way this comes out. Ward's trying to protect recruiting and all that stuff. Ward has known about this for a year, and it's going to come out. I guarantee you he's known about this. And I think it's got to be handled differently at the end. When you got a coach whose net worth is probably $1 million and you owe him $15 million, and no other, if you let him go before all this, no other Power 5 school would have hired him. I think it's got to be handled differently. The guy, and Ward's making $3 million a year. Why wouldn't he protect himself? You don't fire the guy alone and just let him walk out the door. I mean, if it's Saban or somebody else who's got a big net worth, okay, but this guy's life is going to go up in flames in 3 seconds when you talk to him.
But it didn't have to, Roy. I think that's the thing I'd push back on. Like, Bobby Petrino did the whole neck brace routine.
Yeah.
And he's coaching. He coached this last season. This didn't have to be as catastrophic for Sharon Moore on a personal or professional level if he had bit the bullet, got fired, cleaned his act up, tried to repair whatever personal life he has. I feel like all of that's out the window now.
Yes.
He made this so much worse, and that's not Ward's fault.
So, I mean, we've seen this before. You mentioned Bobby Petrino. There's been a number of other coaches. There's been other, people in power in other businesses that have a situation like this.
Yeah.
They are fired. And then all of a sudden, especially in the coaching realm, you see, hey, next year they're an assistant coach, maybe in the NFL. They work their way up to coordinator. Maybe he's never a head coach again. I don't know. I mean, Bobby Petrino has been. But if you can't admit, okay, I was wrong, you fired me because I did something wrong.
You got me.
All right, and there's a lot of garbage that you're going to have to clean up in your personal life, in your professional life.
I'm ashamed. I feel terrible, all of that.
But you are most likely still hireable at a future date. As soon as this goes to
criminal stuff,
you're
in jail.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a weapon.
It completely changes the story.
Yeah. You are radioactive. Nobody would touch you with a 10-foot pole. Let's get to John in Rochester Hills. John, good morning.
Morning, fellas. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to point out with Michigan and Ward Manuel, it seems to me a pattern of behavior that goes back at least to, I think, 2020 or 2019. When their starting point guard was busted for drunk driving Ward Manuel's wife's car on campus and crashing it. Right, if that happens in any other major school in the country, let alone Michigan State or anyone in the state,
huge scandal.
That AD is immediately run out of town. Right, between that, his previous basketball coach trying to fight and assault other coaches. Right, the previous football coach who's got a show cause and is no longer allowed to coach in football for the next decade. An assistant coach who's no longer allowed to coach in football ever again. A third football coach who's now going to be going to prison for what seems like a long list of felonies. My question is, how long is Ward Manuel's rope? How long of a timeline does one AD get to besmirch the reputation of what used to be the highest held reputation university in the country? It doesn't make sense to me how this guy is hanging on to his job right now.
Well, and I think it's a great point. Go ahead, finish the thought.
Quick aside, Jansen, when I was a Larson Rebel in 97, you came and spoke to us at our 8th grade football fire-up speech for a pep assembly. Still one of my all-time athletic memories that I will cherish for the rest of my life. Your dad was a band teacher at my middle school. Great guy. I just want to say I appreciate you for that.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
It's a much nicer note to wrap the phone call up on. Hard pivot. With Ward, is it 6, 7? Hard to keep track. I didn't mean to just do that. Is it 7 coaches who have been arrested under his leadership? Like, it's not, we hired one bad dude. Like, you've employed people who have gone out and committed crimes and gotten arrested. And it's not like, it's just one program where we've had issues. It's just this rogue football program. You've had issues with hockey and basketball too. It's spanning across your department. The Block M used to stand for something. The fact that it doesn't, under your leadership, calls your job into question. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Got texts coming in. We want to get your phone calls. Ward Manuel still has a job. Yahoo says expected to keep the job. First text, Ward must be fired. Why are we surprised that Ward Manuel has a job? The program has been full of corruption while he's been the AD. My personal favorite is Jeff Jackson borrowing his wife's car. The Blue Wall Media will continue to protect him as they have his entire tenure. Guys, good morning. Maybe they were holding up onto this until they wanted to fire him, or is it possible she was placed there to set him up?
That seems like a long-term. I don't think
that's too elaborate. Come on, that's a conspiracy theory. Employers handle things differently. Some walk out, some come back to pick stuff up. Maybe Moore bolted from the athletic department. Maybe he ran as quickly as he could because he started freaking out almost immediately.
Let me throw a little new twist in here that I haven't heard people bring up. Santa Ono tried to make what people thought was a lateral move, right, to Florida.
Yeah.
And then didn't get the job, didn't get approved.
Correct.
I wonder if it was for some of this stuff. Like in the background, the things that has happened under his watch as the president in the athletic department.
I don't know the details of that one. Yeah.
And it was pretty odd that he did not get accepted as the president of Florida.
Because it was odd to leave a job for a job that you ultimately didn't get.
And now he's not in college, or he's not in college or works for a university.
Where does he work?
Some technology company.
Oracle. You know who runs Oracle?
Who?
The big booster that got Bryce Underwood.
Tie it all together. Well, good job.
Says, agree with the previous caller. There's a long list of scandals with Michigan. They've been tossed aside because they win. If it was a lesser program, you'd be talking lack of institutional control. They get incredibly let off easy with the cheating in football, Xavier Simpson drunk driving, etc. All right, let's get to the phones. Jeff and Pinckney, you're on 97.1.
Jeff, good morning.
Jeff, good morning. All right, we'll go to Keith. Keith, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to start off saying, yeah, Ward Manuel has to go. It happened under his watch, okay? But if I'm not correct, it's the same individual that hired these guys was Jim Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
He brought these guys into the program, and he was able to skip off to the NFL. He's not getting any bad pub or anything really. And so it wasn't Ward that hired them. Now, if he didn't vet them from where they came from, that's another story. But there's no way that you can micromanage and be in every detail, every moment of a coach or a coworker or someone underutilized.
That's fair. You're right. But when it's a pattern, eventually you look at the guy who's in charge, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
It's under his watch. But as far as the football program, they were brought in here by Jim Harbaugh. Okay? Every last one of them. And but it's nothing that we can do to good old Jim. He got him a national championship.
Right.
So everybody will give him, a nice little pass. And, hey, but, yeah, I kind of agree. Ward has to go.
Well, right. And, okay, so Harbaugh brought a lot of coaches in that got show causes, rules were broken, fines were leveled, and NCAA said they had enough to even kick him out of the postseason. So clearly, a lot of that's under Harbaugh. But when Harbaugh left, Ward didn't conduct a coaching search. He promoted Sharon. Well, that becomes your hire, just like Mel Pearson and Juwan Howard were his hires. And even the hires lower in the system, I mean, as I'm reading again, all the things that have gone wrong under Ward Manuel, I completely forgot about the Shemi Schembechler situation, where they didn't vet him until then all of a sudden the racist stuff surfaces and, now we got to let him go. Like, there are so many stories we've just completely forgotten about. There's so many, you can't keep track of all of them.
Yeah, I don't know how he's employed. Other than they're trying to do it the right way, and it takes a little time to do that.
Do you think at all, and maybe it's not a good reason, but some of it is they have to try to find a way to hire a head coach right now, and they're going to hire a coach and then sort the AD stuff out
Ward
later?
Manuel hire the coach after those three you just listed?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know why they're doing this.
And I don't know if part of the problem is that they have an interim president right now. Yeah. I don't know if that's slowing things down. It's probably a lot of this on the Board of Regents right now.
And again, Yahoo report yesterday, Ross Dellinger, Ward Manuel staying as athletic director. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Adam Schefter is facing backlash over his comments on Sharon Moore's arrest after being fired, after showing up at his executive assistant's home and allegedly threatening her and threatening himself with a knife. Schefter appeared to come to Moore's defense, despite obviously the awful allegations against him.
Did Sharon use his one phone call to Adam Schefter?
It's total BS.
John, do you want to get Schefter on the show? Remember how good he was? Wasn't he so bad that we didn't play it?
Yeah. It's weird.
When was that?
I don't know. This is a long time ago.
Gosh.
This is back when I first started at the station.
Interesting. So Time Magazine has named this year's Person of the Year, and the internet was pretty quick to roast the reveal. So Time announced Architects of AI as this year's Person of the Year, and says that 2025 was the year when artificial intelligence's full potential roared into view and when it became clear that there will be no turning back. They also said for delivering the age of thinking machines, for wowing and worrying humanity, for transporting the present and transcending the possible, the architects of AI are Time's 2025 Person of the Year. The cover has like these tech moguls, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, like reenacting that famous staged photo where the iron workers are sitting on, the beam above Manhattan. It's kind of like that. So people were just quick to roast both the quality of the cover photo and the fact that they are celebrating AI that will most likely take over so many jobs in the future. It already has.
It's making us dumber, too.
Well, but it's also not a person. It's people. So shouldn't it be Persons of the Year or People of the Year?
I mean, there is that technicality too.
Time has done this once before where they made it
the dumber side of things.
So I think it was like 06. The Time Person of the Year was you, the content creator. They made it a collection of all of us.
Oh,
I don't remember.
So they've done this before.
It's so important that I can't even tell you who it was last year.
But at least that was people making stuff. Not artificial intelligence.
So back in August, there was a group of 18 coworkers in Grand Blanc that won $1 million Powerball jackpot. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Got to split it amongst themselves. Pretty shocking. They couldn't believe it when they won. They purchased their ticket at a Speedway gas station in Grand Blanc. Well, now this club, the Lucky 18 Lottery Club, has their sights set on an even bigger jackpot now that the Powerball is reaching $1 billion.
Oh, wow. Are they putting it all back in?
Putting it all. No, I don't think they're putting it all back in. That'd be pretty crazy. I'm sure they've each kept some, but I'm sure they're putting some back in because that's what they do. So if you play and you win, you could choose to take home a one-time cash payout of $461.3 million. The next drawing, Saturday, so get your tickets. Yeah.
How would you get by?
It'd be hard.
That's it?
It'd be a real struggle. Finally, in honor of America's 250th birthday, Michigan is bringing back its 1976 red, white, and blue license plate.
I saw this. This is awesome.
Yeah, so it was first released as a bicentennial plate, and it actually won Michigan its first Plate of the Year award.
Oh, wow.
And now it's going to be this limited edition plate. You can get it through January 2nd, or beginning on January 2nd through the end of 2026. And it's going to be, they say, a modern take on the original, and it will include a 26 in the corner.
So a modern take on the original. So it's not the original.
Exactly. No, it's not.
Does that bother you, traditionalist?
Well, I mean, if it's going to be the original, make it the original.
I think it will be very close to the original. I think that with the 26, that makes it obviously not the original, but it will be either way a pretty cool limited edition.
It's going to be red, white, and blue, stars and stripes.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Exactly.
Do they still give out the Plate of the Year award?
I would imagine so.
Got a shot. 1 of 50.
I don't know.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the picks. Big slate coming up in the NFL. We're going to get deeper into the Lions, start talking more about them at 8:50. It's 97.1. Oh, yes. Yeah. Tell people about Moran Chevrolet, the Michigan's number one selling Chevy dealer. Let's talk about the Red Tag sales event at Moran Chevrolet, the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game. You can lease the 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, zero due at signing. Get yourself into a truck for under $200 a month. Silverado's built for tailgates, winter roads, hauling it all. MoranExpress.com. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's that time of year where, hey, getting ready for the holidays can be stressful. Am I getting the right gift? Am I not? Whatever it is, if you want to handle that stress, get yourself a workout. The perfect place to do it is Planet Fitness. And their slogan is, we're all strong on this planet, so it doesn't matter if you're young, you're old, if you're big, you're small. They welcome everyone, and no matter how you want to go about it. Maybe you just like lifting weights. They got a bunch of plate-loaded machines, free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines. If you want cardio, they got Stairmasters, they got treadmills, they got the 30-minute workout. Whatever it is that you're after, Planet Fitness can provide it. And if you want more of what Planet Fitness has to offer, the Black Card membership, $24.99 a month, and it gets you access to the Black Card Spa, hydro massage, innovative amenities, plus access to every single location, 2,700 clubs nationwide. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Sun's out. Weekend right around the corner. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We got one double-digit discoer on the show, and we do want to shift gears and get into the Lions. And hopefully like a refreshing conversation, not the same old Stafford narrative. I'll get to that in just a second. There's been a lot of talk about Sharon Moore and Michigan football, and I want to pass along something that may fill in some of the gaps on the timeline here. I'm not reporting this, but the New York Post has a story up right now detailing some more of the behind-the-scenes stuff. They attribute it to Maize and Blue Review, a subscription site focused on Michigan football. Rumors about Moore's extracurricular activities had been rampant around the program to the point that Manuel personally questioned the head coach and the staffer about their relationship and challenged anyone who confronted him about the whispers to provide proof so he could fire Moore, quote, on the spot. Matters then came to a head on Monday, according to the outlet, when Moore was advised not to work directly with the staffer and decided to fire her rather than transfer her to another job in the football program or athletic department. Thus scorned, the woman reportedly went to Manuel and provided detailed evidence of the affair. It would tie up some loose ends here if this was true. Why did the smoking gun show up this week? That would answer it.
Yeah. Which is also why, I mean, okay, you could say the email from the president didn't come soon enough. I don't care about the timing of it. People will. But he does talk about the fact that the investigation is still ongoing. I think there's a lot that we're going to find out. And no one cares. Like the Schefter audio.
Yeah.
I don't really care what Sharon has to say. But we do care about timelines.
Yeah, we want to know why this happened, when it happened.
Yeah.
Because people claim this had been going on for a while, and whispers, and how closely was Michigan looking into it, and did they have the smoking gun, and why didn't they have the smoking gun? And I don't think it lets Ward off the hook. There's still a whole lot of things that have gone wrong in his athletic department across multiple programs, both legally and, with the NCAA. But if this is true, that explains why it just happened. Because she was going to lose her job and said, not like this. I'm not going down without a fight.
Yeah, she called Sharon's bluff.
Yeah, mutually assured destruction.
Sharon thought firing her would get rid of her, and she said no.
Yeah.
It sounds like the swirling of this, people say it's a couple months here that have known, just got to a point where they couldn't keep it under wraps anymore. And I also, the other rumors that are out there about her being pregnant.
Allegedly,
yes, and other things that may have caused maybe disharmony between the two of them. So
about whether or not they have the baby or not. Yeah, I know. You get into a lot of these rumors and smoke.
Like a tornado can just be a little swirl up.
Yeah.
This sounds like, they have the Fujita scale. Like this was becoming an F5 in Sharon's world. To the point where he tried to force it to go away.
And again, it doesn't justify why or what he did, but he knows the only person that could have turned him in was her. When he gets word he's fired, he's seeing red, and he acted
well, yeah, and it all comes down to owning your own actions.
Yes.
And if you do something that's wrong, you get called on. No matter who turns you in or not, you get called on it. You have to accept that. And he just couldn't accept any form of it.
He didn't want to die on the sword.
Right, but other coaches, and I'm not saying it's okay or it's right, other coaches have slept with the staffer, lost their job, and found their way back into coaching. But those guys didn't show up with a knife and threaten to go 2 for 1. Like, he has taken himself into a completely different category of radioactivity, one that includes a jail cell.
Yeah, well, he just couldn't come to terms. Pride, baby.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
D'Antonio said it. Pride comes before the fall. I mean, he got to a point where it was absolutely.
He's not the first to say that. But.
I know, but he just couldn't let it be.
Yeah,
he had, and then he
spiraled.
Yeah, he lost his mind.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're all looking forward to talking about the Lions on Sunday. I think we would all like to focus on what is a huge critical game in the Lions schedule down the stretch. And what I'd like to do is challenge us and our audience, our listeners, all of you out there, to talk about this game without falling into the lazy, sad, tired storyline of Matthew Stafford against the Detroit Lions. We've been there. We've done that. Mm-hmm. He's played regular season games here. We've played regular season games there. There was a playoff game, pretty emotional one, where Detroit beat Matthew Stafford to celebrate the first playoff win in 30 years. A generation of Lions fans got to celebrate and rejoice, tears of joy, all that. Can we talk about this game with storylines that actually matter?
We should be able to.
I would think so.
A storyline is their quarterback.
Sure.
All right, but it's not the storyline, and it doesn't have to be connected with the trade and first-round picks. It's their offense and a quarterback that is playing at an MVP level.
So let's start with this. What is your storyline for this game? Your headline, if you want to write it as a newspaper columnist. What is the storyline of this football game that isn't the same tired nonsense of regurgitated Stafford stuff? 248-539-9797. We'll give you ours at the top of the hour, but we want you guys to call. I want you to text, and we can get into the game itself.
Yeah.
Because we do want to know if you believe this team wins this game or not, because there's quite a bit at stake for Detroit.
And there's a lot to talk about, whether it's coaches, coordinators, positions. There's so much that we can talk about in the matchup that is going to be Detroit playing against LA, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. There's a very interesting article from the New York Post this morning citing the Maize and Blue Review. The Post says, according to Maize and Blue Review, a subscription site focused on Michigan football, rumors about Sharon Moore's extracurricular activities had been rampant around the program to the point that Warde Manuel personally questioned the head coach and staffer about their relationship and challenged anyone who confronted him about the whispers to provide proof so he could fire Moore, quote, on the spot. Again, still in the New York Post article from the Maize and Blue Review, matters came to a head on Monday, according to the outlet, when Moore was advised not to work directly with the staffer and decided to fire her rather than transfer her to another job in the football program or the athletic department. Thus scorned, the woman reportedly went to Manuel and provided detailed evidence of the affair, leading to Moore's termination and subsequent arrest. He's been in jail since Wednesday night, and according to Tony Garcia on X moments ago, sheriff at the 14A District Court has told reporters that arraignments will not begin this afternoon until 1 p.m. That includes Sharon Moore, so it will at least be after 1 o'clock. It's not yet clear if it will be a video arraignment or in person. The expectation is that it will be on video. Very big weekend in Detroit sports coming up. The Pistons return to the floor tonight after 6 days off, and the Lions are gearing up to face arguably the best team in the NFL and the Los Angeles Rams on the road on Sunday. That kickoff at 4:25. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get this thing going. We got Lions and Rams on Sunday, America's game of the week. What's the storyline of this game that isn't the same tired, played out Matthew Stafford storyline? John, what is the real story when the Lions play the Rams?
I think there's so many that you could pick from, and there's a lot of great ones. But to me, this is going to come down to how many times did we talk about, and you brought it up earlier in the week, Sean McVay. Or that was actually maybe was in a Thursday touchdown. Is he the second best coach in the NFL? Where does Dan Campbell fall? This, to me, is a Dan Campbell game. And yes, I understand the players are going to have to go out there and execute. But what's the game plan that's in place? How are you going to put your players in advantageous positions to make plays? And it's how are you going to free up Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, and Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, all of the playmakers. How are you going to free them up to get the ball in space and make plays? How are you going to allow that offensive line the opportunity at success. Yes, throughout the course of the game, you're going to have to go one-on-one with the individual across from you and win your matchup. But if you're trying to create and put guys in position to be successful, you can create angles. And you could take tendencies of how's the defense going to line up against this personnel group on this hash, this part of the field, down and distance, all of those different things you take into account when you put your personnel on the field, when you go in motion. Are they going to line up one way with Jahmyr Gibbs at the backfield or another way with David Montgomery? Some of those you learn throughout the course of the game, but it's going to come down to the sequencing of plays and putting guys in position to be successful. Because do I think if Cologne is in there at guard that he's going to win every one-on-one battle? No. Same thing with Miles Frazier. Do I think he's going to win every one-on-one battle? No. I like some of the things I saw. So what are the angles that he's best at? Can we manufacture the look that gives him the best chance to get a win? It's not going to happen on every play.
Right.
But the more times that you can do that, you give your team and your guys the chance at success.
So you think this has to be a Dan Campbell X Factor game?
I think a lot of it does come down. Now, some of that is what's going on throughout the course of the week. You can't have those pre-snap penalties where, a receiver's lined up off the ball, is supposed to be on the ball. And, if Amon-Ra St. Brown goes down and you got two guys in there that aren't running their normal positions, you've got to make sure that they're all coached up. Now, we hope Amon-Ra St. Brown's ankle is 100% healed. Right? That's not the case.
Right.
But we do believe he'll be out there.
He said he's put it behind him.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. That's the mentality you have to have.
Yeah.
And everybody loves him for it. But it's when you have to be so dialed into this game plan, because if you stall out on 3rd and 3 and you got the perfect play called, but then somebody lines up wrong.
Right.
And you convert, but then, hey, ball's called back because of illegal formation. Now it's 3rd and 8.
Killer.
You're beating yourself. This is a game where everything's got to be so buttoned up and so tight that you don't beat yourself. Doesn't mean you're going to win the game.
Yeah.
But you can't beat yourself.
As I try to set this scene for Sunday, the Stafford thing is such a small speck of a storyline. If it's still blowing up your group chat all these years later, try to knock some sense into your friends. Because to me, this is so much bigger than the quarterbacks who have each played one another in playoff games and in LA and in Detroit. The storyline to me is proving ground. Contender/pretender. Here in Detroit, I view this game as proving ground. You got to prove you can beat good defenses. Detroit has played 5 games this year against defenses in the top half of the league. They're 0-5. They've run for 3.3 yards per carry, and Goff has been sacked an average of 3 times per game. Prove it. Prove that you can beat the good defenses. Prove that if you get in the playoffs, you could do something about it. Prove you can even get in the playoffs. Prove you can win back-to-back games. Proving ground. If you win, we start to craft the conversation about contender. You go out and beat the best team in football at their house, we can start to craft the conversation about being a contender. If you lose, you are the definition of a pretender. You beat the bad teams, but you can't go on consistent runs, and you can't beat the good teams. You aren't the football team you used to be. The flashes aren't sustainable. You're a pretender. 248-539-9797. Do they win this game? I don't think they win the game. John, do they win this game?
I already said in the picks. I picked the Lions because I think they'll keep it close. I don't think they'll lose by 5.5.
Yeah.
Really hard to lose by a half point, but you know what I mean. But I just, when I look at the Rams and I look at an MVP favorite at the quarterback position, and Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, the two-headed monster in the backfield, like you're going to have to play a near perfect game even have a chance.
The only time the Rams have lost in the last 2 months was a cross-country game in Carolina where they had several turnovers. I don't know that Kirby Joseph's playing. Hoping to get good news, that he'll make his first appearance since the Kansas City game.
Reported he did not practice yesterday.
I know, and today will be a big day to see if he's out there. He was limited early in the week, and we know he's dealing with something. That knee is It's got wear in the knee.
Yeah.
It's never going to be the same. If he doesn't play, you're out your top 2 safeties against the MVP favorite Matthew Stafford. If he does play, maybe he can steal a turnover and get yourself into the football game. But my bigger concern is, I think Stafford's going to score some points. Can Detroit keep up against one of the best defenses in football? Top 10 against the run, top 10 in sacks, top 10 on third down. The answer this season has been emphatically no, they can't. So, proving ground. Show me. Show everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Give people something to sink their teeth into in the month of December to believe in this team. Let's get to the phones. Jim and Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So everything you guys are saying is right. But here's one thing that you were talking about. What's the X factor? Everyone that you guys are talking about, you say it's going to be a close game. For that reason, I believe the X factor is Dan Campbell, when you can get points, take the points. Don't do silly fourth down conversions when you don't need to on your own end. Let your defense do some work. Give them the opportunity. Yeah, LA's going to score some points on us, but our defensive line's in good shape. Our linebackers are great linebackers, and even our the fill-in defensive backs have played pretty well. I mean, so give the guys an opportunity to win. Take those points. So when we lose by 3, we can't look back at 3 or 4, 2 or 3 field goals we could have kicked that we never did. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think that comes down to Dan Campbell's decisions. And, I agree with you not doing stupid things. Don't give a short field to Matthew Stafford. And a short field could just be, their own 45-yard line.
At the same time, though, doesn't this feel like if the Rams are going to score touchdowns, you're not going to go on the road and win with field goals? I'm not saying I feel good about the fourth downs. They're not converting them as much as they did last year, but is it really a winning strategy?
I'm not saying fourth downs. I'm not saying field goals. I'm talking about punts.
Oh.
I'm talking about if you're at the 45 and it's 4th and 4.
Yeah.
Don't try and convert that one. Punt it down. Make Matthew Stafford go the length of the field. He may.
Yeah, I'm just saying, every game is a little different, and I've been saying, hey, you got to dial back the aggression. But in a game where it may be high scoring on the road,
every possession matters. Every score matters.
They might not have the luxury of dialing it back. If it's a shootout, your offense is going to have to play above themselves.
Yeah, if they kick a bunch of field goals and they lose by 3 points, I'm not thinking, oh, well, they did what they could and they stayed in the game. I'm thinking, man, if they would have gone for it and got one of those fourth downs and hit, they would have won the game.
This might be a week where you do have to play a little more reckless because you're an underdog, you're on the road, and they have a great offense. If this was a game you thought that was going to be played okay, Green Bay lost Tucker Kraft, and you thought, okay, this could be a lower scoring game.
24-21.
Yeah, that's maybe a game
this
where
is
you're
30
more,
plus.
Yeah. Let's get to Jerry in Heartland. Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Listen, so I've got a Monday morning headline for you. I can really see this as a Barry who. Let's let that offensive line eat and get your popcorn ready. And if we can get a Jahmyr Gibbs show, 3-4 touchdowns, keep the ball out of the unsaid man's name on the other side. I think that could go a long, long way for us.
Well, I think you're spot on. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have a huge game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, like I said, let that offensive line eat. They've been struggling in pass protection. Just let them go forward. Here.
Yeah.
Go.
If MVP wasn't a quarterback award, Jahmyr would have a much better case.
Sure.
I mean, the value that he brings to a team that's not getting as much push up front, yet he gets more than what's blocked.
Well, it's he gets more than what's blocked, but it's also the fact that, he might be classified as a top receiver.
Good point.
In this league.
Even the weeks where he doesn't lead the team in rushing, like last week, he was still 120 yards.
Yeah, all purpose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. The Lions taking a quick sec, but I have to say I feel sorry for the innocent people in the Sharon Moore mess. They don't deserve that. As for the Lions, the story is, can they score 35 or more against a good defense? Because the Rams are going to score in the 30s, and they're capable of it, but they can't turn the ball over. They have to protect Goff, and you got to hang 35 on them because Stafford's going to put up 30 or more.
Yeah, I agree with you because you look at the defenses that they played, And against the Jags, they scored 35. The Saints, 34. The Niners, 42. The Seahawks, we all talk about their defense and how good it is. They only scored 21, but they still came away with a win. 34 against the Bucs, 45 against the Cardinals. They lost that game at the Panthers because of those turnovers, and they only scored 28. But the one thing that people aren't talking about enough in that game is, it was cross-country and it was the turnovers, but it was the weather. Now, both teams are playing in the weather, but they just didn't handle it well. I don't think weather's going to be an issue in the Dome.
To his point, do you know how often the Rams have given up more than 30 points this season? The answer is twice. Both losses. Gave up 31 to the Panthers, gave up 33 to the Eagles. Did I miss one?
No. I'm how much when they gave up 31? Yeah.
30 or more points allowed, they're 0-2. Problem is they very rarely give up more than 30 points.
Right.
Most weeks, all but 2 weeks, they put a lid on offenses. It's 97-1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy, a number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what's it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Do you not like this song, Heather?
Is this like the worst Christmas song ever?
No.
It's pretty bad.
Have you ever heard Dominic the Donkey?
I think I heard it here one year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That one's bad too.
While I like it, it can be annoying. Some people think, Grandma getting run over. That could be an annoying song, which I kind of like that one too. Sorry, Mom.
As a kid, I like that growing up because I like my grandpa.
Yeah.
So as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Yeah.
Come on, you just got to have a sense of humor.
I don't like that one. I don't mind the grandma being run over. That one's fine.
Oh, you're cool with that.
Well, yeah, I used to sing when I was little, but that's just annoying. Okay. I don't like that one. Okay. That's okay. Teach their own.
Got the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. We got a lot of opinions.
Not a topic on the cookie jar, though.
No, but there are a lot of opinions in the cookie jar this week. We'll get to it about 15 minutes. Get back to the calls. We've been talking about the Lions, and I hate that we had to wait all week to get there. A lot of other stuff fell in our lap. When we get to Sunday, what is the storyline, and do you think they win this game? The storyline that's not the tired old Stafford stuff, but the football storyline that's got you most interested, and whether or not you think the team actually finds a way to win this game or not. Let's get to Matt. You're on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
Good.
Good. So I read a thing online that Johnny Morton talked about possibly running like a CFL-style offense this
I saw
week.
this.
I think it's brilliant. If you get all that pre-snap motion, I think you're going to confuse that hungry front end or front line on the Rams, and you get Gibbs out wide motioning with Amon-Ra on field too. I think it's a great plan to slow down that hungry defense.
Sure. Then it becomes all about execution. Make sure you're lined up right, the timing of going in motion. And, I mean, the reason you do that is to confuse the defense and make them slow down on decision-making.
Well, Matt, if I read this correctly, I think part of that was also him saying we want to operate like we only have 3 downs. We want to avoid third down. Part of that CFL mindset is try to get bigger chunk plays on first and second. Don't find yourself in third and got to have it or fourth and got to have it.
Right, and I think you got to have Gibbs, like lining him up in the slot last week really unlocked a whole new weapon, I think. Like, he can run actual routes. He doesn't just have to run that Texas route. He can run a crosser. He can run,
he can do anything other receivers are going to do.
Yeah, Matt, did you hear him or did you hear Goff with Carson Anderson this week? Because he talked about that.
Nope, I didn't actually.
Yeah, it's funny because he said, like, when we first got Gibbs, he'd run the, quote, running back routes. But Goff, to your point, said this week, no, man, like, we can use him with all of the receiver concepts.
Yeah, so let's do that. Get Montgomery on the field so we can smash it up the middle. And then you got Gibbs to dump off. Screens are going to be a big part of that game, too, I think, this week.
Yeah, I mean, John, you could speak to, like, okay, ideally, your offensive line manhandles people, but if you're not winning up front, there are ways that you can take advantage of over-aggressive defenses.
Sure, smoke and mirrors. And then it comes down to, I mean, okay, I liked running screens because I was fairly decent at being able to block in space, but that's not an easy trait. And so, hey, screens do a couple of things. I'm going to let you beat me, or at least think you beat me, and then I get a chance to get downfield. Now the work begins because I got to find a little person that's a much better athlete than I am and block them in space. On the flip side, if you run enough of those, then it does slow down the pass rush so that it becomes a little bit easier to block them when they're rushing the passer because they don't want to keep getting upfield if it's going to be another screen.
I think it's an area of Penei Sewell's game that needs to be highlighted more. How great he is in the screen game.
Oh, yeah, him in space, because you look at him as an athlete. Like, okay, I say those are better athletes. They were better athletes than me. I don't know that they're necessarily better athletes than him.
But beyond just screens, like traps and counters, ways to invite the defense up the field and then earhole somebody. And
yeah, the old wham block. That's always been one of my favorites. Yeah, I get that 3 technique running upfield and wham!
Boom! Let's get to Pete in Chesterfield. It's 97.1.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
How's it going, Pete?
So I believe that we got to have some faith in our defense. I think when he goes on 4th down all the time, he's showing that he doesn't have faith in his defense. So, like you said, Jensen, you got to punt the ball, bury him deep in their end of the field.
and put some faith in the defense. Like the previous guys said, run Montgomery, pound the ball. Don't chase after them in a track meet. You're not going to beat a fast sprinter in a track meet. That's my theory. And the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and thinking you're going to get a different result. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Pete, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so, let's not worry about how many points they're going to score, because I've seen track meets, watching football, and everybody thinks it's going to be a track meet, and then it's only like a 3-score game, 2-score game, and field goals win the game.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, there's always, hey, you play the game and you never really know how it's going to play out, but you go into it with your eyes wide open in regards to this is an offense that's going to score a lot of points.
Just on that note, because I think there's two sides to that coin. We get that phone call a lot. The pace setter, time of possession, keep away, more Montgomery. Sounds good. Detroit's had a hard time stringing together third down conversions.
Right.
So that style might not yield points. But the alternative is you go Gibbs, you get more explosives, but now you're playing a track meet. So, John,
it's a give and take throughout the course of the game. Yeah, and whether or not you're going for it on fourth down or you're kicking a field goal, those are all going to be hopefully within the context of the game.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, news keeps coming in days after the firing of Sherrone Moore. According to the New York Post, which cites the Maize and Blue Review, rumors about his extracurricular activities had been rampant around the program to the point where Warde Manuel personally questioned both Moore and the staffer about their relationship. Says it also challenged anyone who confronted him about the whispers to provide proof so that he could fire Moore on the spot.
I mean, I would argue he needed to go get more of that proof.
And then it also said that matters really came to a head on Monday when Moore was advised not to work directly with the staffer and decided to fire her rather than transfer her to another job in the football program or the athletic department. It goes on to say, then scorned, the woman reportedly went to Manuel to provide detailed evidence of the affair. So that's some
ties up some of the timeline stuff.
Yeah, some things we hadn't necessarily heard before. Now, when it comes to the arraignment, at the court, arraignments don't start until 1 p.m. That's customary. So it's going to be sometime after 1 p.m. that he'll be arraigned. It sounds like there still has been no paperwork filed and no word of possible charges yet. Hey, Snoop Dogg can add another position to his resume. He's just been named Team USA's first ever honorary coach, starting with the 2026 Winter Games. So the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee is enlisting Coach Snoop to be a chief hype man and sideline supporter of America's athletes in Italy in February. So he's basically kind of like this inspirational ambassador. He's going to be boosting morale. He'll be spotlighting the athletes, representing U.S. spirit in a really big, high-profile way. And he shared his excitement in a statement. He said, I'm proud to share that I'm joining the team behind the team at the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, supporting Team USA in all the moments on and off the field of play. So, I mean,
awesome.
It's fitting. It's fun. He's worked with the Olympic Committee before in the past, so why not?
Is there anyone that has a better cool factor than Snoop Dogg? That is one cool dude.
Yep, for sure. A potentially devastating insect made its way into the U.S. earlier this year and was thankfully seized at the Detroit airport. A bark beetle, which is actually smaller than a centimeter. So it's a very small.
Oh, I thought maybe it was like a doggish sort of thing.
No,
it doesn't bark.
It doesn't actually bark. It was found within a prohibited species of bark that was carried by a passenger traveling from Africa through Detroit on their way to Texas. And apparently the bark was going to be used for some medicinal purposes, but it was found during a routine inspection. And they say these bark beetles are capable of destroying trees. And if they establish themselves, that it could really cause a significant harm to agricultural economy, specifically where fig and olive trees are grown. So they say this was the first time the species had been intercepted at a U.S. port of entry. So
Yeah, the Beetle got busted because it didn't bring his real ID.
Right. Yep.
Exactly. Frankenmuth's winter scene has earned national attention once again, this time for its outdoor ice rink. So here you go, another reason to go visit with
Another
Kelsey. I can
reason.
see you guys going ice skating.
There you go.
Can't you see them doing that, John?
Yeah. I mean, was Kelsey a figure skater? I know she's a big hockey fan.
No, she didn't figure skate growing up.
Oh, can she skate, though?
I don't know. We've never been ice skating together.
You
This is
haven't
your
been ice
chance.
skating?
No.
It's a good thing to do as a couple.
Yeah.
I've been ice skating with
I'd be
Colin.
open to it. We just haven't.
Wow, big hockey fans, and you've never been on the ice.
Yeah, well, go check it out. The ice rink at Zenders Park has earned a top spot on USA Today's list of best ice skating rinks in all of America. But you know what came out on top? If you don't want to actually go to Frankenmuth, because you apparently don't want to, just go to Campus Martius. Came in at number 1, so pretty cool.
There's also a rink at Royal Oak, too. I mean, there's ice rinks all over Metro Detroit.
You see,
Yeah,
you know
but-
where they are. You just got to do it.
Yeah.
These are the most highly ranked rinks.
I understand.
Yeah, you got to go a top ranked one.
Yeah.
Only the best. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen to this. You know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, congratulations. We've made it to Friday. And to celebrate, FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. You never know what it's going to be. It could be boost, bonuses, surprise, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sports partner of the NBA. You visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man. Poor Colin.
So what was the text?
Should we really be surprised that Heather wants to F the elf? Isn't that a regular occurrence?
Yeah.
It's awful.
Sorry, little fella.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I made the comment when you said it.
I didn't hear you.
You're going to see him this weekend.
I will. Yes, and I think I'll start with, "Hey, how you doing?" Sorry.
You guys doing a little birthday
He's
get together?
not that small.
No, he's not.
He's not short.
Okay.
okay,
We'll take a picture together.
Well, okay.
And
All right. But yeah,
yes.
next to you, John, everyone is short.
That's what's not fair. I bumped into a listener at Costco last week, and they go, "You're taller than I thought." And I go, "I work with an ogre. He's a giant."
Yeah, and I love it. That was yesterday. Ran into somebody who was like, "Hey, I'm going to the airport. I'll see you in the bus." Because our picture is up there, and I'm like, yes, yeah, would just make sure you say hi to my 2 little kids.
We do look like your children.
It's ridiculous. But you guys are getting together. Before we together, Colin is not short, but the backstory is you thought Amon Ra was a little guy?
He's a little guy. And then Colin was like, well, hold on. If he's little, then what does that make me?
Right.
And I was like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a professional football player who seems like a really little man. He was standing next to Barry Sanders and then Jared Goff, who's much taller, right? And he looks like, and he is. He's a little guy.
Yeah, so he's a little guy and happens to be the same height as your little guy.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about a professional athlete
In reference to, yes. But if you saw Amon-Ra St. Brown walking around, you'd be like, yeah, he's a little guy.
And his little jacket, I believe is what you said.
Yeah.
Was this it was like the Michigan
What was that for?
Central Station?
It was that, yeah.
Yeah, they had some event
A grand
there.
opening, maybe.
Yeah, that's
there was
probably what it was.
performances and anyway.
Yeah.
Birthday party this weekend?
Yeah, Emily turns 4 on Christmas Eve, right? So, in order to make sure we can celebrate and people are still around, we're doing the party a little bit early, having it on Sunday. It's going to be a blast, and Teddy's invited. And
It's a party.
yeah, it's a potty. She picked out she goes, Mom, that kind of sounds like potty. And I'm like, I know. She picked out these plates that have dogs with party hats on them. So
Yeah.
from there, it's like a whole dog theme. Okay. But
So my wife has always picked up the little bitty helium tank.
okay,
and
maybe that's the
filled
way to go.
The balloons, so I don't necessarily know exactly what it cost.
Well, we're prepping for this party, right? And we need balloons. So I want balloons. You don't need them, but I'd like to have a couple balloons. You know, the number 4 inflated, some of the other balloons as well. And Party City's no longer in business. So I'm like, okay, I'll go to the next place I can find. And I don't know exactly how many I'm getting, but Colin stopped when he hit the $50 mark.
Oh, so it's going to be a surprise
So
to you when they show up.
I bought some balloons, my own balloons, and I spent like $8 on them. And I think I got about 45 balloons. I didn't want all of them inflated, but I picked out the ones that I wanted. And I don't know if I was able to get all of them inflated or not. He just said he cut it off when they hit $50. And I'm like, we're spending $50 on balloons?
It's like he's at the gas pump.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I only want $50. So is that
So we'll
that
see.
meter hits 50?
I might get the foil balloons, the larger balloons
Yeah.
are more expensive. I think it was like $2 to fill just like a regular latex balloon, but to get the foil ones, which is what I had, was like they could be up to $10 to fill with helium.
So he might have gotten like
So I might only have 5.
6, 7 balloons maybe.
We'll see. Might have to pick them up right before the party. So
Don't do that.
That wasn't on purpose. I find myself doing that unintentionally.
6, 7?
Too much.
Yeah. Well, you just need to change it to
8, 9,
5 or 6
Yeah.
or 7 or 8. Because I think there's another one that they've tried to take over. It was like 41 or something like that. I don't know if there's
They have
if there's
the
a
same
motion
thing?
to it.
They
No, I
do
don't
the
think it is.
4-1.
No, I don't know. Yeah. It looks as stupid, whatever it is they're doing.
I'll tell you, every time I go to a Red Wing game, these kids, whenever they get put on the camera, and they do a 6-7 cam, but whether they're doing it or not, every kid on the screen is doing the
juggling
deal. These kids are
Where'd that
obsessed
start?
with it.
Where'd the juggling action start?
That came
I don't
with
know.
it. right?
Yeah, it came with it. It was like
It
it's
just-
like
it all
it's like
started
an
together?
either or
Yeah, it could be
sort of
6
thing.
or
yeah.
7.
Oh, okay, and then it's like kind of exaggerated
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, but they'll do a 6-7 cam. They're playing into it.
Oh man, it could be worse. Kids could be doing a lot of other things. So
The kids are harmless. It's when the adults get into it too. I'm like,
yeah.
what are you laughing about?
Jokes in my head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ones I should not say out loud.
Anyway,
So are you going to stick around and watch the Lions game with Colin? Is that to be decided?
Oh no. The party is earlier in the day, and by that time it will be nap time
Yeah.
for everybody, maybe even including me on Sunday. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, we know Colin would want the party to end before the Lions game
yes,
starts.
we did calculate when the party would start
Which
and when
I
it would
think
end.
is
before the
genius.
game.
Yeah, and it's not just genius because the party will end soon enough for those of us. It's going to be about an hour drive for us, so there'll be plenty of time to get in the car.
Yeah.
Grab a couple snacks on the way home and arrive before kickoff.
It does
And there
time
are
up well.
TVs at the place of the party,
Right, so we
there
don't
will
have to
be-
miss the 1:00 games.
Yes.
So there'll be plenty of things on TV.
But it's good because then you do the party early enough on
Yeah.
Sunday.
Get it out of the way.
So I did have a question.
Yeah.
All right, will there be adult beverages?
Just pop.
Okay, no, I'm just.
I don't even know if you were allowed to have actual
Oh, so it's not
beverages.
a BYOB.
I don't believe so. I don't even know if it's
Or are you
allowed.
going to bring like a case to a 4-year-old's birthday party?
It's a party.
It's a pouty.
Yeah, it's a
potty.
a potty, not a pouty.
We'll have pop and water, and I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to bring in your own tumbler with whatever you want in there,
No, I'm
John.
just asking the question, so I make sure if Colin's going to have something, I don't want him to drink alone.
Yeah, I don't think it's allowed in the building.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I'll check with Colin.
All right.
I can check the bylaws and let you know.
No. This is a ask forgiveness
Okay.
sort of
Oh,
situation. Yeah.
Game itself, you think it's going to be pretty close?
I at least hope so.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to obviously coaching, and I think putting the team in the best position possible. I've already said that. I also think it's going to come down to not just the offensive line and being able to sustain offensively, but like you're going to have to pressure Matthew Stafford. You may not get home.
Yeah.
He's only been sacked 17 times, but you have to rush the process. See if you could force one of those turnovers. See if you could just, hey, if it's 3rd and 7, cause an incompletion. So they're forced to make that decision. Do we punt? Do we go for it? Do we kick the field goal?
It's a critically important game with two very good football teams, and I don't think it's gotten enough airtime this week because of all the other stuff that's been dropped into our lap. But Doug, I'm sure you guys are going to get after it today.
Later in the show, we'll get to the latest out of Ann Arbor and Michigan right out of the gate. But later in the show, we'll get a little bit into
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the game?
I don't know yet. How about that for a vague answer?
Oh,
Yeah,
will you
sometimes-
know sometime between 10 and 2?
I hope so. You know, the funny thing about it is, people make a pick. Sometimes you have a really good feel for how a game's going to go, and other times I can't quite wrap my head around what I think is going to happen here because I actually expect the Lions to be able to move the football quite well. I'm questioning whether or not they can get enough stops, but it's funny how because they got enough against Dallas, I feel like we're devaluing Dallas's offense now because the Lions got some stops, and we shouldn't do that. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this one. So being honest with the audience.
That's good. You have 4 hours to figure it out. Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Hello, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch and Scott the Gator Anderson's here in the building somewhere. I don't know where he's wandered off to, but I suspect he's going to participate in today's show. I'll keep you updated. In the meantime, welcome to the program on a Friday. Hope everybody's having a good day. Sun's out and shining, and the weekend is right around the corner, which, of course, is always great. Welcome all of you listening outside of Metro Detroit using the Odyssey app or our website. You can always get it for your mobile device, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket through that app. Also, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birchie Kid are responsible for great content. Additionally, you can stream with video. Hello to the Twitch crowd and the YouTubers watching the show today. On both those websites, you can go to the search bar and type in 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are. Well, right now, just me. Kang, do we have any idea where Gator went?
I have no idea. This is hilarious because when actually you're out and Stoney is in for you, and it's Gator and Stoney, and if Stoney's not back from a break, Gator's like, where the hell is Stoney?
He panics.
Where is Stoney?
Yeah.
So now we can do that with Gator. Where the hell is Gator? All right.
Okay. Couple things I want to get updated on here with the people. First, regarding the Michigan coaching search, something interesting has happened with betonline.ag. When the odds came out for the next head coach at Michigan, Sharon Moore, who's going to be Sharon Moore's replacement, Kalen DeBoer opened at 4-1. He is now at 2-1. And the other one that is, I think, had some credibility linked to it is Kenny Dillingham. So I'll get into those guys in a few minutes. But there's a few things about this that I've been able to gather over the last 24 hours, and I find very interesting. One is, people say this story is unbelievable, and I will tell you as someone who is around Sharon a lot, there were no signs that I picked up on. And it goes back to, you think you know people. And it also goes back to, sometimes you're around people and you find out about the skeletons in their closet. And you kind of go, maybe I could see that. And I can let you connect dots. But as far as in Sharon's case, I did not see outward signs of this. Everybody is talking about how those rumors were out there. So there's a few things that I've gathered about the rumors with Sharon. First of all, when an investigation was done, it was, people were interviewed about the veracity to the rumors. That you know. What I didn't know is that I was told that phones were seized and phones were examined of the people in question here, and there was nothing but professional text messages and no evidence of any appropriate behavior by that. Now, does that mean it was a totally thorough investigation? Well, I mean, that was more thorough than just asking people. So that's one thing. Two is, and I think this is an important distinction to be understood, is when you are going to fire someone, when you are going to sever the work relationship and there is a contract and there is big money committed, you don't do it on rumor. If you do it on rumor, you can end up in court. If you do it on rumor, you can end up being sued. If you wait until you are investigating something and it moves past the rumor stage, if it comes to light that the rumors, you can verify them, they're proven as fact, that's when the axe falls. And there are protocols for moving on from an employee. Now, you don't have to follow them. You don't have to, but you can leave yourself vulnerable to not doing due process. But if you follow the protocols when you're trying to move on from a coach or an employee at a big state institution, and you follow the protocols and you come across fact and you verify it, and you can then say we can fire someone for cause. So, should there have been more done in the investigation? That's a subject that I think is worthy of debate, of course, and I think is being vetted out at this time. But when people ask the question, and the question's a fair one, and I ask it as well, why not do something sooner? The answer is because if you can verify things and you can have unequivocal proof that something has happened, then you can fire someone for cause and you don't leave yourself vulnerable to a lawsuit. So maybe that helps. Maybe it doesn't. There's still more questions to be answered in this entire thing, this entire saga. But as it stands right now, understand that that's how this process goes down. You don't have to love it, and I get it. But that's why it went down the way it did, according to people that I have discussed this with. Now, in the meantime, as far as the next head coach, I personally am going to focus on a couple things. Hello and welcome, Gator.
Thank you, Doug.
Everything all right?
Yeah, for the moment.
Gotcha. Good. I'm glad you're here with us. Let me catch up with you. How are you today?
Doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. Not thrilled with the Red Wings game last night, but other than that, and then I saw that a friend of mine had sent me a screenshot of us from the show yesterday that apparently we made the Today Show. Mm-hmm. And then Gang found a cut of that this morning. And, yeah.
Is it out there on YouTube?
I assume it is, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Kang, where'd you find that cut of the Today Show?
YouTube.
Okay, it was YouTube.
Yeah.
It said Big Michigan fan Scott the Gator Anderson was his title, I believe.
It's not what it said.
You sure?
But it's sure what it sounded like, right? Good God.
Scott was very concerned about, everything you said is true. Everything you said,
everything I said is true. It's just that's out of all the sound bites that there, that's the one you're going to use from me.
The Today Show chose our show and chose Scott talking about how bad he feels for Sharon's family and his kids and all that. That's what made the Today Show.
Yeah.
So
I don't feel bad for Sharon. I feel bad for his wife and kids.
Sure. Yeah. So how does it feel to be a big time star? Meanwhile, I was sitting there looking down. They took the video stream from the show, and it was all Gator, and I'm just kind of looking down at it. Yeah. Probably my notes.
I don't know. It was kind of weird getting fit. I was late because I was getting fitted for a Michigan jacket by Jansen out there. It's kind of strange. No. Yeah. So anyway, I'm doing fine. This whole mess. I didn't hear what you had to say with an update. I'm sure. I guess today we're waiting for an arraignment and charges to be filed against Sharon. I would assume there are going to be some charges. I don't know if we heard anything yet on Ward Manuel's future.
Ward Manuel is still the athletic director today at the University of Michigan, but as everything as this case gets looked at, and the one thing I did mention that you probably weren't aware of is that when the investigation was done the first time to find out, hey, is there anything going on here? Phones were seized. That was part of it, to go through people's phones to make sure that there was no evidence of it there. But when you're firing someone, you wait for evidence. When you have evidence and you have proof, that's when the axe falls. Now, and then you don't end up in court getting sued for wrongful termination. With that said, the question still remains is, was enough done at the time? Was enough done with the initial look at this to determine whether or not they should have known before this? So that is still, I think, being vetted out at this point.
Now, I think there's a lot that's being vetted out, and then you get to the whole procedure of firing, and was that carried out to the T and all this.
Yep, all that's getting looked at.
And now there's a mental health aspect involved with this.
Yep, all that is getting looked at. In the meantime, a couple things about who the next guy might be. And I'm really focused on two guys, and we will get to that today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, this holiday season, use your UMCU card to make a difference. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. Now through January 31st, UMCU will match 1% of your purchases at local participating businesses as a donation. Plus, every time you shop local with your UMCU card, you're automatically entered to win $1,000. And don't forget, your UMCU Visa Cash Rewards card gives you over 1% cash back on every purchase. So you earn while you shop and give. So give back this year. Visit umcu.org for participating businesses and complete details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Happy holidays, everybody. Hope your preparations for the holiday season going well. Are your preparations going well, Scott Anderson?
They got a little slower than I expected.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the tree up with the lights on the tree, but I haven't put the ornaments on. I've put that off for a good 4 days now. I put some lights out around the pond a little bit, incredibly haphazardly. In the daylight, they look awful. And then at night, I guess lights of any kind at night are going to look good. So they look better, but I have to add more to that. I still need to Christmas up the house a little bit. I did some dusting.
Yeah.
And dusting and cleaning.
Good for you.
So Christmas has not completely thrown up in my house yet. It will this weekend. It will completely throw up in the house.
Glad to hear it.
And getting started on the shopping too.
By the way, there is obviously we'll have news on the arraignment of Sharon Moore later today, and it's still to me just an unbelievable series of events that we are where we are. As far as the next move, the two names I'm really focused on for reason. One is Kenny Dillingham, the coach at Arizona State, and the other is Kalen DeBoer. Josh Pate again today was saying that, he on ESPN that, look, when it comes to, people, certain people are going to be more tied into those coaches and their situations clearly than we are. But so I'm intrigued to this. He said he's talked to Kalen DeBoer on the record and off the record, and he's not miserable at Alabama in spite, internet or bloggers or social media posts to the contrary. Paul Feinbaum says he's going to say that. But Paul Feinbaum kind of downplayed him. He said he's going to say that as long as he's the Alabama coach. He's not going to give any indication that he's anything other than happy. So Feinbaum kind of poo-pooed that. But DeBoer's a strong candidate. Dillingham, I'm warming up to him. A really intense guy, came from the Oregon tree, although he ended up at Oregon. What I find is, considered an elite recruiter. I think if he has no state of Michigan ties or Michigan ties, which is fine, I do think you want some Midwest guys on your staff then, people who know the landscape of the Big Ten and the recruiting territory. But as a developer of talent, Kenny Dillingham had Bo Nix when he was at Auburn, and Bo Nix won SEC Freshman of the Year. The next 2 years at Auburn, he regressed. Well, Dillingham left after his freshman year and went to Florida State. So Bo Nix wins SEC Freshman of the Year as a quarterback in Dillingham's offense as OC. He goes to Florida State. From there, he jumps to Oregon. Bo Nix transfers to Oregon and goes from a mid quarterback in the SEC to a Heisman finalist. And you got to like that. His teams play tough. So I think Dillingham is a name that Michigan fans should get to know, and Kalen DeBoer. And that's kind of really the two guys that I think are standing out amongst those who are candidates. And do I think they're candidates? Yeah, I think they're candidates.
Do you know what year he was at Florida State? What years he was at Florida State?
I'm off the top of my head, I think it was 20 and 21, or maybe 21 and 22.
Okay, because I think it's important if he was there in 22.
Yeah.
Because 22 is the great year that they had.
Yeah.
The Jordan Travis was incredible that season. And had Florida State.
He was there in 20 and 21. He went to Oregon for 2022.
Okay, so it wasn't there in 22.
Yeah.
Then never mind.
Yep.
I was going to say, if he started with Bo Nix and then left, and then he did have a year with Jordan Travis.
Yep.
Which he was good, not great there.
Yep.
The next year he was great. So, but I think he'd be an excellent choice. I think Kenny Dillingham is a heck of a coach, and but isn't he from Arizona?
He's from Arizona. He'll be hard to pull out of Arizona. He's a Phoenix native, has said that he wanted to be the Arizona State head coach from the time he started coaching. So maybe he will stay with that. But DeBoer and Kenny Dillingham are the two names that I'm zeroing in on here in the early going. 248-539-9797.
I'm sorry. I guess the point I think needs to be made is it's all these names being floated out there. Like, hey, and some people, they're just like short lists. Like, here are a list of coaches I think that would work out. But if it's, I'm curious, like, where are these names coming from in circles where people, well, here's what I'm hearing. Like, well, how are you hearing? Like, who's in charge of heading up this search at this point?
It's a valid question, and until otherwise, it's Ward Manuel. But I'm not going to tell you where I'm hearing.
No, I'm not expecting you to, Doug. But you know what? That's the obvious question thing comes up is. For me is, okay, they don't have a coach. They clearly need to get a coach and need to get the search going. But right now they've got an embattled athletic director that may or may not be able to make this decision. But obviously there are other ways you can do this, get a search committee or whatever.
I mean, I went off yesterday on leadership. They got to get the ducks in a row there and get everybody on the same page. There's an interim president. There's an embattled athletic director right now. I don't know what has gone haywire, how it's gone haywire, why it's gone haywire. What I do know is, to me, sort of a lack of leadership. I think that's what it looks like, and I think that's what a result could look like. Is some of what's happened with Michigan football over the past 4 or 5 years. So they have to get that thing in order. But my concerns were, and I said this yesterday, I think the brand can only carry you so far. can damage to be done that suddenly the Michigan job isn't a coveted job. My early returns on that is that damage has not been done yet. That is the early returns. I still highly advise them to get the ducks in order and in a row and quit with the nonsense. But 248-539-9797. Make sure that you are vetting properly and you are going through all proper steps and channels that you can avoid all the off-the-field distractions and stuff that, quite frankly, reflects poorly on the athletic department and the university. Samuel, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Samuel. Samuel, you're there.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Samuel, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good morning. So for me, the head coach.
Samuel, we're going to put you on hold and try and get back to you. Tim on a cell is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Just a thought on DeBoer. I know he checks pretty much every box. If he was interested, I would hire him immediately. My only concern with him is, like, when you watch his Washington teams and his Alabama teams, they're good, but does it fit the tough, physical, run the football, Midwest, Michigan culture? I guess that would be my only pause or slight concern with DeBoer. So I'm just curious what you guys think.
So, I think there's a few things with that, and every candidate is going to have some questions about, fit. Do I think you should worry too much about what Michigan has done in the past? Certainly off the field, I would try to get away from that. But on the field, I'm not as concerned about that as I once was. I mean, who's the best team in the two best teams in the Big Ten right now? They can both run the ball, but they certainly make hay with great quarterback play and elite receivers. I'm talking about Ohio State and Indiana for people who need the dots connected. So I'm not as worried about that. I mean, look, you always want to run the football. Every team wants to run the football. But let's look up Bama, for instance.
Well, I think Alabama would like to run the football, but their running back has been in and out of the lineup lately, but they still do run.
Yeah. And they aren't a great running team there. I want to go back and look at Washington in the 2023 season when they were the best team.
Well, they had all those great receivers
Coast.
there. And
That's true.
Penix, so I'm guessing that they were a throw-first offense. But if you come to Michigan and you've got, let's assume that Justice Haynes is going to stick around and that the other running back can stick around, and you've got this 5-star running back coming in, if everybody stays, that's quite as stable. It's quite as stable. And if you're a head coach and you're coming into that situation and you ignore it, then you're just a fool. I don't think he's a fool. I think any coach worth his salt is going to adjust to what he's got initially, and then will form the offense into whatever he wants to form it into. But if you're gifted the way that Michigan's running back room right now is gifted before there are any departures, you'd have to just go in there with a big smile, no matter who it is.
248-539-9797. Let's try Samuel again. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Right. Good. Go ahead.
Connection. So for me, the head coach, I would like Fish. He's in Washington, I think. He has ties to U of M. But I had a question. If Ward Manuel knew before this investigation that Sharon Moore had mental health issues, had suicidal thoughts or whatever, if he knew that, why would he allow him to still coach and mentor students and be around students?
I don't know.
I feel like that's a huge oversight. And that's just another tick on the list for Ward Manuel to be gone.
Samuel, if again, if these things come out in this investigation, then that's certainly something that is a major concern, and I think all of this is getting looked at this time. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Touched a lot of what's going on in Michigan today and in the future. In the meantime, we'll get to some Lions stuff in the second half of the show because there's a huge game. But we do have open lines. So anything on your mind, fair game, if you want to jump in. Gators bothered by the Red Wing game last night.
I am.
And we have confirmed the rumors the Pistons will play an NBA game tonight. The opponent, we're still working on that.
This is true, but there is some good news, which is good to see. I see on Twitter, the Twitterverse, that the Michigan State Board of Trustees has formally approved the hiring of Pat Fitzgerald as the next football coach. So anybody that was worried about the Board of Trustees, which has been so great for so long in Michigan State, so accommodating, that they've actually done something well. So little golf clap for the Board of Trustees for approving what needed to be approved, and now it's official. Pat Fitzgerald, the head coach at Michigan State.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sanjay. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Sanjay. Sanjay, are you there? No good. Aiden is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Aiden.
Hey, guys. I just want to talk a little bit, circling back to Michigan football. I think Glenn Schumann, the Georgia defensive coordinator, should be a bigger name. He won at Bama. Now he's running a really good defense and winning at Georgia. Why is he not being more talked about?
Probably because he's never been a head coach. And I think they're looking for an established head coach. I mean, we hear other names that aren't. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about Glenn Schumann. Do you know if he has head coaching characteristics? Do you know much about him?
I don't know a whole lot about him. I just know he's been a part of, I think, 6 national championships. We saw what Dan Lanning has done. He came from Georgia, defensive coordinator. Now he's tearing it up at Oregon. Why can't we expect that out of him?
So, it's an interesting name. I've given it, before you brought it up, I've given it exactly 0 seconds of thought. So I'm not going to lie to you and say that I know anything about him. But, if you think about sort of some of the established head coaches, is this a name that you're just curious about, or is it someone you'd prefer to a DeBoer or to a Dillingham?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I prefer him to a DeBoer or Dillingham, but I would say more so if I'm Michigan, maybe I give him a call and a shot at an interview, and if he kills it and DeBoer, whoever hangs up the phone, maybe you give him a shot. That's a fair way to look at it. I mean, there's going to be a priority list, right? They're going to be there's going to be people that are going to get the first calls.
Yeah, I mean, look, this guy's resume, Glenn Schumann's resume, he's only 35 years old. He's from Georgia, but the fact that he's only been at Alabama and Georgia, that's a pretty good resume to have. When you start off as a grad assistant and then coach linebackers, you can move from Alabama as a grad assistant to Georgia in 2016, coach linebackers, eventually become the co-defensive coordinator, and now you're the defensive coordinator. Those two schools, it's a pretty good start, but you're starting on third base there, right?
Yep.
I can't imagine Michigan is ready to move on with somebody that does not have head coaching experience. But look, that guy's it's a nice resume to look at. And I'm surprised we didn't hear his name brought up more with other schools who are looking for coaches.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is. But, I mean, the one thing that you and you've come to discover, some people give off a head coach vibe.
Yes.
Like there is something to be said when the role changes from I am coaching this position to I am now the leader of men and the overseer and the CEO of this program. And you could be great at the X's and O's part and not so much with the leader of men part.
Yeah. I remember in the 80s and the 90s, there was an offensive coordinator, I believe was at BYU, and then moved on. But Norm Chow. Norm Chow, I think, was with Lavelle Edwards at BYU, and they brought in this amazing passing offense in the late 70s, early 80s, and it was fantastic to watch back in the day, and really a precursor of what was to come. Eventually, I think he ended up at USC as an offensive coordinator, but it always been a coordinator, and everybody's like, well, it's funny because if you look at it today, in today's world, you would have thought that guy would have been a head coach by the time he was 40.
Right.
And yet I think he eventually became a head coach maybe later in life, but it was not successful. But some guys are just destined to be the coordinator, or they have no designs on being a head coach, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. I don't know. This guy's only 35 years old. I can't imagine his career is defined as a 35-year-old.
Let's go to Jay in Farmington Hills. You are next. What's up, Jay?
Fellas, I am completely appalled by what I'm listening to at the moment. This idea you're worried about who commiserating over who the next coach is going to be. Really? They don't even know what the hell happened here currently. Who's going to go choose? What coach would want to go to Michigan right now?
I think
Nobody.
a lot of coaches would.
Jay,
Hell no.
Jay, I think it's a valid concern, and it's something that we have talked about and actually opened the show talking about. But Jay, based upon the conversations I've had, there's not a shortage of interested coaches.
Nobody in their right mind worth their salt as far as a coach or a former coach would ever want to come here. There is no ethics to this place. I don't think they've realized the kind of damage they've caused.
Well, couldn't you be the guy that comes in and changes that?
Yeah, if you're in charge of the program, it's kind of up to you, isn't it?
They need to get rid of everybody in the
that all might happen, Jay. Might happen in the next few hours.
They need. I'll tell you, before they talk about coaches, they need to fix all. They need to clean house, and I mean quick.
Right, and it could happen, but how long are you going to wait before you figure that situation out? I don't think this is something.
Who's going to choose the coach?
Well, that's a great question. That's part of what has to be sorted out, and that's a question I have. It's one I brought up a couple times already.
Jay, did you hear the beginning of the show by chance?
I did not. So
Okay. Well, no, it's okay. So understand this.
You're coming in hot, Jay.
Yeah, you really are. Jay, just so you understand, when you are at a big institution like Michigan, and if you are going to make a change, and you are in the throes of an investigation, if you're going to fire people, you fire people for cause, right? So you want to make sure that you have everything buttoned up, and that if you're going to move on from anybody, and you're going to quote clean house as you suggested, there has to be reasons for it, and so people can be mad and I heard this and they knew about this forever. The moment they could confirm it, he was fired. Okay, so everything is being looked at this time. Now, with that said, I said it yesterday, and I opened the show with it yesterday. You can't keep going back to this damage to the brand and think it's not going to have some long-lasting impact on the attractiveness of this job. And that is a major concern. Based upon my conversations, I'm happy to report for Michigan fans that damage has not scared off some very good candidates. 248-539-9797. Now, you can dismiss that. I'm just telling you what I have heard and what I know. Sanjay is next. Hi, Sanjay.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
What's up?
So, just first of all, enjoy your show. Calling you from Florida. Big Michigan fan. Question for you. Actually, before I question, just one comment. I think they just pick one name and go after them hard and serious and not make this a circus like what Penn State did. That being said, what are your thoughts on probably Saban as a fit for Michigan? And two, why isn't his name coming up when we're hearing all sorts of names who are people who are coaches elsewhere?
Well, Saban's words himself is Miss Terry won't let him go back to coaching. I think he's pretty happy. I mean, you can always call and ask, but it's not something that you can call and ask a lot of people. It's not something that I think is remotely possible or going to happen, so we haven't brought it up. But, I mean, if Nick Saban wants to come out of retirement and coach Michigan, I think Michigan would listen.
I think he'll be a fantastic fit because I think he has been in up north, he has been south, he has got experience in different offenses. He is a GOAT. And, Michigan can afford him. If there's one program which can pull him back from retirement, that could potentially be Michigan. So, and I think it'll stabilize the football program at Michigan tremendously.
Yeah, he's 74. I'm not sure he's.
Yeah.
I think he likes his role right now.
I don't feel like that's probably in play.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Kurt is next on 97.1. Hi, Kurt.
Aloha and good morning, gentlemen. I've got a couple of questions real quick. What is going to happen with Bryce Underwood with his NIL? Number two, what are other athletes possibly going to decommit, and how do we stem the tide sooner the better to get a coach in there.
So a couple things about that. One, look, if a program's vulnerable, people are going to come after your roster, and they're going to come after your recruits. There's been one decommit already. And I think if this drags on, you make yourself more vulnerable. Things are pretty steady down there right now from what I've been told by two different people as far as players' commitment to sticking around. But you have to get the hire right. The priority is to get the hire right, not get something done quickly. And time is a factor here, and they're aware of it. But the priority is to get the hire right more than it is to do it quickly.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
Oh, good. 248-539-9797. We appreciate the call. It is Carson Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Again, we got some Lions stuff we'll get to later in the show, mostly focusing on Michigan right out of the gate. We're going to move our picks around a little bit today, Gator. This is probably news to you, so sorry. Birchie Kid can't join us till 1:30.
Okay.
So we'll do the picks at like 1:24. Does that work?
1:24. We're just doing NFL?
Yeah, I mean, we could do Army Navy, and we got the LA Bowl this weekend, Boise and Washington.
All right. Yeah, no,
we do whatever we want.
No,
we
I know.
we run the show. We make up the rules.
This actually every year. This is where it gets tough because it's no longer the full scale of games you get to pick from. It's bowl games. They're all technically good matchups.
We got. Are you going to eat that? We got a. Would you buy? What's the lottery drawing at right now?
Kang, is it over $1 billion right now? Is it expected to be over $1 billion? Or
it's expected to be right at $1 billion or so, if not more. We'll see, man.
$930 million going into it. So
yeah, I'm waiting till $1 billion. It's just not big enough for me.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Be 21 plus and present in Michigan to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I never knew owning a gourmet Italian pasta business could be this profitable.
Thanks to our Old National commercial.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us on a Friday. All right, let's go. Back to the phones. Greg is next. Greg put us on hold. All good. All good. All right, so as it stands right now, nothing to report with Ward Manuel. The spread from betonline.ag has gone from 4-1 to 2-1 on Kalen DeBoer being the next head coach. The odds have gotten better on a bunch of people. Kenny Dillingham's the other one. I think those are two names to really focus on, is Kalen DeBoer and Kenny Dillingham for the next head coach. The news today is that we await the arraignment and find out what charges will be brought against Sherrone Moore, which is still hard to believe. The crash out and his response to all this, but the other part of all stuff that's coming out now regarding Sherrone Moore, it feels like any other rumors or anything people can find are coming out, and as I've said repeatedly, when it comes to any kind of scandal within a program, get it all out. If there was anything done beyond Sherrone Moore that was not appropriate, get it all out. Don't go halfway with the cavity. Examine all the teeth. You don't say we're gonna cut out some of the cavity and then fill it. Cut out all the cavity and examine every tooth, if you will, to try and get that eradicated, and also kind of set up your department for the future to let people know what is not going to be tolerated. But that's all playing itself out in real time right now. This is a crazy story that, Scott, it's hard to believe all the stuff that's gone down. Hard to believe.
It's just stuff happened. Like, am I stunned that there's a football coach that got involved in a relationship? No, that doesn't really surprise me. Yep. It's the stuff afterwards that I'm like, oh, that got out of hand quickly. Mm-hmm. But I mean, the program really has been chaos for a little bit here. More than a little bit. So.
Well, there's been way too much.
And way too much.
Yep. Stuff's gonna happen, okay? When you have student athletes, students make bad decisions. When you have 1,000 people working for your department in some capacity or another, there's gonna be some bad apples in there. It's been a repeated pattern. And that's where they need to button things up.
Well, and I have some grace for students making mistakes.
Of course.
Right? But when it's the adults in the room that are the ones that are getting made the most egregious mistakes, whether it's recruiting violations or, infiltrating somebody's emails or whatever the case is. There's been a lot of stuff that's gone on, and then the whole cheating scandal and everything. I mean, it's just a lot that the adults have done to themselves. And then when they also are part of, covering up other things that students have done, that's a bigger problem. And that's where Michigan is tarnishing their image. That's why it's gone to hell over the last, 6-7 years.
It's time for a reset, and we'll see how this thing plays out over the next few days and weeks. I will say, though, that it feels to me like the focus is on making sure everything is done correctly and everything is vetted, and they want to get it done quickly, but they want to get everything done correctly more so than quickly. And that includes, certainly specific to the coach. I know people are worried about the roster getting rated, and understandably so. I mean, fans care about that. But if the coach you want, you can't get until into mid-January, then that's what you got to do. And
2 weeks after the portal opens up.
Yep. And that's, I think it's, you don't hire the wrong guy or choice number 3. I will say in discussions, I said, let's, hey, how about somebody that's not going to cause ripples and problems in the department? That you got to vet all that as well and make sure there's no skeleton in people's closets. And any behavioral issues that you need to worry about, like this, any wandering into gray areas you need to worry about, like with the previous coach, and try and set the tone from moment one by bringing in the right person. So I don't know that any Michigan fan would be against that. 248-539-9797. Lions are 6-point underdogs this weekend. I think it opened at 5 or 5.5, and it's moved up to 6, meaning money's coming in on the Rams. Rams offense is hitting on all cylinders. Stafford's slinging it. And they have their final workout today before they go to Los Angeles. And we'll talk with the Birchie kid. Practice is at 1, and he's going to join us at 1:30. So we'll get the very latest on, who's practicing, who's not practicing, the injury report. Yesterday, there was one player, unfortunately, that went from limited practice to did not practice. And it's probably the one that is the most informative. It was Kirby Joseph. And Dan Campbell said it's got to be back-to-back days where he can practice. Well, that's not going to happen this week. I suspect Kirby Joseph is not going to play in this game on Sunday.
I guess not. It'd be great if he could, but it's a situation where you need him, and it'd be great to have him. But if not playing him this week means you have a chance to have him play for the final 3 weeks, then that's probably best.
Yeah. But everybody else that was limited on Wednesday was also limited on Thursday. So Owashika, Harper, Christian Mahogany, Khalif Raymond, Sione Vaki, and Shane Zylstra. Alex Anzalone went from did not practice to full practice. 2 guys that are still out, obviously Brian Branch, and Taylor Decker didn't practice. But Kang, any early reads on this one?
Yeah, the Kirby Joseph thing is really worrisome because, obviously the long-term effects. And short-term, I think one of the keys to the game, and we'll get more into it later, like you said, but I think the Lions are going to have to force some turnovers. And Kirby Joseph, he's a turnover machine. He's a ball hawk, not only with intercepting the ball because he's got great ball skills, but fumble recoveries and things like that. He's just always around the ball, and he knows where to be. It's an instinct thing. And when he's not out there, especially when you don't have Brian Branch now out there, that's such a big blow to this secondary and this defense, because when you're going up against the Rams offense and Matthew Stafford and the type of year he's having, you're going to have to force some turnovers, and not having him out there, like I said, you're down to your third string free safety and now backup strong safety.
Yeah, both of those guys in the back end are absolute playmakers. They're probably two of the top 10 safeties in the National Football League, and the Lions have both of them, and they do miss them. They just make plays,
Gator.
Man.
And the thing is, I think you were off when I said this. If you go back and look at it, we had the 2 best safeties in the league for 1 year.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Like, we had the 2 all-pro Pro Bowl safeties, and we only got it's not over yet, but maybe we only got 1 year of both of them together at once.
When you hear
playing in their prime,
the potential prognosis for Kirby Joseph long-term doesn't look good. But these guys complement each other so well. I think receivers around the league, they know where number 32 is at, and they are afraid of Brian Branch because he is going to light you up, and that makes a difference back there. And the quarterback throwing the ball to that receiver, maybe that receiver is paying more attention to him, and when he does, balls get deflected, and where do they end up? Right in the arms of Kirby Joseph. They play complementary football between the two of them, and they're a vital part of why the Lions have been successful. And here it is, another long stretch where we're going to play without either of them.
Okay, so what you just said about creating turnovers, the problem is that this year Stafford is on his way to having his least amount of interceptions for his entire career. He is dialed in this passing game, really getting it done with the receivers they have. It's easier to not throw an interception when you are protected and your guys are wide open.
And he's been protected and his guys are wide open.
In their 3 losses, he's thrown 3 of his 4 interceptions. He's only thrown 4 all year. And what is 17 years in the league, and this could be his best year in terms of interceptions?
He has, look, he had Calvin Johnson before, right? When Calvin was the best ever. But what he's working with now ain't shabby. You got Devontae Adams, who's one of the all-time greats, and Puka Nacua, who's in the embryonic stages of his career, and he is out freaking standing. And he's got a running game, which is something he never had with the Lions. He's got all the things. And, by the way, an offensive line that protects him. He is having his best season.
248-539-9797. There are mixed reports today regarding Tarek Skubal and the probability of him getting dealt. We'll get to that. Next hour, most likely. More of your Michigan calls and feedback as we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The New York Post picked up a story from the Maize and Blue Review this morning that suggests that Sharon Moore saga unfolded after Moore fired the staffer this week upon a recommendation that he stop working directly with her. She then went to Athletic Director Ward Manuel with credible evidence of the affair, leading to Moore's termination and arrest. Again, that's from the Maize and Blue Review via the New York Post this morning. The former Michigan coach is scheduled to be arraigned in Washtenaw County sometime this afternoon. The sheriff's office in Washtenaw said today charges will not be announced until after Moore is arraigned today. With Moore out and a vacancy atop the Michigan football program, many media pundits and Michigan alums have taken to their platforms to insert their opinion as to who should be the next head coach of their beloved football team. Here's former lineman and host of the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, Taylor Lewan, on Get Up this morning.
But I would look to Matt Campbell, and the way I hear Josh Pate, who is the future commissioner of college football,
And tonight on the ticket, the Pistons take on the Atlanta Hawks. First game back in 6 days for them. That's at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, here we sit. A couple days removed from one of the more stunning stories in sports, that Sharon Moore out at Michigan and arrested in the wake of his firing. I saw something that I think is a great life lesson. The kids hate it. Dad, everything doesn't have to be a life lesson. And it was one of the people, one of our listeners who follows someone on Twitter who's I just saw it because we followed this listener back. It was a guy named Theus that we have followed for a while, and he retweeted something that Coach Carlos Whitmire Sr. put out there, who was, I guess, some linebacker coach down in Texas. When you see a man fall, don't laugh, learn. Now, it's obviously one of these deals where there's a lot of emotions over this story, but when I do see things that happen, Scott, like this, you wonder, is anybody going to learn from this? Like, what? First of all, in America in 2025, if you're a person in the public eye, you're probably not getting away with much. Let's start with that. But even if you're a commoner, I don't know if you're getting away with a lot either. And, remember when we were kids, we had to read 1984, Big Brother's Watching.
George Orwell?
Yeah, the book.
Yeah.
Didn't everybody have to read that in school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're supposed to.
Yeah, everybody.
I actually did.
The most Gator thing ever said.
What? 1984 and Animal Farm, both from George Orwell.
Yeah. Anyway, Big Brother's Watching. That's one. But two is just the morals and ethics of the thing, right? I mean, can people learn? This has caused so much pain, the ripple effect, and the number of people this impacts. And you went nationwide how you feel bad for his family.
Well, I do, but I mean,
I thought the tears were a bit much, Gator.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay. But I mean, that is the truth of the situation, right? Is that, okay, you can condemn Sharon Moore and he should be vilified.
And his behavior.
His behavior.
And he might need some treatment.
Is abhorrent, right?
If there is mental illness here.
He snapped and whatever. You can sort that out, but not good. Not a good look. And, there have been other things that he's done during his tenure that I don't appreciate. So, I'm not good riddance as far as I'm concerned with that. However, the way that he's on his way out not because of what he did as coach of the Michigan football team. He's out because he had a relationship with a staffer that he promoted to become his own assistant. I mean, that's even worse, right? Because that's real world stuff. But I would condemn him for stuff he did as a coach, and then this comes out. You're like, all right, well, you're all around just not a good person. It looks like, and so yes, the damage is done to his own family. His wife and kids don't deserve this, right? But I'm not sure if it extends anywhere beyond that. And if there are other areas where there are innocent people that have gotten, are in trouble because of this, I guess you can point it out. But I
feel bad for the staff, right? The staff and their families.
Which staff?
The football staff.
And their families, why? Because the head coach screwed up?
Yeah, and it impacts their lives. That's not. I mean, that same thing happened in Michigan State under Mel Tucker, right? I mean, it impacts everybody who worked as part of the staff.
Yeah,
I always feel bad for them, but I mean, the thing is, it's coaching.
But a
lot of coaching is in the world of coaching. I guess you kind of sign up that you're going to be getting a new job all the time.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, you know, being in the coaching community, it's not job stability in one spot. It's job stability. If you do your job right, you're going to get recognized, and you can go from different program to program to program if you're a college coach, or, you know, organization if you're in the pros or whatever. It's a profession that you choose, that you know comes with a suitcase and a duffel bag.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't have as much sympathy for those staffers, and I understand why you would.
Believe me, I'm more for his wife and kids.
To me, it's that nuclear family there, and that's it. You know, the female staffer, I mean, look, she's culpable. She got in the relationship. She obviously knew that he was married, and there's a problem there too. But this is something that Sharon is absolutely on the hook for. So as far as the rest of it, you know, it's move on, and it's tough love for the University of Michigan right now, because this is an opportunity for Michigan to make sweeping changes and start all over. Okay, because it looks, and people can make a strong argument, that in some ways you sold your soul to win a national championship. And now it's the fallout from that, because of all the NCAA investigations. There were multiple investigations. It's stonewalling from a former coach. You didn't want to get involved with all that. And then you had the cheating and all this other stuff that's gone on. You still are able to hang on to that national championship, but what's the cost?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm like done with the Harbaugh lineage. I just want the clean break from that. Feedback coming in. I'll take Dillingham over DeBoer. He's younger, proven he can develop a quarterback, shown he can lead a team to the playoffs. That's for an unnamed texter.
All true.
Fish is the guy we need to target. DeBoer, if he's fired for back-to-back 4-loss seasons. So it's going to lead to a weird dynamic. If you want Kalen DeBoer, and I think a lot of people do want Kalen DeBoer, then a week from tonight, they play Oklahoma, and you're rooting for him to fail. Because if he does lose, things are going to get. I mean, Paul Feinbaum basically, you know, I'll stop short of what I want to say, because I hate it when people say made it sound like, but it feels like there's a lot riding on this Oklahoma-Alabama game.
I think there might be a lot riding on it, which I do find funny, because. And I guess the elitists to be, well, that's what happens when you have high standards. I'm like, this coach has done a heck of a job. He's taking over for a legend, and okay, it may take a little bit before he gets that natty, but I think Alabama's going to be in the mix year in, year out. I saw something last night where I forget who it was commenting on it, but talking about what happens if DeBoer leaves. And this person was all giddy about the possibilities of what could happen with Alabama. And I was curious. I'm like, what does Alabama think that they can do? Do you know what they think that they can do if they lose Kalen DeBoer?
Well, I texted my Bama guy, and I got an interesting name back, but who?
Kirby Joseph. I'm sorry, not Kirby Smart. They think they can get Georgia's head coach to come back to Alabama. And if
maybe they can.
If not Kirby Smart, I think Steve Sarkisian from Texas. And that actually I could see happening if Sark were to leave Texas, because – you know, they haven't gotten it done there yet. And
is this a little bit like people who think Michigan's going to get Marcus Freeman? Which, believe me, I would love Marcus Freeman, but you get this, some of these programs in this echelon, you know.
But the difference is those guys had ties to Alabama.
Yeah, that's true.
Marcus Freeman has ties to Ohio State, which is the exact opposite of Michigan. So, I mean, it's a little different, but I'm still like, okay, I'll grab my popcorn if this is going to play out.
Well, that's not the name.
And then, of course, Lane Kiffin's name came up, and I just started laughing hysterically. They're like, how wet is the ink on that contract with Lane Kiffin? I'm like, really? Okay.
It would be the most Kiffin-y thing ever.
SEC.
It would be Kiffin out Kiffining Kiffin.
The conference of the SEC is so incestuous that it would be perfect. What's the name you heard?
John Gruden. Now, this is from a fan, right? This is just a fan. And, you know, as says Kalen DeBoer, you know, we were talking back and forth, and he was fine with it as long as
John Gruden for Alabama if DeBoer were to leave.
Yes, he was all on board with John Gruden for Alabama if DeBoer leaves. So 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, FanDuel's got a deal for you this weekend. Friday, they turn it up with the NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. I got to be honest, almost all of my wagers I make now on FanDuel have a boost or a bonus attached to them. I like to take advantage of those deals, and you can check them out on the banner at the top of the FanDuel app. There's a banner there. You can slide it and see, and then you opt in. This isn't just another promo, though. It's your weekly pregame for NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to grab your reward before the clock expires. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Rewards are non-withdrawable, which means you bet with your winnings. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, which means you usually got a week to do it. Leg requirements and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Will you have a cup of hot chocolate, or do you have coffee in the house? I know sometimes you have to.
No, I don't have coffee in the house. But
will you do a hot chocolate or a coffee on Christmas morning?
No. Is that why? Is that a tradition of yours?
Not necessarily, no. But I mean, I have. I don't drink coffee, but I have occasionally. I'll make myself a hot chocolate.
So I'm curious as to why you asked the question.
Hearing the Christmas music put me in the mood, and I
Is
started
it?
thinking about Christmas morning.
By Christmas evening, the idea of a hot chocolate with a little something in it.
Yeah,
that could be that. I could see that in Doug's future. Yeah,
yeah, spill
and probably Doug's past.
What would you put in the hot chocolate?
So I love Captain Morgan. So
Captain and hot chocolate.
Yeah, or Fireball. Fireball's another good
Fireball,
one,
I can see.
I put Captain in everything. But yes, Fireball's probably the go-to.
You put Captain in Captain Crunch?
Ooh.
That's really putting the Captain in Captain Crunch.
I was just testing how far this goes.
That's interesting.
Captain usually goes into cider. You heat up some
Captain
cider, put some
yeah, I
Captain
see
in
that,
there. But
yeah.
Fireball is probably more of a hot chocolate thing.
Yeah,
Even a coffee thing. If you're going to do coffee, a little Fireball.
I like I like rum chata.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
And I like it if you go on. I can even do it on the rocks, like in the evening. I can have like a rum chata with actually mix it with a little bit of actual whiskey too, or bourbon, and some cardamom bitters.
Yeah,
shake it up with some ice.
Yeah,
delicious.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Jay in Dearborn. You are next. Hi, Jay.
Hey guys, I wanted to say it's got to be DeBoer because I remember like when Lloyd Carr was retiring, pushed out, whatever. We should have hired Jim Harbaugh. He had all these ties and feel like he wanted to be here, but it didn't pan out. We got Rich Rod, and this gives me that vibe, like that feel. Like you got Jed Fish, who I really feel like is practically who they're going to hire, and it's a mistake. And we need a guy like DeBoer. He has ties here. He understands how to win, how to run the ball. It just feels right. He's got more experience head coaching. I don't know. I feel like if you don't get someone like that has an identity, not only are you going to lose recruits, you're going to lose focus on how to win big games against like your rivals, against OSU. We're not going to OSU, right? So we just need somebody that really to the core understands Michigan. I feel like DeBoer is that guy. What do you guys think about that?
I'm not concerned about understanding Michigan as much as I'm concerned about one of my top priorities here is when if I get a chance to ever meet the new coach, which I hope I do, but if I ever get a chance to meet whoever the next coach is, I want to come away feeling like this is a rock solid individual that is going to run things the right way. And,
okay, let me ask
but I will say this. I never saw this coming with Sharon. And I know people are saying, oh, the rumors were out there forever. There was rumors about everything. I don't believe anything until it's confirmed. But I'm just saying in personal interaction, okay? In personal interaction, face to face. And we sat we never saw this coming. There are other people that I've been around that I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can see that. But this was not, couldn't see it coming. So I hope to come away feeling that this is a rock solid person, but you just never know.
As far as the Michigan part is concerned, with somebody who understands Michigan, I think the bar is set is just don't be Rich Rodriguez, right?
Well, if you're bringing in someone from the outside, like Kenny Dillingham has apparently no ties here,
right? Yeah,
and that's okay. I'm not concerned about any of that other stuff. If he's a rock solid person that can run a program the right way and win at a high level, who doesn't want that? Everybody wants that. I would say if you're a total outsider, it's important to have some Midwest ties and maybe even some Michigan guys on the staff to help with things like transition. I think the transition with Rich Rod went terrible. I think it went terrible. I think that thing would have had a chance to be successful is if there was a stronger transition as far as going with something completely different. Don't mind it. And I think that can work when you go with something completely different. But at that time, he needed some Michigan guys on the staff to help with the transition, in my opinion.
Yeah, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
And only because you brought it up, I feel compelled. The way college football is going, integrity and all those things, they're out the window. Me personally, I have completely separated football and sports out of the actual institution. So by no means am I looking for an A-plus character. I'm looking for a guy that can win big at high levels. That's what DeBoer is. I'm not saying,
Well, Jay,
great.
I will say this. I'm not in that camp, and I don't think anybody at Michigan is in that camp in terms of who they're going to try hire next.
Coming out of this, that's your take?
Yeah.
Coming out of all this, your take is I don't care about it. Let's just win? Okay.
I'm not in that camp at all.
Wow. I'm stunned to hear that from a Michigan fan. That's your take right now. Is after all the controversy,
Gator?
all the incidents.
Gator, there's all kinds of people out there. Wow. And I don't think very many people would agree with him. But
I hope not.
248-539-9797. Greg is in Dearborn. Hello, Greg.
Hey guys, real quick, Gator. When you're talking about rum chata is fantastic, but now remind me of the Christmas story when Dad is just visibly, violently hungover, and he's sitting there. And Mom brings the booze over to him, and then he's all good for the rest of the.
Yeah, a little hair of the dog. Yep.
No, but I kind of want Michigan to do like a Cignetti on steroids. For two reasons. One, it'll give Michigan a wagon. You know, I hate the name game, but let's say if they went and poached Lincoln Riley and got his recruiting class and some of his best players and had a whole NIL deal created by Ellison to pay for it all, that would make Michigan awesome. And then two, I think it would, like the Notre Dame thing, kind of get people pissed off. And that might kind of orchestrate some kind of change in college football. And I always bristle when I hear, like Doug, you said it before, that Congress needs to get involved. I think you said it, but I know that Saban said it too.
What did I say?
No, like I think you said that like the Congress or like our government needs to get involved.
I don't
pretty
think
sure Doug didn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Okay. But Saban said it.
Okay.
And I think he might be right. Because, like, there's so much money involved. College football, the playoff committee, they're not going to do anything. NCAA, we know they're not doing anything. So, like, if enough people are pissed off and complaining about it, maybe, just maybe, they would be the ones that would come and say, hey, you guys got to get this taken care of. Because it is insane that could actually happen. Larry Ellison could just strike a check, and then they could go and poach this whole team and fleece all of USC's players and then just create this wild, crazy team all based on money, which is
so. I don't remember ever wanting to bring in politicians into this. Maybe too much rum chata. I might have spit that out on a Tuesday back in August. But if you're looking for some things that could probably operate as good stabilizers for the collegiate game that aren't really punishing the schools or their players, they can still benefit, and that is contracts, like binding contracts. If you sign an NIL deal with a school, you and the school determine for how many years.
Well, that's a whole other conversation about fixing college football. But as far as the head coach of USC is concerned, I'm not sure why he would want to leave that situation that he's in.
No, he's got a good look. I'm not sure.
Situation.
He's got a good recruiting class coming in.
No, not a good recruiting class.
Well, it's fine.
Sorry.
It's very good, but except I was stunned when I was out there how much griping there was about Lincoln Riley. Stunned. I was like, this guy's doing a pretty damn good job. People were bitching up a storm to me, and I'm like, really? But I guess that's probably everywhere now. Fire everybody. Remember that, Scott.
Yeah.
Fire everybody.
Everybody's got to go.
248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, this is a kind of a shot that nobody else is talking about, but I think the person that needs to be looked at for the next head coach at Michigan is Tony Annese out of Ferris State. And he killed it there. He killed it at Muskegon High School. And there's a precedent set for that kind of a pattern. Jim Tressel down at Ohio State was killing it at Youngstown State before he came along, and then he clearly killed it at Ohio State. And one other thing, the person who called in about the ethical piece, The ethical piece is the first most important thing. More important than winning is doing it the right way.
Yeah, I didn't think that guy probably represented a large percentage of the fan base. I think there's a lot of embarrassment as to what's gone on here. And they're not mutually exclusive. You can win and do it the right way and stay out of the headlines. You can stay off Good Morning America and NBC News. You don't have to be on CNN.
The Today Show.
Or in Gator's case, the Today Show. I was there. I was merely listening to our Michigan insider, Scott Anderson, as he was on, it was today. Yeah, it was the Today Show. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We'll get to some line stuff. I know I see you, Lions fan, and we hear you. We will get to it in the noon hour. And there's some Scooble stuff out there that we should talk about because kind of conflicting reports on the probability of him getting traded. I promise we will get to it. Terry in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Terry.
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Good call. Good show, man. Definitely appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's been spoke on, but the last guy kind of stole my thunder with the Ferris State coach.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking Lance Taylor up in Western Michigan. He's right down the highway, and he's got a good recruiting. He's killing it in the MEAC. I think he's worth a look.
So I got to tell you, my impressions of Lance Taylor, I did not like him at first at Western. Wasn't impressed at all. And then I've watched what he's done, and he's won me over. I think he is a brilliant young coach, and I think he's going to do good things. Is he at the top of the list? I doubt it. But as this thing progresses, so I made the comments yesterday about how Michigan's going to really, if they don't stay out of these stupid headlines, they're going to damage the brand, and a brand that's built over a long, long time. And they need to get their ducks in a row and get in order and stop with all the nonsense. I'm sorry, it's repeated for a lot of people. And part of that was, are they even going to get real credible coaches interested in this job? The early returns, what I'm hearing is, yes, they are getting real credible coaches with long. It hasn't hurt them yet. I advise that they stop with the nonsense, but I don't think Lance Taylor would be at the top of the list. If they get turned down a bunch, they might be looking at a younger coach whose resume isn't as long. But I think Lance Taylor is a really, really good coach and will get his opportunity. I hate it for Western because I love that, they got a good coach. But bottom line is I think eventually somebody will give him a bigger job.
Yeah, definitely. He deserves it.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lucas. You're next. Hi, Lucas.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First time calling in. Enjoy the show.
Great.
I just want to speak briefly on the whole ethical piece that we keep talking about. I agree with you guys to a certain point. I believe that should be important. Getting someone who's going to come in here and do the right way. But the guy who originally brought it up, I mean, I'm a huge Michigan fan, but at what point are we going to look at ourselves in the quote-unquote Michigan man that we give ourselves when our last two coaches were both cheaters? Two different ways, but both cheaters. So
I don't think
I agree we got to get it right.
I will tell you this. I don't think they're beholden to getting somebody with Michigan ties. And I don't even just get the right guy. That whole thing it limits the field. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Agree.
But as far as what the first guy said, if you're responding to him, the first guy said he doesn't care at all about the ethics, and I'm like, ooh, geez.
Yeah, I'm not that far on that side with him, but I want to win. I wanted to do it the right way, but sometimes the people that call in like, oh, we need someone who's a president of the United States worthy up here, which, well, yeah, that's not even. I guess held to that high of a standard these days. Yeah.
All right, Lucas, I'll just say this. I would prefer strongly, and I think Michigan will, really do their due diligence in vetting. It would be a massive mistake not to. And I think a clean record with the NCAA and personal life, I'm not going to say it's 100% a requirement, but I think they should really, really put a lot of weight into that. And there's candidates out there like that. I don't know much about Kalen DeBoer and all that stuff, but I would be finding out about it right now. Kenny Dillingham, I'd be finding out about it right now. Clark Lee or whoever else.
Well, I would hope that a lot of the past imperfections from previous coaches throughout the country, a lot of that's been eliminated because of NIL. Now you're able to actually pay players. You don't have to hide it. It can actually be up front and out there for everyone to see. And so the corruption part should have been shrinking, and yet it hasn't. It's not just a coach that has to, show that. It's an athletic director. It's a president. It's the whole university. Everybody has to act as if they're professionals and on the up and up. Which gets to the leadership.
It's occurred to me that Michigan fans for the soul, Dusty May, go win the national championship, would you? Just for the soul. 248-539-9797. Gary's in Fenton next. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Just a real quick question. Instead of playing the players...
Hey, do you have us on speaker, Gary? Could you take us off speaker? It's harder to hear you.
I'm sorry. Is this any better?
Yes.
Better? Okay. I think we should just do a flat rate for the players. Quarterback makes so much. Wide receiver makes so much. Then if they excel, and make All-American, then they can get bonuses. I think going into what we're doing now is just nuts. So that's my 2 cents.
So here's the problem with what you're saying. If you want limits, Gary, and for years you couldn't pay anybody, but guess what? People were getting paid. And there are some schools that are desperate for limits so that they can go above and beyond said limits. And right now there are no limits. And, oh, look, the last 2 national champions are from the Big Ten. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll get 3 in a row here. But in the era of limitless, feels like it's been a bit of an equalizer, doesn't it?
Not really, because you got a different team every year.
Yeah, but doesn't it feel like maybe Big Ten teams can compete on a higher level in this new world order, or how they're doing it?
Well, as a Big Ten team going that way, or the other teams hiding it better?
There's nothing to hide.
Well, I mean, in the years past, they were.
Well, in the past, I mean, did you hear the Ed Orgeron interview the other day where he said, "Yeah, I used to slip the money through the back door. Now we bring it through the front door," or something like that. I don't want to. I probably shouldn't do it.
Great.
But
no, it wasn't a bad impression. I liked it.
Okay, well, but I mean, what he said. I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but the limit when I understand the theory, right? I want to let this run its course for a while. Let's see how the Big Ten does in a limitless NIL era. And after a decade, we can revisit it.
Well, they're 2 for 2.
I'm enjoying the hell out of this. I mean, we've seen recruits at the last minute flip from SEC commits to Michigan and Michigan State commits at the last minute. Huh. When did that ever happen? 248-539-9797. Caitlin's in Grosse Pointe and next. Hi, Caitlin.
Hey, guys. So right along those lines, is they say, bowl games are worse and rivalries are worse. And there's no loyalty left in the game because people are moving left and right. And to that guy's point, you have to find some kind of happy medium because college football is losing it, right? So you can pay them whatever you want, and the first year you commit, we'll give you however much you want. But if you want to leave, you better really want to leave because you can never sign another contract for as much as you signed that first contract for. Makes them kind of want to stay at the same school. You're still going to get paid if you want to leave, but you can never make more than you made when you were here with us your first year. But to that guy's point, there has to be something because this is just getting kind of boring and kind of meh.
Well,
Thanks, guys. Go Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the TV ratings are hurting. I do. I mean, I've said it a million times, but the Sunday through Friday part of college football is telling me I don't want to watch this sport. And then Saturdays roll around and I love it like I always did.
Yeah, I mean, the ratings are up.
So
for college football and NFL, everything's up.
What's happening is change. And people, people don't like change. They don't like change. And I get it. I'm like fighting back some urges to say, you know what, I'm just going to embrace it and focus on the stuff that I love about the new world of college football. I'm excited about the games next Friday and Saturday. For people who say the bowl games suck, some of them are going to go away. But it's just more football. The schools that are going enjoying them. The fan bases still watch. The TV numbers are there.
Yeah, but the players aren't playing.
The players, not all the players are playing, but you know who loves it? The players that get to play.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, honestly,
but the better players are holding out. I get it. To me,
they don't mean much. But if the people involved enjoy them and the TV ratings are there, I don't know why. If you don't like them, don't watch.
Look, I love football. I'm going to watch. But I would enjoy it a heck of a lot more. And I've said this from day one when NIL started going a little wacko. If NIL were actually what it's supposed to be, I would really enjoy this. Guys actually making money off of their name, image, and likeness instead of just getting cut a check from some corporate guy saying, here you go, thanks for signing up. I mean, if it was actually, hey, I'm running this camp over the summer. And there is a lot of that, but we don't ever hear about that. Instead, all we hear about is some big donor just stepped up and he's going to give $500,000 to lure the running back from Utah State to come over to wherever. You know what I mean? It's been bastardized. It's not what NIL is supposed to be. It's just flat out paying players without having them to do the work that was intended to do.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, it's cold outside, really cold outside. And when it gets really cold, it can really do some damage to your garage door. If you start hearing some strange noises, or if it's working really slowly and you're not sure what to do, let me help you out. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today. They can help you out. They've got technicians in the field that know exactly what they're doing. They're experts at what they do. They have a truck that's got all the equipment necessary to get the job done right there in front of you. I know this firsthand. They did this for me years ago when I was having problems with my garage doors, and I couldn't be more satisfied now that it's all been completely done. And years later, when I had to get new garage doors, I called them. My garage doors are fantastic. They're going to work for you as well. They have same-day services, emergency repairs are available, and weekends are available at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for you at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeff next on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
I want to make this brief for you, brother. I would like to see John Beilein and a group come in, John Beilein being the temporary AD, in hopes to get a long-term AD, because I think this problem starts at the top. And before I hire a coach, I want to get everything rooted out.
So, look, I mean, they're doing I think everything's getting looked at right now, Jeff. And Beilein's awesome, okay? Beilein's awesome. And good dude. I don't know if he'd have any interest in it if they were to go that direction. But, they probably want to move quickly on that, but make sure they're doing everything the right way as far as anything if they're going to make any changes. So, but Beilein was a great representative of the University of Michigan, that's for sure. And we need more John Beileins in this world, not less.
Yes, sir. Yep. And again, I would like to start at the top, because I just think this is not a good time to hire somebody without a good, path through the AD as well.
Well, Jeff, I'll tell you this.
I think the whole thing's tainted.
The right now, and I opened the show with this yesterday, Michigan needing to get things in order to cut down on the nonsense and the BS and the scandals and all that. And, part of it is just because it's what you should do. Part of it is because I'm sick of talking about this. Part of this is because you're eventually going to damage the brand if you haven't already. I was pleasantly surprised to hear that there are an ample amount of quality candidates that are interested in this job in spite of the insecurity and the way people are looking at the Michigan Athletic Department right now. Was pleasantly surprised. Brian in Detroit is next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
All right, Brian. How you doing?
Hey, Gator, I was listening to you. Said you used the word bastardized. But Gator, college sports been like this forever. The SEC was doing this before NIL, and we gave them great praise. But now we have a problem with paying players when it has always gone on. And it irks me when I hear somebody talk about, now all of a sudden they got a problem with it.
Do you think I didn't have a problem? Hang on, Brian. Do you think I didn't have a problem with it from way back when the SEC was known to have done it all the time? You think I was like, oh, it's cool, SEC's doing it?
I can't remember every conversation.
No, you don't have to, but you can. I think you've known me over the years anyway as a commentator. Do you think that that's something that would sit well with me? Hey, as long as they're paying money under the table, that's cool. No, I had a problem with it then. I have a problem with. I don't like how NIL is now, because it's not what it's supposed to be. That's my problem with it.
But this is what I'm saying. When some players and people wasn't getting no money, they love the sport. Now that players are actually getting paid over the table legally, I'm not pointing you out, but now they have a big problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, it's weird. I don't get it either. I think the one thing, you know what I think people do? I think they conflate NIL with the portal. And that they don't like their players leaving more than they care about them getting paid. And I can understand that. It's harder to build a relationship and have as much fun if you think a guy's going to be gone come January 1st.
I go back a couple weeks ago. When Lane Kiffin was going through the rumors of getting that job, didn't nobody have a problem with that. They might have mentioned it. But
I think a lot of people had a problem with it. Yeah.
But the problem is, when it was business. Now we just have to accept players can do that. They can ask for money, get it over the table, and you can either love the sport or hate it. People that hate it, I always hear them talk about it. Like Mike Valenti, talk about all the time how he don't like the sport. Well, find something else to do, brother. It's a whole bunch of people out here who love it. They love college football.
I don't. I think it's interesting that if you think, and if people do not like the game anymore because players get paid, I agree with you. It shouldn't impact your enjoyment of the game. I think what can impact the enjoyment of the game is the constant upheaval of your roster. I mean, part of the fun of it is your guys for a few years. And there's a little bit more of a mercenary feel to it.
There's definitely a mercenary feel to it, but I think you can both dislike the way the NIL is being doled out and dislike the portal, and it's two different things. Yeah. And I can dislike both of them, the way that it's done.
Well,
and I know it's going to get. at some point it's going to get down to a situation where there's either a cap or there's going to be contracts.
Let's go without a cap for a while, can we please?
I understand what you're saying, but and either way, come up with a solution either way. But again, with me personally, it's about the principle what and the standard what NIL was supposed to be. I mean, when Jeremy Bloom was playing wide receiver at Colorado and was told that basically he couldn't because he was getting paid to be a skier.
Right. That was stupid.
It was really stupid. But in today's world, yeah, you'd be able to do that. But back then he couldn't because he was getting endorsement deals for being a skier. But they were being endorsement deals for products and whatnot. And I thought, okay, is this something that should happen? Should players be allowed to make money off their name, image, and likeness, like to run camps in the summer or to represent a car dealership or whatever? You know, there's a slippery slope with that. But to an extent, yeah, that's what I think. But that's not what it is. And I have to accept that that's not what it is. And if this is widespread, like, no, name, image, and likeness is not that anymore, Scott Anderson. What it is it is legal. It's a way we're allowing players to be paid, and you're just going to have to get over it. Okay, fine. Then I'm going to have to get over it, and that's my deal. I still love the sport of college football. I will watch it religiously because I do love it. But am I enjoying it as much as I was? No.
Oh, everybody has their own choices.
But I'm going to keep watching.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in here from Tom in his car. It's comical all Michigan fans think they still can get every unavailable coach that are in better situations than Michigan currently is. It's elitism at its best. Tom, so a couple things about it. I've talked at great length about damage to the brand and that might not be the case anymore. I also have talked to people that know that the calls are still coming in from some pretty well-established coaches in some good places that are reaching out. Now, you can choose not to believe it, but I think it is. You can't keep having stuff happen and bringing damage to the athletic department and the school and expect to maintain your status as a blue blood that is a well-respected program. You can't. That's why this stuff has to stop. There are way too many reasons why a top coach isn't going to come to Michigan until they clean house from top to bottom. No self-respecting coach is coming. You might be surprised. It's from an unnamed texter, by the way. I have a feeling the next coach is going to be a sacrificial lamb to try and get to right the ship, so I don't think Michigan is going after the ultimate winner here. That's from Scott in Garden City. If they can't get someone this recruiting cycle that they love, then they very well may make Biff Poggi the interim coach. Robert Sala, local guy, head coaching experience. That's from an unnamed texter that came up yesterday. What are your thoughts on PJ Fleck, Bob in Port Huron? I think Fleck has done a great job at Minnesota and made a program that for most of my life has been pretty much irrelevant on the landscape. He's made them consistently good. Like you can count on 8-4. I'm not sure that he's not in the perfect spot for him.
I'm curious what he would do if he was given resources.
Well, if he had more resources, it would be interesting to see, and maybe it would be a good fit. So something to consider and look at. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson. We got a huge football game coming up on Sunday, and I know I can see the feedback. There's some fatigue coming in with the topic, so we will get to Lions and Rams. We had a Twitter question today. You can go answer, and your tweet might be read on the air. Rams are rolling. Lions are an underdog, and they're becoming more of an underdog all the time. The question is, how do the Lions win this game? How do the Lions go to L.A. and beat the top seed in the NFC? What needs to happen? And we appreciate everyone who tweets us back, score more points. Thank you. Thank you. And we agree with that sentiment. But what needs to happen to get to the more points place?
They have to give up fewer.
Again, dynamite analysis, Scott. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Former Michigan football head coach Sharon Moore is scheduled to be arraigned in Washtenaw County sometime this afternoon. The arraignment could take place as early as 1 p.m. The Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office said today formal charges will not be announced until after Moore is arraigned. With one football coach out, another coach is in today. The Michigan State Board of Trustees has officially approved the hire of new head football coach Pat Fitzgerald in East Lansing. The board also approved Spartan Ventures strategic branding agreement by a 5-3 vote. Also today from Allen Park, Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams has been named the NFL Players Association Community MVP this week. Williams helped distribute a coat drive to kids at Downtown Boxing Gym in Detroit and teamed up with Comerica Bank to donate $10,000 to the gym. Being named the community MVP is rewarded with a $10,000 donation to a nonprofit of Williams' choice. With the NBA Cup knockout round going on, the Pistons were off for 6 days, but they're back tonight at home against the Atlanta Hawks. Mark Ryan has pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:35. That tip-off at 7 o'clock. And, of course, on Sunday, the Lions will take on the Rams in Los Angeles at 4:25 here on 97.1. The Rams currently favored by 5.5 points in that game as they are 10-3 on the year and the top team in the NFC, widely regarded as the best team in the NFL. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, what's up? And welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up? Are we good? We're good. Just got a hostile hand gesture from Kang.
Oh.
It's not that gesture.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's a hand, not a finger.
Dude, I want to talk about Jameson Williams, NFLPA's community MVP this week.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He gave, is it $10,000 worth of coats? Or maybe he gets $10,000 to, he makes a $10,000 donation to the nonprofit of his choice. That's cool.
From the moment he got here, he has wanted to help kids out, and he's been awesome.
Yeah.
You know, he's like a big kid himself, and he just wants to take care of kids in the community, and I love a story like this.
We have to make sure we point it out and give him a lot of credit, and depending on how the weekend goes, maybe champ of the weekend votes, given that, you know, when things go wrong, it feels like everybody wants to talk about him. Well, this is one of our dudes who's come under some scrutiny, and it was Adam Schefter. Let me read this tweet. Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams is the Week 15 NFLPA Community MVP for donating 250 new winter coats for kids at DBG Detroit. He and his foundation also teamed up with Comerica Bank to donate $10,000 towards local youth organizations' youth programming, and he actually linked JMO's linked for JMO's Community MVP Award. So good for JMO. Good for Jameson Williams. Way to go, buddy.
Great for JMO.
Yep. Great for Detroit. Okay. So Gator, look, this is a massive football game on Sunday, and obviously it's taken a back burner with the news out of Ann Arbor. 6-point underdogs, Rams 10-3 atop the NFC standings. How do you upset the Rams? Kang said it earlier, turnovers. Can they create turnovers? Well, without their two playmaking safeties, and it doesn't look like Kirby Joseph is going to play, against a quarterback who's just not turning it over this year, if turnovers are the key, this formula does not look great against this opponent. But you know what else didn't look great? Last week when the league's most explosive offense, when it came to either 20 or 30-plus yard plays, which I can't remember if it was 20 or 30, my apologies, against the defense that had given up the most 20 or 30-yard plays in the Lions, Dallas's explosive offense, it didn't kill the Lions. They made their plays, but that matchup looked terrible for Detroit, and it turned out to be okay. So, can they do it again? Can they buck the trend, create some turnovers?
I think it's really hard against this team.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rams are they're very buttoned up when it comes to that. I don't think they're going to turn them over 3 times. I think they were able to turn over the Cowboys 3 times. I mean, Dallas, one of the reasons the Lions were able to do that was they got pressure on the quarterback, and that changes everything. It speeds everything up, And I don't know if they're going to get a whole lot of pressure on Matthew Stafford. Kelvin Shepard's got his work cut out for him to create more of that pressure. He was under a lot of scrutiny going into last week's game, and they answered the bell. They came out and they did, whether it's bringing extra linebackers or whatever. El-Kadim Muhammad had himself a game with 3 sacks. I don't suspect it's going to happen again this week, but let's hope that the pass rush is improved and the linebacker is going to have to play a huge role in it too. Because if Stafford is going to sit back there and wait, and he's got like 4 and 5 seconds to throw the ball, Puka Nacua is going to get open. There's no question. It's just how it works. And we love the routes that the Lions can run when Jared Goff has time to throw, because it gives Jameson Williams time to come across the field. And it's just a matter of time before he's getting the separation, because he's so damn fast and so gifted that if you give him time, that route that runs across the field where he's only 10 yards downfield turns into a 50-yard gain and maybe a touchdown every time if he has time to throw.
Yep.
Stafford has been deadly like that with Nacua all season long, and for the last couple of years. Turnovers it'd be huge. I'm not expecting them to get turnovers. What I'm hoping for defensively is that they can get a little bit of a rush, get some pressure so Stafford doesn't have the time to sit back there and pick them apart. And you said before about making sure that look at the number of field goal attempts in the game. I'm hopeful that we're going to see the Rams with like 3 or more field goal attempts in the game. Yeah, because that means they're not getting in the end zone.
We've talked about it last week going into the Dallas game, and it was 5 field goal attempts. I don't expect there to be that many, but keep track of every time the Rams trot out the kicker for a field goal attempt and not an extra point. That's kind of feels like a win. Now, if you trot out the punter, even better, or if they don't get to kick at all.
Right.
Yeah. Feedback coming in. How do the Lions beat the Rams? Tyler writes in via Twitter, defense needs to show up. I'm not asking for 5 sacks again, but 2 big-time sacks. We need stops, would help a lot. Contain the pass game and give the offense a chance. Speaking of offense, Goff needs protection from an O-line to make passes. Gibbs and Monty need to rush for 150 yards total.
Yeah, that's another side of it. Looking at the offensive side, I'd love to see the Lions be balanced and be able to run for at least 150 yards and then throw for close to 300 yards. That'd be great. Have this machine going. Being able to run the ball means you're controlling the clock a little bit. We've seen the Lions have some great long drives. That'd be awesome if they could start the first quarter like that and march down the field with a good 7-8 minute drive, 80 yards or 75 yards, and end up in the end zone. And I'd like to see a big game from Montgomery and Gibbs. I mean, I'm expecting Gibbs to be involved as he always is. Will he get his rushing yards? I don't know. I know he's going to get his receiving yards.
Yeah.
But will he get the rushing yards? He's going to be able to break one. Let's hope that he can. But David Montgomery could be a major key in this game.
How about this from Raymond? They have no shot. Stafford is tired of losing to his former team. Stafford will throw for 250 yards and 4 touchdowns, 2 to Devontae Adams, and win by double digits. The loss of Brian Branch will hurt big time.
Well, I don't agree with the first part where he says they have no chance. I think their analysis could be, look, Stafford could go off and have a huge game and
still lose.
And it's not going to surprise me. Yes, he could have a huge game and still lose.
Because you know what? I've thought of this nickname for him because he gets big stats, but he doesn't always win games.
Okay.
So I've thought of this nickname.
You got a nickname for him?
Instead of Matt Stafford, Scott. Call him Stat Padford.
Oh.
Because he gets a lot of stats.
He pads his stats?
Yeah. Look, I don't know what the total is on Stafford passing yards, but it's pretty high.
I'm going to guess it's probably started at 250.
Yeah.
Over under 250 something. He's having a phenomenal season. He's having his best year as a pro. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's not a running quarterback, but he's got mobility in that he can weave around the pocket a little bit. He's not going to take off and run for 15 yards. But the other thing he does is he has the off-platform throw where he can buy himself a little bit of extra time, and then he contorts his arm and body in a different way to slide the ball out so he's not taking sacks.
So stopping the offense is going to be obviously very difficult. You just mentioned Stafford's having an MVP type season.
Yeah.
He doesn't turn the ball over. He's throwing for a ton of yards. To try to limit Stafford is going to be very difficult. I think the Rams are going to score 25, 20, 30 points on the Lions. It's the turnovers, if they can come one or two, even if it's a big momentum changer. I think the other thing is what you can control on offense is ball control. You mentioned Montgomery type run game. This is where those long drives keeps that offense, the other team's offense, off the field. That's the way you can control Rams and the Stafford offense. Their last game they lost was the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers are not as good as the Lions, okay? So the Lions can definitely beat the Rams. How did they beat the Rams? They forced 3 turnovers. They still had to score 30-plus points to beat the Rams.
Yeah.
And I think that's the formula for the Lions as well. They still got to outscore these teams. But, by the way, if they stop them on 4th down, I consider that a turnover as well because teams seem to go for it a lot on 4th down against the Lions.
That's a turnover.
31-28 was the final score of that Carolina game where they beat the Rams.
How many interceptions did Stafford have in that game?
He had 2 interceptions, and the Panthers forced a fumble.
So that's a terrible game for Stafford, and yet
Well,
they
he
still
had 2
scored
interceptions,
20.
yeah.
I forget if one was tipped or not, and that's always a messy problem. But that's the other side. What Goff has to do. Goff, by the way, has also had an MVP type season. He and Stafford have had a very similar year. But Goff is going to have to make sure that he's not throwing interceptions. The Lions' offensive line is going to make sure that they have to give him time to throw because they have some very gifted pass rushers. They've got a linebacker that's got a ton of sacks, and they've got Jared Verse and the other guys out there that get after the quarterback. So you'd like to see Jared Goff be able to set up in a pocket. And if he's able to set up in a pocket, then I have full confidence the Lions going to score a bunch of points. The over-under in this game is set, I think, right now at 53.5. I mean,
you feel the over?
It's 54.5. I love the over. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and it's nothing new to either quarterback. And, it's being played indoors. The elements are out of it. This is going to be a fun game to watch.
I got a question for Lions fans everywhere we'll get to today at 12:18. The over-under passing yards for Stafford in this game, 277.5. For Goff, 253.5. So a lot of slinging it coming up on Sunday. Hey, sports fans, we made it to the weekend, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for the party. Got a big weekend of sports action ahead of us, so there's no better place to catch all of the action than your favorite lodge. You got basketball back tonight. You got hockey tomorrow with our local teams playing. And then there's Army and Navy, which is a huge tradition in college football. Then circle back Sunday for a full slate of pro ball with the Big Cats heading out west to take on L.A. Playoff hopes in the balance. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's a no-brainer. Imagine the ultimate man cave with 50-plus high-definition TVs showing up to 8 games at once in a comfortable lodge setting. With the beautiful Twin Peaks girls delivering you all the food and drinks you crave, nothing beats an ice-cold draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees and a massive plate of hand-cut and breaded-to-order boneless wings tossed in sauces that will explode your taste buds. Or the handcrafted old-fashioned with your favorite high-end bourbon paired with the cut in-house New York strip. Twin Peaks takes the bar game to a whole new level. Come see the difference all weekend long, and don't forget to ask Twin Peaks girl about gift cards for the holidays. And there's perks in it for you when you purchase. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doing Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:30. Tons of Michigan talk to open the show. If you're dying to hear what we had to say, you can always use the Odyssey app and the Rewind feature to go back and listen. The updates of what I'm hearing out of Ann Arbor. In the meantime, we are talking to Little Lions, asking a question. How can the Lions go to L.A. and beat the Rams? Look, that's a Rams offense. When you talk about, okay, what are the keys to offense? Well, let's start with the quarterback. Is the quarterback slinging it this year? Yup. Are they getting production out of the running game with Kyron Williams and an emerging Blake Corum? Yup. Are the receivers making plays? Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams? Yup. Are they getting production out of their tight ends? They have 4 tight ends that have accumulated for 10 touchdowns. Yup. Is the line protecting Stafford? His 18.4% pressure rate is amongst the smallest number of the NFL leaders in passing. Yup. I don't know what else to say other than their offense is clicking on all cylinders.
Well, both of these offenses are. They're near mirror images of each other. They both have a tandem of running backs and get it done. They both have, a whole room full of receivers that just get the job done. They both have quarterbacks that have been, very efficient and take care of the football. I mean, between them, they only have 9 interceptions in over nearly 850 passes. They've only thrown 9 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
And both quarterbacks are taking care of the football. And it's, I think these teams are pretty evenly matched offensively. It's defensively we're seeing a little bit of a separation because in large part, the Lions have significant injuries that they're having to deal with yet again. And it starts in the secondary where it does every year.
From Smooth Keys 99 on Twitter, pound the run game and set up the play action. Short crossing routes to St. Brown and let him escape with extra yards. Check downs to Gibbs and let him create. Occasional deep route to J-Mo. Goff just doesn't have time for anything bigger. Defense needs to limit, not stop, limit.
Well, you can't do the play action game unless you're able to run the ball. You got to keep them honest with that. And if they're able to do that, if the Lions are able to run the ball, their offense is going to be just fine.
But
if they're not able to run it, it could be more of a struggle.
But if you can't run it, I think using Gibbs out of the backfield or lining him outside with the short passes, those are like long handoffs. And you get Gibbs in space, we all know what can happen. But I think the key is if they can't get the run game going, the completions still have to pile up. Yeah. You can't have incompletions. You got to have ball control. And that means dumping it off to Gibbs every now and then, even check downs, whatever it is. Keep that offense on the other side off the field. You keep the ball. If you get the third down, make it manageable.
I feel so much better if they had tight ends in this game.
I know, right? I hear you.
But maybe
the guy who started the last 3 games, hasn't Dwelly started the last 3 games?
They just let him go.
And they let him go.
Well, because Zylstra's, I think, getting healthy.
Yeah, Zylstra's going to be back, but I mean, obviously, it's a far cry from Laporta, and it's a far cry from Brock Wright.
It's still just kind of wild that a guy goes from starter to released. He doesn't even get a spot on the depth chart.
But what we do see is Montgomery in the backfield and Gibbs lined up as a receiver.
Yeah.
Or more Tesla. Or if Tom Kennedy's going to be, is TK going to be activated again?
I don't know. Raymond's coming back.
He wants to come back. And okay.
If I were in Khalif Raymond's shoes, I'd be trying to get back on the field in a hurry.
I think when Khalif comes back, didn't Phipps say that Khalif's going to do the punts and Tom Kennedy's going to handle the kickoff return? So that means both of them would be active if that were the case.
248-539-9797. Here's my question for Lions fans for this game. It's a game against the Rams. A storyline I don't have a ton of particular interest in is Lions versus Stafford. We haven't done it, and I feel like we did it the first game. And then when they opened up, which was in the playoffs, and then when they opened up the next year with it, we were like, okay, we've done this.
Yeah.
We don't need to do it again. Does he evoke any emotion anymore, or is he just the quarterback of the other team?
I think there's always going to be a little bit of nostalgia when you see the guy who used to be here for that long.
For you personally,
there's a little bit of residual effect there. I mean, I have nothing against Stafford. I didn't. Yeah, I thought he was a great quarterback for this team. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out, and it was the breakup was interesting that it happened the way it did. That he's the one that asked for it, and I can understand why he was. And frankly, it's benefited both teams. Obviously, the Rams got more of a benefit. They won a Super Bowl out of it. But the Lions got a huge benefit. They were able to rebuild the team and have their franchise quarterback. Yeah. Love Jared Goff.
Yeah.
So it's worked out well, and I'm glad it has worked out well, certainly for the Lions, because I don't have to hate Stafford. And, Yeah, I think there's a sense where somebody else that would leave to go somewhere else, that you root against them openly. And maybe they say things about the former team that you really – and Stafford hasn't done any of that. Stafford's always been very complimentary of his time here in Detroit, of the team that's there now. And, he's very comfortable in his situation. And I don't watch Stafford wearing the number 9 jersey for the Rams and go, I hate that guy. I don't. I just go, yeah, that's the guy who used to play for the Lions. Okay.
Okay. I have zero emotions. I was the biggest Stafford supporter on the station.
You were.
And now to me, I have no emotion towards him whatsoever. He is simply the nameless, faceless guy over there that we have to try and stop. And, I don't think Detroit is screaming for more Stafford coverage. I think we've moved on collectively. I'm intrigued if he even evokes any emotion anymore. Because at first, maybe there was some emotion to beat him. I think some people wanted to beat him more than anything. But that story's been done so many times that it doesn't really need to be. And I guess then why are you bringing it up, Doug, is the ultimate question. Because if you care, you can let us know. I don't really care. So
I don't think it's a storyline for me personally anymore.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't want him to win the MVP. I still have that spite.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
anybody but Matthew Stafford for MVP.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
It's like
it's enough.
Yeah, you got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know what? It'd be great. The Lions defense showed up on Sunday and embarrassed Stafford a little bit. Got to him a few times. He turns the ball over a few times. That would be amazing. Because that would absolutely derail all the Stafford for MVP talk, which is going on right now.
Well, it'd be cool to see that because that means the Lions win. If the Lions win the Super Bowl, they could give Kelly Stafford the MVP. I wouldn't care. I don't care who gets the MVP.
Well, if it's the other option, us winning the Super Bowl, yes,
Yeah.
Doug.
Sure.
Thanks for clarifying. I agree with you there.
That's my consolation prize. I get
He can have all the MVPs for the rest of his career winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
I will only care about that when the season's over, when I have nothing else to root for. I'm not wasting any energy rooting against Stafford's MVP case, is my point.
I'm not going to waste the energy, but it's
I can
it's
do
a
many
nice
things at
yeah.
once. Okay?
It's nice aside.
Unlike you, I guess.
Fair enough.
If he turns the ball over, I'm not.
That's
I'm
one
gonna-
thing and one thing only over here.
Yeah,
I
right?
focus on this, singularly focused on winning. If you're not focused on winning, Kang, it comes back to haunt you.
So they can get to Stafford, though, Gator. I know you're thinking maybe they can't do the same thing they did to the Cowboys, but the one thing I said, apparently after the game, they said was they'll let the guys rush the passer. And then instead of switching into run fits all the time and things like that, because they're always worried about the run stopping the run. I get that. But they might do the same thing this week as well, since they saw how successful it was against Dak and the Cowboys. And then you leave it up to Campbell and the guys, in the middle, DJ Reader to stop the run. But if they let those outside guys like Muhammad and Hutch go more, you get more pressures, more sacks. It could be a way to get to Stafford.
Well, because look, if you're going to say pin your ears back, go get the quarterback, I love it. Because Stafford's not the guy who's going to take off and go for 10, 15, 20 yards down the sideline because you gave up contain because you just bared down and tried to get him around the tackle to get to the quarterback. Dak Prescott was a guy that could hurt you a little bit with his feet, and they were able to get to Dak Prescott. Now, the Cowboys had a ton of offense. They had a bunch of yards. They scored 30 points in the game.
Yep.
And that's not ideal for a defense. But when your offense is going to score 44, you're like, well, who cares?
Okay, one thing we're known for, we've got a reputation for, is taking over stadiums. But right now, the Rams are the best team in the NFC. And we've been taking over stadiums for a long time. The Bills come home, and it starts to get expensive. Do we expect a Lions takeover this Sunday? Are you making the trip to L.A.? Because while L.A. has been one of the easier places to get tickets, with the Rams being this good, do you think people are going to travel to L.A. as much as they have in the past? Anybody out there making the trip? 248-539-9797. Additionally, as it stands right now, would you invest in a trip to L.A. or would you invest in a trip to Chicago? If you could do one or the other. 248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that coming up? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great on this Friday. 248-539-9797. John's in Canton and on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
I still like Stafford. Matter of fact, the Rams are probably my second favorite team. They are my second favorite team, and a trip to SoFi. I wish I would have went because, man, I could what SoFi looks like an awesome stadium, and that's on my bucket list. And to watch those two teams, in person go at it would have been great.
Yeah, SoFi is interesting. I've been in it once for a practice, Michigan practice there before the Rose Bowl back in 2023, John, and it really is something. I mean, state of the art. You feel, it goes, kind of felt like it went straight up, glass roof, natural light coming in everywhere. John, it's really, really cool.
Looks great on the outside.
Yeah.
The water out there.
Yeah, and it's in Los Angeles. I'd rather be in Los Angeles than Chicago outdoors.
Okay, so if you're going to do one road trip, you can do the L.A. trip instead of Chicago.
Oh, most definitely.
I'm okay with going to football and being outdoors.
I would rather do the
I know.
Rams. Well, no, it's not just because of that. It's I do want to see that stadium. I don't really care about, the newfangled Soldier Field-esque, whatever it is there. Plus, I've got, my best friend lives out in L.A., so it's a whole different ballgame.
Right. 248-539-9797. Gator, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Well, yes.
It's been a minute. If you're new to the show, the way Are You Going to Eat That works is we come up with new menu items, new foods available on shelves, new drinks that are being served at bars, things for the holidays, for the seasons, and we test them and see if Gator has interest. Kang as well, and then I also give my opinion. Gator, we will start with something new from Lucky Charms.
Oh.
Now, as a fully grown adult, how often do you partake in the Lucky Charms?
Not often. No, I haven't had any fun cereal in a long time. It's been years since I've had fun cereal.
Fun cereal.
Yeah. But I did enjoy Lucky Charms because I would trick myself into saying it's basically Cheerios, but it's a fun Cheerio because they throw in the marshmallow.
Well, Lucky Charms is collaborating with Ghost. Ghost, who comes up with products that are full of protein. They got protein shakes and energy drinks, and the newest Ghost X Lucky Charms protein cereal is coming to shelves.
Here we go.
Protein-packed way to start your day or before a workout. Ghost delivers 17 grams of protein in each bowl of Ghost X Lucky Charms protein cereal. Gator, the Lucky Charms Ghost protein cereal. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I got to try it. Okay, it already sounds like a better alternative than to just Lucky Charms because of the protein factor, and protein is good for the body. Mm-hmm. I have concerns, and this is why I want to try it, because sometimes with protein-forced products, all you can taste is that fakey synthetic protein powder taste to it. Some protein powders are better than others.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what this is going to taste like as a cereal, but starting off with a Lucky Charms platform, I'm willing to try it.
Can you?
So first, before I answer, I'm more curious on what you're going to say, Doug, all right, after this, because it's a mix of Lucky Charms and protein. I think you're in a battle here, but for me, no, because usually more protein just means it's more than what they had before. Like they're just trying to sell it to people like, that guy over there, Gator. Okay, that this is the alternative. This is the healthy alternative. You should try this because now it's got more protein.
Well, it's got protein.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know if the previous one had it or not.
Exactly. So just give me the regular Lucky Charms. What are we doing?
Okay, so a lot of the protein-forward foods, you're right. It just has a little bit more protein than normal, and it's kind of misleading. Dude, this is 17 grams per bowl. I am so in.
So are you going to eat the marshmallows as well?
Yeah.
All right.
My guess is where they pack the protein is in the
That's why I
marshmallow.
was feeling the struggle for Doug. Is
The marshmallow.
Yeah, right? It's
Put
not
in quote,
marshmallow.
yeah.
It's the stuff that you package boxes in.
All right, so yes, no, yes.
I'm surprised Kang's out.
No, just give me regular Lucky Charms, man.
Yeah.
But what if it tastes like regular Lucky Charms?
I guess
doubt it will.
Yeah,
but-
right? Come on.
Yeah, you'll find
It's
out.
been so. Here's the one thing that I have going for me that neither of you do. I haven't had Lucky Charms in so freaking long. I don't even remember what they taste like. So it'll probably be. I'm like, yeah, this is it.
And Doug's tolerance for foods are going to be high in protein. He doesn't care about the flavor as much
This is kind of true.
because he's not going to miss the Lucky Charms to begin
Food
with.
for fuel
Yeah.
and nourishment is
That's
higher
fun.
on my priority list than
That's fun.
not every meal. Next up, Bud Light. Bud Light is
Bud
coming
Light
out.
protein.
Bud Light is coming out with a new product available. Limited edition Blizzard Brew Beer. Are you interested in Blizzard Brew Beer, Scott?
Well, I need to know what Blizzard Brew beer is.
sure?
Now, I do. Now, I do remember like the beer Ice House. Remember when that came out in like the 90s?
Yeah.
Ice House was cold filtered. It was basically Miller Genuine Draft. We had the cold filter.
Yes.
And then Ice House was talking about it was ice brewed beer, and that was a thing for a while. He had Bud Ice and all this. So I'm curious what this is. What's Blizzard Brew?
Gator, Bud Light's Blizzard Brew Beer is packaged into custom 16-ounce cans. Do you want the Blizzard?
What else, Doug?
It's made with real snow from Highmark Stadium, home of the Buffalo Bills. You're
What, like
literally
from-
drinking the snow off a Highmark Stadium, the home of the Bills. Gator, are you interested in the Blizzard Brew Beer?
Look, it's just beer. I'd try it. It's so they convert the snow to water, and then when they do that, it's got to go through different filters, so it cleans out the snow.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not getting somebody's dropping from a table drop or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'd try it.
Okay. Keg?
Hey, listen, Bill Nye, have you seen Bill's Mafia? No, thank you. I don't want any part of those people that might have been around that snow.
It's just Bud Light. It's a long haul beer that I can drink. Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, man. Good luck.
Now, if I have my choice
of table,
real pieces of real Bills fan or not, I'll choose the Bud Light regular.
Right. This one tastes more Lotus-y than the other ones do.
How much more Lotus?
Love Mike Lotus. Hey, buddy. Look at Lotus be all be about that. He's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've had that. They invite me out every year.
Now with more Trubisky and Josh Allen, get the quarterback version.
That's not as appetizing. No.
Now with more Keon Coleman in your beer. All right, next up. The grocery chain has gone viral for an addictive ice cream thing they have done. Stu Leonard's, which is a Connecticut-based chain, has come up with butter-dipped ice cream cones. This is soft serve vanilla dipped in real butter. A spokesperson for Stu's Leonard described the treat as a perfect combination of salty and sweet. Gator, the vanilla cone dipped in butter from Stu Leonard's. Are you going to eat that?
So I guess I'm assuming this is a salted butter. It's been melted down and then just dip it like they would with, like if you go to any other place and have a chocolate dip or a strawberry dip or whatever. I'm curious. I mean, like initially I'm like, I don't need more butter added to ice cream when ice cream's got enough butter in anyway. But the butter flavor, I do like butter flavoring sometimes. I'd have to try it. I got to try it.
All right. I was about to say, I feel like you're talking yourself out of this. I can't
I was
believe
trying to, and I'm like, no, I got to try it.
All right. Can you?
Oh, man. I feel your pain, Gator. This is a tough one. Like, do we need to dip this in butter? Like, we don't. I do love the flavor of butter, though,
Yes.
but this seems like too much, man. I can feel my arteries clogging.
Right.
Like, it's not...
Can we sprinkle some brown sugar on it too?
like
Cinnamon.
I'm going to try to pass on this one.
You're going to try,
Boy,
but
that
you're going to
was-
succeed.
That was not convincing at
That
all.
was no.
Doug.
I'm a no.
Of course not.
What if it's got more protein?
Yeah, protein
Well,
butter.
let's talk. Also now available at Buffalo Bills games. Boy, the Bills are busy.
Yeah.
They've come up with the Eye of the Tiger. This is a frosted flake encrusted chicken breast between Belgian waffles and drizzled with sriracha maple syrup.
Oh my God, yes. What, are you kidding me?
There's a picture. There's a picture of it.
Hell yes. I mean, what's it called again? The Eye of the Tiger?
It's called the Buffalo Bills Eye of the Tiger.
Does Katy Perry serve it up?
Are you Justin Trudeau?
I will be for the day.
Prime Minister Gator?
That sounds amazing. First of all, it's just like it's chicken and waffles,
chicken and
but you're going
waffles.
to coat it with the frosted flakes?
Yep.
Yeah. And then you're going to add a honey sriracha?
The sweet
maple
honey,
syrup?
spicy is a flavor that is I just kind of got onto this year, and it's fantastic. I'm in.
Come on.
Yeah, I think I'd try that.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I wouldn't do. There's no way I'd eat the whole thing, but I would try it.
Would you have it with the Buffalo beer?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Wash it down. Finally, from Oreo. Are you interested in the new Oreo product?
Well, I'm going to need to hear some more, Doug.
Oreo Zero Sugar.
Is that it?
It's free of aspartame. It's instead sweetened with something I can't even pronounce, but it's a different sweetener. The
Sounds
same one,
natural.
Yeah.
Same one used in Hershey's Zero Sugar chocolate candy and Diet Coke Lime. It will contain 10. The package contains 10 2-count Oreo packs, making it easy to keep your cookies fresh and snack on the go. Oreo Zero Sugar cookies expect to hit shelves at retailers nationwide in January as part of the brand's permanent lineup. The Oreo Zero Sugar cookie. Are you interested in trying this?
Yeah, I got to try it because I'm curious. Is it going to taste good or is it not going to taste good? The only way to find out is to try it. And if there's a zero sugar alternative to an Oreo it's good, I'm all in. Yeah, I'll try it.
There you go. Kang, you?
No, I don't like the zero stuff. I'm usually a no on all that.
Okay. I'd give this a shot. I'd give it a shot and see if it checks the box of still being a tasty snack. Well, not as fattening or bad for you. Not as much sugar, at least.
Not as much sugar.
No, if I read the list of these ingredients, it'll probably turn me off.
Well, the problem is that a lot of these things are compensated with, okay, it's less sugar, it's more sodium.
Yeah, exactly.
Your feet might swell out of your shoes, but hey, there's less sugar involved.
We got a Lions injury update we'll get to in a minute. That is straight ahead, plus your phone calls here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, they are the specialists when it comes to auto and truck accidents. And here's the thing. They have the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. They also take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, a formula that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Oh, this is sad. Charges against Sharon Moore include home invasion in the third degree, stalking and breaking and entering, or entering without breaking. He will be arraigned today at 1 o'clock.
Well, interesting.
This is not the way I expected the week to end. 1 felony, 2 misdemeanors. According to Cole Auerbach, Tony Paul had the original charges. Reading from his tweet.
So home invasion in the third degree. It's allegedly unlawfully entering the victim's residence to commit the crime of stalking and committing that crime while in the residence. Home invasion in the third degree is a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $2,000 fine. The stalking...
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just going to read through them all. Is stalking for allegedly engaging in a willful course of conduct involving repeated or continuing harassment of the victim. Stalking is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a $1,000 fine. And the breaking and entering or entering without breaking for allegedly unlawfully entering the dwelling of a victim with whom Mr. Moore had a dating relationship, a violation of this statute is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and $500 fine. So he's looking at a couple of charges that could bring about jail time and certainly fines, although the fine's not terribly significant, but if it comes with a lawsuit, a civil suit afterwards, it gets to be real significant. We'll see what ends up shaking out of this.
Pretty damn ugly. We mentioned before the break, Dan Campbell said, this is from Tim Twentyman, Dan Campbell said safety Kirby Joseph had a setback and could be an IR candidate, which sucks. As we talked about it, what Dan Campbell talked with our morning show, I believe it was this Tuesday, it might have been the Tuesday before. The key is back-to-back practices. He was limited in practice on Wednesday, did not practice yesterday, and here we get to Friday, and I think that's pretty definitive. He will be out this weekend, and if he's a IR candidate, he will be done for the year.
Well, that sucks. Yep. That really sucks, and that he had a setback is really what hurts. I don't know what that means other than it not being good, and that the IR is sounds like it's going to be likely, and that he's done for the year. Does that mean done for the playoffs as well? I don't know. Does that mean surgery is imminent? This injury is one that they're going to have to show some more clarity on. When the time is right, we'll hear all about it. But it doesn't sound like this is a good injury to have, based on early information that's come out over the last few weeks.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tommy in St. Clair Shores. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Tommy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
We're good, sir.
Good. So I'm calling about making the trip to Chicago or L.A.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to L.A. tomorrow and then I'll be there for the game. Yeah.
Sweet. And what did you consider any other road trip, or was this the first and only one you're doing?
I considered Cincinnati and Baltimore, but I ended up going to L.A. The ticket was the cheapest.
It was cheaper to go to L.A.? Like the ticket in the stadium or the travel?
The ticket in the stadium for the game was cheaper than like the Cincinnati game or the Ravens game that I could find at least.
Wow. And did it make it overall cheaper to fly to L.A. and go to that game than to go to Cincy or Baltimore?
Yeah, so I actually bought the tickets in July. I bought the plane ticket and the game ticket, and at that time when the NFL released the schedule and the Lions released their ticket prices, at that time it was more expensive to buy a ticket at Ford Field than it was to buy a plane ticket and a game ticket at SoFi. So I chose to do that instead.
Sweet. Well, cool.
Awesome.
Have fun, Tommy.
Yeah, thank you.
We are wondering if it is going to be another Lions fan takeover. 248-539-9797. You put something in your show sheet. Which player stars this week? Do you have an answer to that?
I think on offense, I went last week with Jared Goff, and I thought that he would throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, and I think he had 300 yards but 1 touchdown. But the Lions won convincingly. You didn't have to worry because they had the big running game. But this week, I'm going to stick with Jared Goff. I think for anything to happen, he's got to be the guy, and I think he's going to complete a high percentage. of passes. I agree with Kang. I think we're going to see a lot of the short passing game, the intermediate passing game, and I think that's going to add up, and he's going to be able to take some shots downfield. Lions going to score some points. I don't think the Lions win the game, but I think the Lions going to score plenty of points, and I think Jared Goff is going to have statistically a really good game.
I'm somewhat compelled to go with a guy that's commonly acknowledged as the most underrated player in the NFL, and Jack Campbell. But I think it's going to be Aiden Hutchinson. I think it's a big game for Aiden. And when we talk about turnovers, if the playmakers in the secondary, if many of them are out, which appears to be the case, and some of them certainly confirmed are out, how do you create those turnovers? You create them with pressure. And so I feel like Hutch has to step up and have a huge game. And last week, it was El-Quadi Muhammad, and if he does it, fine. I don't really care who does it, as long as the collective pass rush is getting home enough and getting Stafford off his spots and pressuring enough. But I still think Hutch is the most likely candidate to have a big game. Kang, do you have a prediction for a big game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm just going to go with the guy who's done it multiple times this year, and it's Jahmyr Gibbs, because I think if they cannot run the ball, they're going to have to swing pass it out to him or get him in the flats or even over the middle where he makes that middle linebacker in space not look silly, and he just doesn't know if he's going left or right. I think he's just going to have a ton of touches because they got to keep these drives going. And if the run game's not working, it's always a good option to check it down to Gibbs. I know he had a game earlier, I think it was the Packers game, first game of the year, where he had all these catches and no yards. I don't see that happening again. I think if he gets 7 to 8 catches, it's going to be like 80 to 100 yards receiving. So I think Gibbs has a big game because I don't see a path for the Lions to win this game, not in a shootout. So I think Gibbs has to have a good game, a big game.
Gator, you also asked the question, are you chesty? Meaning confident.
Yeah, I'm not chesty.
Okay.
This is no. I've said I don't think they're going to win the game, and I'd love for them to win it. Obviously, I'm rooting for them to win the game, but no, I think this is one that they lose. I think it's a shootout, and in the end, I just don't think that the Lions defense, and now knowing that Kirby Joseph's out, definitely out, and no Brian Branch, it's just it's going to be tough for them, for the Legion of Whom, to step up again. This time to step up against Matthew Stafford. I think it's going to be tough. I think that the Rams score in the 40s, and I think the Lions score in the 30s. So I'll say 45-38.
40s, man. Ugh. I as good as their offense is, I don't know if I can go that high. But the one thing about LA is it's not a tough place, not a tough environment to play. The team on the field is tough to play, but the environment isn't like a typical road game.
No, there's like this continuous hum of a crowd noise, but because the crowd is evenly dispersed, it's like it's the same for both teams.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it might be a surprisingly low-scoring game. So it seems to me that, everybody, and I see the same thing that everybody does. Both teams struggle to stop the pass. The Rams secondary hasn't been great of late. Lions have a chance to really do some damage through the air, and we, of course, are well aware, it's been well documented, the Lions struggle. So I kind of I still feel like the Lions try to possess the ball and keep Stafford off the field, move the chains, can keep the scoring down, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, coming up, Sherrone Moore will be arraigned at 1 o'clock. Any breaking news out of that, we will pass along. Obviously, a sad story. Give you my thoughts on Sherrone and just overall, if you missed the beginning of the show. We'll get to some of that. Also coming up, our picks at 124 and the Birchie kid at 130. Scooble news, too. Conflicting reports on the likelihood of him getting traded. I swear we'll get to that today at 120 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Sharon Moore scheduled to be arraigned at any moment in Washtenaw County. Moments ago, charges were officially released. He is being charged with third-degree home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking. That's 3 charges, one of them a felony. That's the third-degree home invasion that carries a maximum sentence of up to 5 years. Breaking and entering and stalking charges are both a misdemeanor. He could go to jail for 1 year for the stalking charge. John Hewitt at WWJ News Radio 950 says Moore's attorney is at the Washtenaw County Courthouse as his arraignment is imminent. With Sharon Moore sitting in a jail cell for almost 2 days now, 2 recruits have withdrawn their letters of intent to the University of Michigan. 3-star offensive lineman Bear McWhorter and 4-star tight end Matt Ludwig removed their intent to attend U of M in light of recent events. While Michigan is saying goodbye to one coach, Michigan State is saying hello to another. The Michigan State Board of Trustees approved the hire of Pat Fitzgerald today. The Lions are getting ready to take on the Rams in Los Angeles on Sunday, and today Dan Campbell provided a sad update on the injury status of Kirby Joseph. That game kicks off at 4:25 on Sunday. Tonight, the Pistons and Hawks at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so Sharon Moore getting arraigned at this hour, and it is a sad story. And, I did most of the first 4 hours yesterday, 2 hours today on it. And, we've talked some Lions here, but since this is going down at this moment, if people didn't hear the beginning of the show, I will tell you this. I'm around people. I get to go to a lot of stuff. I get to talk to a lot of people. And I think it's good to convey stories to the audience and to provide some insight when it's, applicable to things that are going on that everybody's aware of and what's behind it and things behind the scenes. There have been times in all of our lives probably where somebody has fooled you and somebody you thought didn't think something like this they were capable of. And you find out later and you're like, oh my God, I bet everybody in their life has discovered skeletons in someone's closet that has surprised them. And there have been people that when you find out about the skeletons, you might think, yeah, it kind of checks out. Like you weren't, not that you thought that they were up to nefarious things, but you were, when you find out about it, maybe you're not as surprised. I'm also fully aware that when the media is around, when you're in front of the media, you might act different to portray a certain image. So I'm never stunned when I hear things. I will tell you in Sharon's case, I did not see signs that something like this was going on. When the rumors came out, I'm like, making phone calls to try out the validity of them. At the time, nothing could be verified. The thing is, when you're at a big institution and you see rumors and hear rumors and you do an investigation, the investigation included obviously speaking to the individuals involved. I know I was told today, I went so far as to phones being confiscated to go through phones to look for any evidence there. None turned up. Now, that doesn't mean there weren't burner phones or other accounts that were used that were not accessible in those phones, but that was part of the investigation. But Michigan went out and hired an outside investigator to come and look at this thing. And when they did, it was on Wednesday that the evidence was presented. And when that happened, he was fired pretty much immediately. You have to keep in mind that if you do not follow, like you can fire somebody on rumors. You can fire them based on rumors. Then you create a bit of a vulnerability to lawsuit. But that doesn't mean you don't. But if you can verify those things, you can fire them for cause and it's over. And that's what happened here. Now, should they have done a better job with their initial investigation? I think those things are being looked at, as they should. Beyond that, there were mistakes made maybe in the vetting process that need to be looked at. With that said, you hope that this is a clean break and that a new quality coach who's not going to put the university in any more embarrassing situations can be brought in. I went off yesterday at the beginning of the show because you can't keep going back to this well. The damage and the embarrassment that's been brought to the Block M, eventually the brand takes a hit and the entire image, if it already hasn't, like I get that some people are slamming Michigan now, and it's not that they don't deserve some of this, but if you can get a good coach in that is going to keep Michigan above board and not have any embarrassing incidents, they can move forward. And we've taken these calls from people say, who would take that job right now? It's a fair question. I can tell you the sources I talked to, they are pleased with the ample amount of good candidates who have, through back channels, reached out. And just leave it at that. But that said, sad story, Sharon, with the charges today. Dan Wetzel just tweeted out, it's worth noting, as a first-time offender, it's unlikely Sharon Moore would face anything close to the maximum punishments, if any, incarceration. But we're just getting started on this process.
Well, and that's the whole second part of it. And the first part is that he engaged in an inappropriate relationship with the staffer. That's what got him fired. What happened afterwards is totally
unbelievable,
separate from that, and that's why he's in front of a court right now, where he's actually in a jail cell via Zoom or whatever, talking with the courts, and whenever they get his plea, because he is alleged to have broken into the home of the young woman. So the other details that are coming out of this is this was a relationship that went on for at least 2 years, up to 2024 at some point. This is absolutely, it's a cut and dry, seemingly fireable offense.
Yep.
And it closes the chapter on an ugly time for Michigan, and it could close the chapter. It's up to Michigan now to clean up their mess and make some changes. And now they're forced to make changes, at least with the head coach. Will they decide that, okay, let's really go for the clean sweep and move on from the athletic director? That remains to be seen. I think they should. I think Ward Manuel should go. And they really need to get together on this. And the question asked, and people say, well, who would take the job? I think lots of head coaches would want to take the job. You still have great resources at Michigan. I don't think those resources are going to stop because of, the cheating and the whatnot that was going on there. I think that they'd want to hire a coach that's going to get back to the standards that they have and also win football games. And those coaches are easy enough to find, and it's Michigan. Coaches are going to want to go there because they know the resources are available. And they know that there's prestige involved with it, even if other fan bases don't like to admit that. That is the case. The problem with it is it comes at this time after the hiring cycle has already kind of gone by. So you can still find some really good candidates. We've talked about those candidates over the last couple of days. We'll continue to talk about those candidates once they, if more information comes out. We'll find out if they have hired a search firm to get this thing going, or if this is, in fact, something Ward Manuel's going to head up, or are they going to hire a new athletic director soon and that person's going to have the chance? I don't know. They got back channels they can go through to get something done.
As we start talking about who the next guy is, the two names that I think are worthy of a lot of focus and attention, one is Kalen DeBoer, which is, the head coach at Alabama, who Josh Pate on ESPN said this morning he has talked directly, face-to-face, on and off the record with Kalen DeBoer and has not been told by Kalen DeBoer that he is miserable there. When a topic comes up, he says that that's not true, in spite of some of the online speculation and, of course, the extremes of a fan base that would complain about a coach in the year two and being a mere playoff team with a shot at a national champion and not the national champion favorite. But that's what Nick Saban has done, has spoiled that fan base. And look, they're very, very high standards indeed. But with that said, does he become way more available a week from tonight if they lose to Oklahoma? I would argue that game, the outcome of that game, might have some impact on who the next head coach at Michigan is. The other name is Kenny Dillingham, who, if you watch the arc of Bo Nix's career, it's interesting because Dillingham was his OC his freshman year when he was SEC Freshman of the Year at Auburn. Then Dillingham went to Florida State, and Bo Nix didn't get any better. In fact, he kind of regressed, at least statistically. Then Dillingham goes to Oregon, become Dan Lanning's offensive coordinator, and there Bo Nix transfers and immediately becomes an elite quarterback at the collegiate level and becomes a college football Heisman Trophy finalist. His teams play tough. He's a young guy who's really intense and can recruit. Given the resources of Michigan, Kenny Dillingham, who's at Arizona State, I think could have a lot of success. And the thing about it is, though, he has no ties to this area of the university, which is fine. But I think then you probably want to sprinkle your staff with some Midwest guys and maybe some guys with Michigan ties to help navigate, the context of his new job.
Yeah, I still think that Jed Fish is someone they're going to look at, or they should look at. The head coach over at Washington, who's done a nice job there after taking over for Kalen DeBoer. Had also been out west prior to that. Had been at Michigan for 2 years? Was he the quarterback coach? And I don't know if he coached wide receivers there or not, but it was 2000
passing game coordinator.
Yeah, 2015, 2016, the first couple of years of under Jim Harbaugh, before he moved on to other ventures. But I think that'd be a good place to go if that's where they're gonna start looking for the coach, which they need to start looking for. I think you want somebody that's got head coaching experience, somebody who's in the Big Ten and has already coached at Michigan and knows what the landscape is like there. I think that's another name to throw in there.
All right, we'll get back to your open line calls. The latest on Scooble. There's some interesting conflicting reports about the probability of him getting traded. That at 118. We'll have our picks at 124. The Birchie Kid from Allen Park at 130 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carr for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. just taking in the Sharon Moore arraignment, it is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
So apparently he's alleged to have broken into the home and took some butter knives and a pair of scissors with him and made threats.
Did he take him with him or did he find him in the home?
From this, I thought it just said they took him with it. Let's see. Prosecutor says in court that he went to the woman's house, grabbed several butter knives and a pair of kitchen scissors, and began to threaten his own life. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch. My blood is on your hands. You ruined my life.
Good God.
Wow.
He will be out on $25,000 bond, must wear a GPS tether, can't leave the state without permission, must not have any contact with the victim, also must continue mental health treatment, probable cause case scheduled for January 8th. So
It's actually going to be January 22nd.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was reading from Tony
I know,
Paul's
yeah,
tweet.
I see that, yeah.
Yep.
They asked, I think the judge made January 8th the first date, but both the prosecutor and Moore's lawyer wanted 22nd. They agreed on 22nd.
This is a weird timeline to be to be watching this that we are in right now.
It's weird. Nicole Auerbach covering this says the prosecutor says that Sharon Moore and the woman had an intimate relationship for a number of years. And quote, our victim broke up with the defendant on Monday morning. She presented herself to the school and corroborated the fact that they had a relationship. She says that Sharon Moore went to the woman's house, grabbed butter knives and kitchen scissors and threatened to kill himself, threatened her that that's my blood on your hands.
Well, I go back to the quote that I saw earlier on Twitter. When you see a man fall, don't laugh, learn. And, I don't know that anybody's sitting there going, hey, I'm considering blowing up my career and threatening people and cheating on my wife and having inappropriate relationships. But, there's the one thing is people do make mistakes. Not in any way that people don't make this mistake, but when you do make a mistake, there's better ways to handle it than Sharon did.
Without question. There are other shoes to drop in this whole thing, because what's being focused on here is, at least what's been leaked so far, is what was said on basically Wednesday, right?
Yep.
But there's a stalking charge associated with this too, which meant that this is harassment that's been going on for a while.
Yeah. What does
that actually mean?
What does that entail? That's
Yeah.
a good question. Yeah. All right. We promised we get to it, so let me follow through on it. According to Jorge Castillo on ESPN, one of the questions they asked on their baseball page is, what is the most interesting thing you heard this week in Orlando? Castillo says the Tarik Skubal trade is likely. I was like, really? Here's what we know. Detroit Tiger president of baseball operations Scott Harris can shut down speculation by simply saying he's not trading Skubal, and he's not done that. Instead, he noted this week that there aren't any untouchables on his roster. Trading the best pitcher in baseball when you're trying to compete would upset the fan base, but the Tigers, knowing re-signing Skubal next winter is unlikely, appear open to it. His conclusion is that it is likely. Now, earlier today, you sent me a story from The Athletic.
Yes.
Which says the opposite. And I'm trying to find it right now. Sorry.
From John Heyman, I believe.
Okay. And he says it's not likely. I mean, it's Jim Bowden.
It's Jim Bowden.
Yep. Tarik Skubal's probably not going anywhere. Behind the scenes, Tiger owner Chris Ilitch seems in favor of keeping Skubal and signing him to a fair market deal. However, with Skubal just a year away from free agency, it appears almost impossible for them to sign him before he gets there. As much as I personally think they should trade Skubal for the biggest haul possible and then try and re-sign him in free agency, it sounds more likely they'll keep him and try and win this year and then deal him in the open market next winter.
So here's what's interesting to me about that is that report says that Chris Ilitch wants to try to sign him to a fair market deal. Okay, that's interesting. What is fair market? And how much above and beyond that does another team go beyond fair market? I mean, is fair market $40 million a year? Is it $50 million a year?
Yeah.
I mean, if that's true and the Tigers would like to sign him to, let's say it's a $50 million, let's say it's 8 years and $400 million. Is that fair market?
I don't know. That's the debate.
That's the number that's been thrown out all over the place is $400 million.
Yeah.
So if that's fair market and the Tigers are interested in that, if Skubal would turn that down or Scott Boras were to turn that down, wow.
Yep.
In an uncertain future with a collective bargaining agreement coming up, very uncertain with that. If the Tigers are willing to do something like that, that's spending big time and trying to keep the asset.
It's the debate, though, what is fair market value?
Well, that is the debate. But I'm just saying, hearing that number being bandied about for months now, that $400 million, that's the number. Okay, if I keep hearing that enough times and keep reading enough columns where that number keeps coming up or a little bit beyond that, then can I assume that that is fair market? For the sake of this argument, Doug, I'm going to assume that's fair market.
Yeah.
And now, is that giving the Tigers too much credit and Chris Ilitch too much credit? Maybe. But, here is somebody that we kind of respected here from The Athletic saying this. It's interesting to me. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. But John Heyman is New York Post, and he put together a trade deal that he said that he thinks could get it done. Jeff McNeil, the infielder, is 32 years old, and I'm not quite sure why the Tigers would want him. But then he includes their number 2 prospect, Carson Bengi, their number 4 prospect, Jonah Tong.
This is from the Mets.
From the Mets, yes. And Luis Angel, what's his last name? The young second baseman, the guy who can fly around the base pass and play a bunch of positions, 23 years old. So Luis Angel Jimenez. Anyway, these are, and I'm like, that doesn't include that top pitching prospect they got.
Well, they're not going to give up Nolan McLean.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. But Jonah Tong is one of the top pitching prospects. But
Acuna, Luis Angel Acuna, sorry.
If that's the haul in return to be offered, I mean, from the Tigers, that's not strong enough. And if I'm Scott Harris, again, you're going to hold a high standard for what you're willing to trade because this is the biggest bargaining chip in baseball.
Yep.
Or the best player in baseball at his position. Maybe it's not a great bargaining chip because it's an expiring contract, but I'm assuming that if you're the Mets or the Dodgers, if you're willing to trade for him, it's because you think you can sign him long term anyway, and you know that it's going to cost a lot. But in the meantime, if I'm willing to pay him fair market value, I'm not just going to give him away. I'm going to take my chances and try to get that done. Now, Scott Boras has basically said that there's been no communication about a contract with the Tigers.
Yep.
So, again, we'll have to wait and see on that.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dave next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave. Dave, are you there? Dave? No good. All right, time to pick some games. We usually do it at 1:38, but the Birchie Kid is going to join us from Allen Park coming up today at 1:30, so we want to dedicate our time to that to preview this game against the Rams every Friday. You were out last week.
Yes, but the good news is that my previous week, I went 4-2, which puts me over 500 for the year. Took me a while to build it back, but I'm 36, 34-1 on the season, 6-7. Yeah!
I'm 48-38. 48-38. Locks are 8-7 on the year, and ready to go. We got a weird deal this week in that there's not a full slate of college games, so we'll kind of just pick what we want because I don't want to force a pick that I don't believe in. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you.
You do you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
So you're not picking a college game?
Well, no, I'm picking a college game. I'm not picking Army Navy. I'll just say that.
All right.
So, do we lose the Open? It sounds like the Open has
all
gone.
right. So you're gonna go. What do you got?
All right, I'll start. Boise and Washington. I'm going to go over the 52.5 in the LA Bowl. 52.5. I'll play the over.
Will you still go over if it's 53.5 based on the betus.com that we typically go
Sure.
over? Okay, because that's what I have as well. I like the over in that game. I will go out on a limb. I feel like Army Navy, we need to make a stand as Americans. And this is obviously, it's a great rivalry, and it's awesome with all the pageantry that is great in college football. I've always been an Army guy over Navy. I shouldn't say always. It's been lately. I love the running attack that Army has always had. Navy's actually kind of throwing a ball a little bit, but Army's getting 6 points in this game. I think getting points in this rivalry is important, and you're getting you're getting a touchdown, just not the extra point. I'll take Army +6 at Navy.
Okay.
It's really not at Navy, but you know what I'm saying.
From the NFL, Kansas City is playing the Chargers. It's my Car House lock of the week. I'll play the over 41.5. Kansas City and the Chargers.
I like that bet. Okay. Houston is taking on Arizona. They're playing this game at home. The Texans are giving up 10 points. Just found out Arizona's not going to have Marvin Harrison Jr. for the game. I like Houston -10.
Okay, my next pick, Chicago and Cleveland. I'm pounding another over. 38.5. I'll take the over in that one.
Will you still take it at 39, which is where it's at right now?
I've had it at 38.5. Yeah, I'll still take it.
Okay. Cleveland at Chicago. I got the over at 39 as well. In fact, it's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Gotcha. My final one, too many points in the Philly-Vegas game. I'll take Vegas plus 11.5.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Lastly, Doug, another one where there's lots of points, but I'm okay with it. Jacksonville minus 13.5 against the Jets, but the Jets are going with Brady Cook at quarterback. There's nothing there, and I think Jacksonville is on a little bit of a heater here. They can score, and the Jets can't.
All right, every week, Kang loves on one and hates on one. Which one do you like the most this
Make
week?
it 3 for 3 on the over in the Boise Washington game, guys. A lot of points going on there. I agree with you guys.
Okay, which one do you dislike the most?
It's another over-under number. Doug, it's the Casey Chargers game. You've got Herbert with that broken hand. Casey's offense doesn't look the same. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and Casey's going to provide most of the points in this one.
There you go. Those are our picks. We talk to the Birchie Kid next here on 97.1.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice-cold showers? Well, of course not. You need to do what I did, and that's call the great team over Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Make sure your furnace is ready to go to keep that house nice and warm. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local, licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate or whatever it is you like to sip. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Always good to talk to the Birchie kid. What's up, my man?
Hey, fellas. How we doing? Happy Friday, as always.
Yes. All right, well, yeah, Friday. I know you love Fridays.
Hey, man, who doesn't love a good Friday?
That's
and
right.
A cold beer.
What was it you were doing? What do you call it? The Miller Lite fine Pilsner post game
last week for the first time after the game. The Miller Lite Minute, which is 3 gulps of 16 ounces of fine Pilsner beer and 3 thoughts on the game that I just watched. So you guys can look forward to seeing those for the rest of the season. I've already begun thinking about the 2-minute drill, which would be 2 beers, 6 gulps, and 6 thoughts in 2 minutes. So we'll see if we can hammer that one out soon.
All right, slow down.
This is the most on-brand bit of all time.
Well, and hey, I do want to make note of this for anyone who might have been watching last week's Miller Lite Minute. I walk home because I live downtown from Ford Field after those games, so I was not going directly behind the wheel after that. Let it be known that I was watching.
Thank you for the clarification. So it's the biggest news today that Kirby Joseph doesn't look good, huh?
Doesn't look good at all. Hasn't looked good for a while here. I'm beginning to seriously doubt whether we'll see Kirby Joseph again this season. Dan acknowledged that at this point he's obviously an IR candidate. If they were to put him on IR now, that would knock him out for the rest of the season. It would leave open the possibility of a playoff return. I wouldn't put much stock in that. So, look, between Joseph now being unavailable for at least this Sunday and losing Brian Branch for the season, the back end of this defense is obviously severely compromised against a quarterback who's playing as well or better than anyone in the NFL right now. And then the other note from practice is that Taylor Decker was not out there for the 3rd straight day. Now, that just might be a simple case of the Lions giving the veteran some rest and some maintenance, but typically when they've rested him this year and he's played the following Sunday, he's at least practiced in a limited capacity on Friday. So that bears watching on Sunday, also against the defensive line that has 2 major weapons on the outside, and Jared Verse and Byron Young.
So with that update, who have they been rotating in at left tackle? I mean, obviously Dan Skipper gets some run there, but is Miles Frazier, who can play both tackle and guard, has he gotten a chance to play outside there? Manu I guess he's back at practice too?
Yeah, Manu's still working off to the side, so I wouldn't anticipate his return this weekend. While Miles Frazier has been repping at tackle and guard in practice, all of his tackle reps have come at right tackle.
Okay.
So I don't see him as a candidate to step in for Decker on Sunday. The most obvious replacement would be Dan Skipper. But, I think we can all agree Dan Skipper is better suited to play as that extra offensive lineman in jumbo packages than he is as your starting offensive tackle. Verse and Young are obviously big problems. Jared Verse was a guy the Lions really liked in the 2024 draft. He ended up being snatched up by the Rams, 19th overall, just, I think, 5 picks before the Lions traded up for Terrion Arnold, and he's taking his game to new heights this year as well as Young. Briefly on the secondary, I do want to mention this. For all of the criticism that Brad Holmes has justifiably faced this year for maybe the lack of depth at edge, and the leaky offensive line, give credit where it's due. The depth pieces that he's added in the secondary have paid dividends this year, from Rock Yassin at corner to Avonte Maddox and Thomas Harper at safety, who are now your starting safety, to even less heralded guys like Whiteside and Mollett. And we'll see here if Jalen Mills and DeMonte KZ factor in as well. But I do think it's worth appreciating that the moves they have made in the secondary have paid off this year.
KZ is interesting. He has been a playmaker, but when you're on the street, that tells me has been is the key part of this statement. But is there something left in the tank there?
It's a good question. I mean, he once upon a time led the NFL in interceptions. That was all the way back in 2018 when I was still trying to drink my age on my birthday. I maxed out at 25 one year in beers. I think right now, just given the way the roster is constructed, Mills is probably ahead of KZ. Mills is on the active roster, KZ on the practice squad. So Dan Campbell today was very confident and almost bullish in the guys they have available at safety right now, speaking mostly about Harper and Maddox. So they don't feel like they need to change their defense and their scheme despite losing Branch and Joseph. And if Maddox and Harper can play as well as they have played in place of those guys, it might not be the major setback that it feels like it is on paper.
Well, we got the Cowboys to turn it over 3 times last week. The Rams, they are very reluctant to give up the football. Matthew Stafford has been incredibly efficient. The offensive line does a great job of protecting him as well. Can the Lions get a rush on Matthew Stafford to kind of force his hand a little bit and maybe even create a turnover or two?
Yeah, it's a big question. I mean, he had gone, I think, 10 weeks without throwing a pick, and the Panthers ultimately got him for 2, and they not coincidentally won that game. I think the Lions can. What gives me pause is just how heavy the Rams play on offense. I think you guys have probably made note of how much 13 personnel they deploy, more than any team in the league. So it's a different front than the Lions saw last week with the Cowboys. Like, even defensive line coach Casey Rogers noted that today. You know, it's a little easier when teams cooperate and just give you 2 short edges, and you can burn those edges with your pass rushers. It'll be a different looking offensive line for the Rams, and this is a team that has allowed the fewest sacks in the NFL this year. I don't think Stafford's been sacked more than twice in a game since September, but the Lions did make a pretty significant philosophical shift last week. It wasn't personnel, it wasn't even scheme. It was just taking the reins off of their pass rushers up front. And as Hutchinson said, we have been struggling, especially in play action sets, heavy protection, to transition from defending the run to rushing the passer. And so we just rushed last week with a pass first mentality, even when it might be a run. They felt like that helped them get home a little bit more quickly. And talking with Jack Campbell about that this week, he was like, look, for most of this season, pretty much all of this season, anytime the defensive linemen had had games or stunts planned against the pass, and I sensed a run coming before the snap, I would kill those games and make those guys get in the run fit. And he was like, honestly, they kind of hated that. And so for the first time last week, they told him, nah, man, you're done making that decision. We're rushing the passer. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue that approach. But that was one thing that I did think helped Hutch and Muhammad last week.
Okay, when that's all said and done and we get into the last couple of critical games of this season, who do you think is going to be the starting interior offensive line with Mahogany coming back, Frazier showing some promise? You got Ratledge in there that's probably entrenched, and the veteran in Graham Glasgow. How do you think, and Tristan Colon gets some run, and Dan always mentions him. How do you think that thing shakes out, and can it be a good group?
Yeah, I think it shakes out the same way that the Lions started this season. I think they go back to that original alignment with Mahogany at left guard, Glasgow at center, Ratledge at right, and then obviously your 2 stable tackles. That group was an asset at times earlier this year. I think back to that Ravens game when they piled up, I think, the most rushing yards ever at home against a John Harbaugh defense. And, that's the version of themselves they would like to get back to. I did think that Frazier played pretty well last week in his limited reps. And there's a ceiling there that I think the Lions are excited to explore, maybe even at tackle moving forward. But I don't think Mahogany will play this Sunday. I think he's still a week away. So more immediately, I think we'll see more of what we saw last Thursday, this Sunday, with Cologne and Frazier rotating, and then Glasgow and Ratledge beside them. So, can it be a strength? I'm not sure it was consistently enough early this year to assume that it will be, but maybe some fresh legs in Mahogany are just the boost this team needs.
Well, speaking of fresh legs, Tom Kennedy has really made his mark the last couple of weeks since coming back to the roster, not just as a wide receiver, but in the return game. Khalif Raymond's coming off an injury. What's his status? And, how much of a lift can Tom Kennedy really give this team moving forward?
Yeah, so I think Raymond will be back out there on Sunday, and he will reprise his role as punt returner. But as Dave Phipps, special teams coordinator, said yesterday, Tom Kennedy is now this team's kick returner. He has done enough to lay claim to that job. That was mostly Jacob Saylor's getting those reps this season, but you can't ignore what Kennedy did in his 2 games. I mean, 6 returns, and he averaged 33.5 per return. That ranks second in the NFL this year among kick returners who have more than 1 return. He has really played that well, and what an incredible story, man. Like, a guy who even in college went 3 years without playing a snap of competitive football while he was tearing it up on the lacrosse field. A guy who played professional lax before he played professional football, and a guy who has spent most of his 7 years here, 7 years now, toiling in the shadows on the practice squad, and gets a a huge opportunity last week, national TV against the Cowboys, the brightest moment of his career, and helped spark the Lions to their biggest win of the season. And I think the way the NFL kickoff has changed with the new dynamic kickoff is especially suited to Tom Kennedy, who is quick more than fast, who is built for scurrying more than scorching. And that dynamic kickoff tightens the field, and it places a premium on shiftiness. And those are the qualities that Tom Kennedy has on top of being just utterly fearless. And so, I think he will maintain his role on special teams for this team. And if injuries arise again at the receiving corps, they have all the trust in the world in him to step in there and do his job.
Final thing, Birchie, is do they win this game? And if not, would you be stunned if they won this game?
No, I wouldn't be stunned if they won it. This is the kind of game the Lions have gotten up for in the past. I have a hard time believing that they can slow down Stafford and Puka and Devontae Adams enough on Sunday. But we recorded our Lions game day live show last night, where I'm on a rather incredible 8-game losing streak in the picks, and so I've just begun on behalf of the city of Detroit picking against the Lions every week now, knowing that will inevitably spark them to a win. So I'll say here too, in continuation with that, Rams 30, Lions 23. But I do think they can win this game. I think. And for all the focus on Puka Nacua, you got to keep Devontae Adams out of the end zone on Sunday. Leads the NFL this year with 14 receiving touchdowns, and I absolutely love what Kelvin Shepard said about defending him yesterday. He said, it comes down to the player remembering the coaching, fundamental details. You see a lot of guys hopping and reaching. Now, that sounds good. Me standing up here and saying that, he'd probably have my ass hopping and reaching too. So one of those guys on the outside, either Amik Robertson or DJ Reed, will have to handle that matchup. And if they can keep Devontae Adams out of the end zone, I'll pick the Lions to win on Sunday.
Wow. All right, so when do we see you next on TV?
Well, you'll see Game Day Live on Fox 2 on Sunday morning, and I'll be in there live 11 o'clock on Sunday night breaking down that game and all things Michigan football, I guess, with the great Bob Wojnowski. So catch us there. Hey, a nice quiet week for you, huh, Cars?
Good God. Unbelievable. Take care, Birchie. Man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. All right, talk next time. See ya.
There he is. The Birchie Kid joins us every Friday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, FanDuel Friday. They're turning up the heat with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring you that Friday energy. It isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to grab your reward before the clock expires. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Rewards are non-refundable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirement, and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Back to your phone calls in a moment. You're on Carson Anderson.
So, Doug, this is one of the great things about this time of the year is that people have been extraordinarily charitable and generous. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in a couple of celebrity bartending events, helping to raise some money for charities recently, and it's great. But something that's going on with our brother station, WYCD, is they're doing a radiothon that benefits St. Jude's. And St. Jude's is a great organization helping families and children that are dealing with some really serious health issues. They're doing this for the last couple days. So if you're interested in donating, you can check out what they're doing on the website. But they've raised over $550,000 in 2 days. And it's all local.
So people watching on cameras have asked about all the flurry of activity behind you. And that's what's going on outside our studios. So bravo to WYCD. If you are interested in getting involved, you can tune into their station and support a outstanding charity effort that's going on.
It's great. And I'd love to hear these stories at this time of the year. It's great. And, we've had another brother station, WWJ, does the Thaw event each year, which is awesome as well. And, just to be part of it in any small way is big. And any small way is big. What do you think of that? Yeah. Woo! Here we go. In any small way, you can feel big.
Let's go to Tay. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tay.
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
How you doing? Man.
Hey, I'm from Detroit, man, but I'm in LA right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to my first Lions game.
So you never went to a game here?
No, I've never been one there.
But you're hitting up SoFi this weekend, huh?
Yes, sir. And I actually went to the Chargers game on Monday. That was pretty bad, but hoping the Lions can pull out a big one here.
Are you repping?
Oh yeah, you know that.
You got a jersey? You got a hat? What do you got to let people know where you're from?
I got my St. Brown jersey, man.
There it is.
Gotcha.
The black one.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, have a great time. We appreciate your patience, and certainly we're curious of whether or not it's going to be another Detroit takeover.
I'm hoping so. The Eagles showed up on Monday, so Detroit should show up too.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of transplants, and according to one of our listeners, it was one of the cheaper road trips to make, to fly to L.A. and get tickets to SoFi, cheaper than a trip to Cincinnati or Baltimore.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. But I guess there's a lot of tickets available on the secondary market when it comes to.
Well, everybody's, want to sell the tickets, but I would imagine those tickets still go for a high price.
Yeah, one would think. Anyway, big game coming up on Sunday, and hoping we could be talking about a win come Monday. It will be a game changer from a perception standpoint if they can get a win there in that game against a team that is widely considered to be the best in the NFC, number one seed as it stands right now, and also the top team amongst almost everybody's power rankings. Rico Beard has sauntered in studio and joins us now. Hello, sir.
What's going on, fellas?
Not much.
How you guys doing?
I'm looking forward to the weekend. Looking forward to a big game on Sunday. Lions and Rams should be massive.
Yep. Yeah, a lot riding on it. So,
and also waiting to hear more staff hirings from Michigan State. Good to see that Max Bull is coming on board.
Yeah,
Are you going to harsh my mellow here?
No, I'm like, okay. I'm like, I don't think he was ready for defensive coordinator. Cody C kind of been grooming. I'm fine with that. It was just, I know, Jonathan Smith left a bad taste in people's mouths, but yeah. So no, that's just that. And then I just was catching up and reading and just all the different stuff that just happened with Sherrone Moore. And
so weird.
I mean, Doug, because of the interactions that you've had, like, it's got to be like, I know that man.
Well, dude, it's really strange because, you sit with him for the pregame show every week, and I'm fully cognizant that when people are in front of the media, they want to put their best foot forward, right?
Right.
And I've said this and repeatedly, but for those that didn't hear it, there are times where you hear about skeletons in anybody's work, a line of work, or in their life. You find out about skeletons in somebody's closet. And this can happen with your friends, your colleagues, your kids' friends, parents, like stuff that just blows your mind. You're like, no way. And there's other ones that you would find out and you go, maybe I could see that.
Yeah.
Jerome was one I couldn't see. And I would suspect, there were the rumors, right? But that's a separate thing because there's rumors about everything. And so I think everybody in the media that had heard the rumors are like, I don't know. I'm not sure I buy that. I'm not sure I buy that. And so when it gets confirmed, you're like, wow. I don't think many people that covered Michigan football would have looked at Sherrone and thought that this was something he was capable of.
Well, and doing it for years.
Yep.
That's the other kind of shocking thing is this has been going on for a while.
I don't think people would have been able to would have made that conclusion. There are other people that might said, well, that guy gave me a bad vibe. So.
Yeah, I've just learned in life, man, put nothing past anybody.
No, that's probably
nobody
fair.
on a pedestal.
No, that's probably fair. And, you shouldn't worship.
I mean, one day
sports
Gator, we
heroes
could show up and there's Doug eating steaks and cheeseburgers.
Oh, my God.
Like, oh, what a Mr. Kale, man.
Yeah, what happened?
People change,
Is there a chance?
Maybe
Your chance to come back to the dark side?
Red meat now with no red meat. Oh, I'm not expecting it, but
I'm just saying, like, wait,
that would
is that Doug?
No, it's probably not.
With a barbecue bib around his neck.
I do miss ribs. Every time I smell at a tailgate somebody smoking ribs, I'm like, God, that could draw me
Doug,
back.
when you're ready to come back.
Hey, we leave you with the Gator Rant every Friday to get more time watching football in front of the TV. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Former Michigan football head coach Sharon Moore has been charged with a felony home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking. He can get out of the jail on a $25,000 bond, must wear a GPS tether, stay in Michigan unless granted permission, and have no contact with the victim. His attorney does expect him to post bond today. The prosecutor said, quote, our victim broke up with the defendant on Monday morning. She's presented herself to the school and corroborated the fact that they had a relationship, end quote. That intimate relationship was believed to be in a number of years as well. Lions coach Dan Campbell confirmed today that safety Kirby Joseph is out this week against the Rams. Kirby did miss practice today. Not surprised there. Taylor Decker was also not out there. The Michigan State Board of Trustees has approved the hiring of new football coach Pat Fitzgerald. They also approved a contract amendment for basketball coach Tom Izzo, which, according to Connor Eargood of the Detroit News, includes a contract raise as well. The Pistons host the Atlanta Hawks tonight at 7 o'clock. You can hear the pregame right here on 97.1 beginning at 6:35 after a little bit of their time off as well. The Red Wings have the day off at this point. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are unstoppable on a Friday. There's nothing that hits like knowing it's Friday, and as you begin a show with Rico Lamar Beard, and you've just got the just an unbelievably big black coffee to start the show. Let's do this. Coffee just hits different in the winter, Rico. It's just better. We're ready to go.
All right, I'm going to take your word for that because, you know, I'm not the coffee drinker.
You'll get there.
I leave that for you. If I haven't had coffee by now.
Thank God we can turn our attention a little bit to Lions-Rams. Obviously, the Sharon Moore thing we've dealt with. The arraignment happened. There's not a lot new. I'll tell you, the imaging is awful. Cover of every newspaper, including the New York Post. Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden he lost like 40 pounds in 48 hours.
Yikes. So there's nothing new to report. And, yeah, as time of recording here, somehow Ward still has a job. I want to turn to Lions and Rams. Can I start before we get to the game? I got a question for you. You have every right to tell me I am unfair. You have every right to tell me it's inappropriate. You have every right. You can call me everything short of a bleep hole. Okay?
Okay.
Did you catch that Kirby Joseph news? Oh, he might be a candidate for the IR. What, you don't say.
Yeah, you know what? I guess Mike, I've just assumed that he is not coming back for the rest of the year. So, yeah, I thought you were going to wait, he's back? Yeah. He should have been on the IR a long time ago.
But and this is the part where you might go, all right, hold on, you're reaching. And fans, you could tell me, is it me or do the Lions not have the strangest injury protocol in football? Like they seemingly rarely, if ever, rule a guy out for the year. The updates are murky. More guys get pushed back. Like that Josh Paschal thing this year was very bizarre. He'll be back for the opener. He'll be back week 4. He'll be back December 1st. Nope, he's never coming back. You know, and again, you're dealing in this Kirby Joseph thing. The image doesn't look good for the team. He could barely walk into that tent. Then he comes out of the tent and he's Michael Flatley doing a little Irish tango.
Yeah.
And we never see him the rest of the year. And then today Campbell talks about, well, he had a bit of a setback. What does that mean?
Well, remember, we saw him practicing. He would do the drill, then he would limp back to the huddle, then he would do the drill, he would limp back. I'm like, why is he out there? What do we have to gain? I think, look, when you saw Amon-Ra that Thursday night, and he's doing the warm-ups, you know what? He's good to go. He's ready. He's doing the ladder drills. When you're doing a drill and immediately you're limping, you may want to power it down. My opinion.
And no, so it just, again, that's the backdrop to every game for them is going to be must win here on out. They don't have margin.
and you're going on the road. You're going to take on the best team in football. And here's our basic question to start the show. It's very similar to when we talked playoff odds. Your level of confidence for this game. And I'm going to be open. Yes, I was the person saying I didn't write them off against Dallas. I told you, they don't lose back-to-back games, even though Rico took that away from me.
And you know what? I gave it back to you.
But guess what else they don't do?
Win back-to-back.
They don't win back-to-back games. My confidence for this game is low to very low. You're just not good enough. And it's going to take the Rams simply not playing a good game in order for you to win this game. Like if the Rams come out and play their level best, you're not within 10 points of this team. If the Rams play well, okay, maybe you cover the number. The Rams are going to have to play average to below average for you to win this game because it's not about you. You're not as good as this team. And that's the problem. And again, if people think, oh, my God, you're overdoing it with the Brian Branch injury, okay, meet me in the middle. You think I've put too much into the Branch injury. I think you're putting too little. Why don't we just say it's something and it isn't good? Well, but I'd love to know, Rico. You tell me. Where are you at confidence-wise?
No, confidence-wise, I'm not very confident they're going to win this game. I felt a lot like they did when they played Dallas. I thought the Dallas receivers were just better, but that's with you having Branch. CeeDee Lamb goes down, and when he went down, I thought Dallas didn't have a chance. Everything leveled out. I look at what they have now with Adams and Puka Nacua, and I'm just like, yeah, those two guys, like Devontae has gone back in time. Just the way he's playing like Devontae from 5-6 years ago. I don't think your secondary can handle that, and Matthew Stafford's on pace to be the MVP of the league this year. That's a lot to ask for that defense to slow down that Rams offense. So I don't see it. It could be a bit of a shootout, but I think that the Rams just have too many weapons on offense, and you don't have enough on defense.
It's not an issue here either of what you want to see happen versus you need to happen. But this is a team that has not won back-to-back games since September 28th. You've beaten one playoff team, and it's before they were a playoff team. It was the Bears in Week 2. What is on your resume to suggest you're good enough to do this? Go ahead. I mean, hey, sell me this pen. You work for Stratford Oakmont. No, I can't. Just like a couple weeks ago, I backed you as much as I could. And when everybody said they were going to lose to the Cowboys, I didn't do that because I backed you. But I'm not going to make things up. I don't have a lot of confidence you're going to win Sunday. And with it, I think your playoff odds take a very, very big hit. And you're already in need of help. And things that have happened since the Cowboy game, well, the Bears went out and beat the Eagles, tell you that. And the Bears played an unbelievably credible game at Lambeau, better than you played. And guess what? I think Bears are going to beat the Pack when they go to Soldier Field in 2 weeks. So the fever dream of, well, the Pack will just take care of the fake-ass Bears, that doesn't feel as good. Your team, from a personnel standpoint, isn't as good. And you look at Seattle, you look at the Niners, you look at what the Pack have done. It's unfortunately, we still have to let the NFC South champion in. Now, if I had it my way, you'd be all set. Those teams would be eliminated. Lions would get in the playoffs. But, by the way, shout out Todd Bowles. You were dressed as a pumpkin wearing a turtleneck last night. What was that?
Okay, so did you see the post-game press conference? Now that you mentioned
I did. I've never heard him speak before more 4 or 5 words. He dropped 7 F-bombs. I was kind of digging it.
I thought it was that AI thing that you had with like Kirby Smart where I had to check this. Like, okay, why would somebody do this to Todd Bowles? I didn't think it was real.
You thought it was fake Bowles?
I did. I didn't think it was real. I had to keep like, wow, wait, this didn't happen. He did not go off.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he went off and yeah.
They broke him.
That sounds like a man who's about to get fired.
And he should be. That there's too much talent on that team to lose to the Saints in Atlanta back-to-back. And he's an underachiever. Here's something else. We're not doing Tampa radio, but like just 10 seconds. You let Dave Canales with the Panthers and Liam Cohen with the Jags walk off of that staff to keep that empty husk.
Wow.
I'm here for you.
Well,
amped on a Friday.
You know what, Mr. Big Black Coffee? And you've allowed Kirk Cousins to have another great game against you.
Yes.
If Cousins can just play the Bucs, he would be making a mint in the NFL.
You've nailed it. But Lions fans, go ahead. Lions, Rams, we've had all week to talk about it. Give us your confidence level. Because mine is low to very low. No, I don't think they're winning. If you want to say that means it's hope and not expectation, you're right. And I don't have a lot of hope. You're not as good as this team. And the loss of Brian Branch, yeah, that doesn't help my confidence. If you want to say, well, it's not a big road game because, road fans travel. Right, and the Rams are used to that. So I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think this is going to be a game where if the Lions are going to win, you're going to have to play desperate football. And Rico's head is going to explode when I say this, but damn it, let's just get this party started. They're probably going to have to go for it every fourth down. They're probably going to have to fake a punt or a kick or do some pitchy woo-woo stuff. It's going to have to be like San Diego about 3 years ago. They just went out to the coast and played YOLO ball. I don't think you can win a game on the square against this team unless the Rams just lay a total egg like they did against Carolina. They just lay an egg.
I'm okay with this going forward all the time because I realize that they are a better team. Can you have better plays? Can you just I don't know. I mean, because they're going forward on fourth down this year is just you just lower your head and say, okay, how will you get stopped this time? It used to be, okay, how are you going to get it? Now, how are you going to get stopped? What kind of bonehead play are you going to run? But you're right. You're going to have to be more aggressive. You're going to have to just try to keep yourself out of third and longs. And if I'm the Lions, geez, just ball control. Just try to run the ball as much as possible. I know people are like, oh, but you could pass against this Rams defense. That's what they want you to do because then they get the ball back. And you can't match the Rams, I don't think, receiver for receiver. But if you could just grind this game, Mike, I think you bring this game to a halt. If you can keep it in, the low 20s, you got a chance at winning. But it gets past 28 points, I don't think you got a chance.
248-539-9797. Let's get into it. Waited all week for it. Obviously, the Sherrone Moore stuff kind of sidetracked us, rightfully so. Massive story. What's your confidence level? Lion fan, you're generally pretty chesty. You believe you can beat everybody. Go ahead. And I'm not mad if you're confident, but I need reasons why. I don't have them. I just don't believe this team is good enough as currently constituted. I think you're missing too many pieces. I think the Rams have been the best team in football all year. And there's a thing about you not winning back-to-back games since September that's hard for me to just gloss over. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people. TJ Lang, Thurman Merman is back in studio today at 3. We've got a critical question. We have multiple critical questions for TJ Lang. Grumble, brisket. We have multiple questions for TJ. Really good stuff, including a Shedeur Sanders question, but not the way you think. Okay. We'll do all of it. It's a big Friday. The coffee's piping hot. 97.1. David, what the hell what kind of holiday music is this? What is this, off the Gladiator soundtrack?
This Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Whatever they put in this regular rotation, I'm gonna change it soon.
Hey, we don't need no damn regular rotation. This show's not regular.
You don't like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
All right, sound a little aggressive. Script writers, by the way, my man. Guess where Lane Kiffin's going to make his SEC debut? Come on.
Ole Miss.
You damn Skippy. On the road at Ole Miss. You may just want to get that police escort ready now. Oh, okay. David, talk to me for a second. Kenny as well. I just want to get your confidence levels here as we go in. I'm obviously sub 50%. I have low confidence, and I just don't think they're good enough. And if you want to wrap about the Kirby Joseph thing, we can. I just don't understand how they've handled this Kirby Joseph thing, both in the functionality of it, but the messaging. Go ahead, David.
I'll actually start this one because my confidence level is maybe at an all-time low. This is the least confident I've felt in this team since, let's call it, remember when we knocked the Packers out of the playoffs and we just barely missed the playoffs. This is as non-confident as I've felt in this football team, and I'm waiting for somebody to give me a football reason why I should even. They might cover the spread. It could happen. I'm not saying that's impossible, but give me a great football reason why they win this game in the convincing or even 1-point manner that some people are expecting. Because right now, as it stands right now, team currently constructed, I just don't see it.
No, and Kenny, to that end, you're right. Look, when you start talking about, well, if the other team doesn't do X, Y, or Z, well, then you know you've lost the plot. I want to have confidence. Let me be clear. I don't quit on the Lions, but I'm not going to pick you if I don't think you're winning the game. I'm not going to sit here and lie to my audience. No, I don't have much confidence. And with it, let's be real. We're going to be sitting here, if they lose this game, a week out from Christmas, you will have not beaten a single playoff team. You will have not won back-to-back games since September. Take the logo off the helmet. Take your onesie off and look at it. Free mind, free thought. You can't be confident in a team like that. And is some of it because, injuries have taken away a few things? Of course. Of course. But the other part of this is you've had months to show us a consistency level that you haven't shown. There's nothing I can do at this point. If they get hot, they get hot. It happens. Happened to my team. We won a Super Bowl. But that's stuff I can't foresee, and I have no way to... I don't know. What am I, some kind of fortune teller?
No.
There's nothing football-wise where I could build that case.
No, and for people who want to use the injuries, I mean, I don't know if injuries, if that would be actually a legitimate excuse or if that's just a lack of depth and a Brad Holmes problem because he didn't go out and really
how about this?
Do what he needed
You're
to do.
down 2-3 Pro Bowl caliber players. And 3 guys that have all-pro talent, Laporta, Branch, Joseph. Look, the lack of your starting safeties, Rico, going against Nacua, Adams, the host of tight ends they throw at you, but it's Brian Branch in the run game. Branch brings a physicality that is you're not going to replicate with the backups. You're not. And taking away that chess piece from Kelvin Shepard of Brian Branch plus Kirby, What happened the minute Kirby got hurt, Rico? This team stopped turning people over.
No, you're right.
Then you factor in no Brian Branch. Now I've lost the ability to move this piece around the field. So you almost have to simplify things a little more. Bad when you're going against Sean McVay.
Right.
Excuse me. Apologies. You want to go to people?
Let's go to people.
Let's do it. Let's go to my cousin Sal, 97.1. Sal, what's going on, buddy?
How we doing, fellas?
Hey, Sal.
Good, Sal. What's the word?
I'll tell you. So my confidence level during the game against the last game that we just had was it about like a 7 or an 8? And I'll tell you now, coming to this week, I'm at like a 3 or 4. And I'll tell you the reason why. You want to know a couple advanced stats I can bring up, if that's okay?
Yeah. Sal, this ain't North Korea. Educate the people. Okay. Do it.
Gotcha. So there's a stat called pass rush win rate. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Basically, defensive lineman's ability to get past the line of scrimmage in 2.5 seconds. The Lions rank 28th. Run stopping win rate, similar for running, 28th. Pass blocking, they're 30th. And then in run blocking, they're 18th. Similar numbers, going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. So they're really not bad on the
are not good on the offensive and defensive line. And I think that's going to be the reason they're going to lose. I don't think the Kirby loss or the loss of Brian Branch is going to be the reason. I think it's really going to be the Lions.
You're not wrong. I just bring up the loss of Branches. That is something where I think you were able to keep the back end of that defense afloat, having that type of player. But no, everything you brought up, Sal, we've talked about it for weeks. The Lions offer quarterbacks, I think it's the second or third most time to pass in all of football. The time to pressures, the win rate, the week of the Giants game. Why did the Giants almost beat you? Why did Jameis and company put up all those offensive yards? He had 3.3 seconds time to pass. Worst in the league that week. No, Sal, I'm hip to it, and we use it a lot on this show. They just haven't shown the ability. And here's the other thing. Let's take it a step further, Sal. For everybody who wants to touch their chandelier about what they did against Dallas, Dallas is bottom 3 in protecting Dak. And they had a backup tackle in. It is what it is.
2 backup tackles, yeah. Yeah, I know. Muhammad's sacks came on not being blocked 3 times, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. No, I mean, Sal, but see, Sal, that you're just telling truth. And you're going to root for your team, and there are ways to overcome it. And believe me, if the point spread just dictated who was going to win and who was going to lose, the NFL will be out of business. You can win the game. I just don't have confidence it will.
The only reason I'm at a 3 or 4, not a 1 or 2, is because our numbers are kind of similar to where the Bengals are at. And I just think that speaks to this coaching staff. I'm confident in the coaching staff for the most part. I know Dan Campbell needs an offensive coordinator, and I'm with that. But the defense has been a lot better against under Calvin Shepard, I think. And I think under Dan Campbell, they've been okay. They just find a way to play up, even though their talent level is just not good enough.
Yeah, I think this is a week.
A 3 or 4.
We've got to go to the opposite end of the spectrum, Sal. This is an aggression week. You won't hear me bitching about, you should have punted the football. I think Rico nailed this. Once again, I don't like starting a show complimenting him. It makes the later stages of the show more difficult. The point is,
what? I don't have the lemonade, so I'm just
not yet. Okay. But the point is, low 20s, you're good. If you get into some kind of track meet, or you have to play that the Rams are going to get in the end zone 4 times. Mm-hmm. You have to just play that mentally, I think. And look, as the game goes along, if you get yourself in a command position, well, then you can play it different. But I'm expecting 4th downs.
Or if you get turnovers the way you did against the Cowboys, that changed the game for me because, my goodness, it was like Dallas was just giving the ball away. You took advantage of it, and then Dallas was trying to play catch up for that touchdown right before, after the half started when they got the interception. I think Barnes got it, and they scored. And then at that point, it was catch up because had you not gotten that 7 points, I think the game would have been a lot different. If you could turn over Stafford, then I would feel better. But I think what you said is correct. Assume that they're going to score at least 4 touchdowns. Now, what do we do to combat that and win this game?
Score touchdowns of our own. Field goals ain't going to cut it. Punting ain't going to cut it. How about this? Here's what you're up against. And much like I poo-pooed what you did against the Cowboys pass rush-wise, let me knock this down a peg too. Do you know how many 3rd downs the Rams had at the end of 3 quarters? Now, I'm going to tell you the amount of 1st downs attained. At the end of 3 quarters against Arizona last week, they had 26 1st downs. How many 3rd downs did they have?
I feel like you're setting me up, so I'm going to go 7.
3.
Okay.
They got to 3rd down 3 times. They had 26 1st downs through 3 quarters. Now, the 4th quarter game's over. None of that data registers. This is the potential of what this offense has. That's what you're up against. Yeah. This isn't the Cialis-inspired Giants. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Great. Hey, my confidence level for the Lions is 8. And
Ooh.
I say that because, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. You guys keep talking about the Rams offense, but how are you forgetting the most high-power offense in the NFL? You got 2 running backs that are 1,000-yard runners. You got a receiver that's over the top that has one of the fastest receivers in the NFL. You got a quarterback who's Isaiah Thomas on the basketball court. He's Isaiah Thomas on the football field. And also, Jared Goff is motivated, 1, to go back to Los Angeles, and 2, when they're the underdogs. I haven't even got to St. Brown yet when he loves to hear that we're the underdogs. And Tom Kennedy has really been showing up big time, and Tesla is beginning to show himself to be a weapon.
Hold
Now,
on.
the defense,
Now, hold on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was vibing with you there for a second. Don't talk to me about a guy who's got 5 catches on the year, carving out some kind of role now. Now, hold on. Come on now.
Well, the Tom Kennedy, Greg. If we we need Tom Kennedy to beat the Rams, that may be problematic.
Yeah, I think the thing you're leaving out. Look, I think the thing you're leaving out is I just like the Rams defense a lot better than yours. And part of that is injuries, and part of that is data, and we could go into it if you wanted to. But I just look, they're not the Houston Texans, but the Ram defense from a metric standpoint. You want to talk about EPA per rush? You want to get nerdy with it? We can get nerdy with it. They are the Cleveland Browns. They are the Seattle Seahawks. And you're just not. You're far more middle of the pack. And again, without Brian Branch, I knock you down another peg. So, look, if you want to say your offense can roll with them, that's fine. Offense for offense, hey, I'll play that game with you. Whose defense you trust more? I don't trust this defense. Part of that is the injuries, too. I mean, you're just down 3 of your starting 4 guys in the secondary. What do you want me to tell you?
And you know what? I still look at your offensive line, the Lions' offensive line, not –
correct.
It's not what it was last year. Look, I get it. Greg is riding sky high, this great offense. The great offense was there last year. This offense this year has been inconsistent.
Especially against teams with a pulse.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. FanDuel Friday NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30. FanDuel, limited time specials, boosts, bonuses, surprises, all to get the weekend started. It's NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30, only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can grab your reward. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to the people. Lions-Rams, confidence level. Yes, the Sharon Moore thing. He got arraigned. You know, he's got the tether, the whole bit, everything you really hope for your head coach. There's really not a lot to say. Ward still has a job. I'd love to know how or why. But Lions-Rams is just, come on, we've waited all week to talk about this game. David, ticket text, early returns, confidence level. I'm low to very low. I've given the reasons why. We'll get to the people in a second. What's the general feedback as we've kind of started Friday here?
No confidence. My level, this one says he's at a 7. If the offensive line can protect Jared Goff Sunday, then you will see a Jared Goff that you've never seen before. Lions win 37-27. That is from Marlon. The rest,
I don't even know what that means.
Correct. I think he's reaching because the rest of this.
Yeah, for his junk.
Yeah, not so not so confident. This one, Ramsey in Northville says not very confident. When my best reason for us having a chance is we're coming off of 10-day rest, not feeling great.
No, I'll accept it in that you do get extra prep time, you do get extra rest, and while it's not a bye week, you're gonna be the fresher team. No, I wouldn't disregard that. I have no problem with that.
Except when you've had too much rest, you lose games.
Damn it, he did it again. All right, to the people we go. We go to Nick, 97.1.
Hey, Mike.
Nick, what's the good word, pal?
Hey, first, if I can make Greg's next Tennessee a double, we'd be good on that.
Yeah, exactly.
And if we can quick rewind to Wednesday, I love hearing a guy who thinks yesterday has a silent R make fun of the way people say Detroit and Calgary, but I digress.
Yes.
Yeah, my confidence level in the Lions is back to high school algebra negative integers.
Oh, wow.
I mean, yeah, get out the Land O'Lakes full salted butter because we're toast. I mean, that's what it is. And unless that defensive line has meth head motivation, we've got nothing. That's
and the problem. The problem for what the Rams do is they're absolutely balanced. Yes, Blake Corum has been a big part of that as well. They have a 1-2 punch there. They use multiple tight ends. They have 2 stud receivers. This offense, and by the way, their quarterback is playing like the MVP of the entire league. In many ways, it's like your offense last year.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And defensively, they're very good against the pass. So, look, nothing's impossible. We saw the Miami Dolphins beat the Bills. You've seen, look, the Giants should have beat you here. The Vikings did. Things happen in this league. Mm-hmm. I'll never say never. But don't ask me to come on the air with bubble gum and lollipops and tell you, yeah, I'm confident. Hell no, I'm not. I just think by this point in the year, it's on the team to show you and prove to you what they are. If this were your rival, if the Packers hadn't won back-to-back games since September, or the Bears, what would you be saying? I don't think you'd be brimming with confidence as they go to L.A.
No, you wouldn't. And I know it'll be a Lions takeover out there in L.A. because the fans in L.A. don't exist. But with no Branch back there, basically no secondary going up against those 2 receivers, I have a hard time seeing you stop both of them. And with Matthew Stafford, playing at like an MVP. And then they got the 1-2 punch. I know we got Gibbs and Montgomery, but Williams and Blake Corum, they're pretty good 1-2 punch as well.
Look, you got to hope Stafford lays an egg like he did against Carolina a few weeks ago. Now, the problem is that's a cross-country road game in bad weather. And, again, you're asking the other team to simply not be good at their job that day. I'm not selling that to my audience. Could it happen? Sure. Newsflash. He could throw a football that bounces off somebody's helmet. You return it for a pick 6. The whole game's upside down now. Mm-hmm. Come on. We all know how this works. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Happy holidays, guys.
Hey, Jason.
Same to you, Jay.
Appreciate it. Mike, before I get to the Lions topic, I want to wish you a happy Army-Navy week.
Yes, sir. Go Army, beat Navy. Sing second.
I think Navy's going to take them. I know Conrad Beard don't care about the game.
He's a communist.
Hey.
He does not appreciate the finer things that our military does for us.
You know what, Jason? I actually have it in the prop bet casino. So,
do you know that it takes over 4 hours to paint each individual helmet for this game? Rico Lamar Beard.
Well, I figured Rico would be sitting in his new basement during that game. Brought to you by Matrix. Watching
probably listening to the North Korean national
hit.
anthem. You commie.
Yet.
But anyway, Rico, I'm just taking.
Go ahead.
Before I get my confidence level is at a 0, and here's why. This goes back to all the reasons I called you and Stoney for the predictions for the season. You know, Brad Holmes. This goes down to Brad Holmes. I'm tired of hearing about injuries, your lack of drafting, your wasted draft picks, your free agent signings, your lack of trade deadlines. You didn't add depth to this team. Every team has injuries at this point, and I'm burnt out on that excuse. And at the end of the season, Brad Holmes needs to be asked tough questions. I think LA's going to come in, pound the ball on us because Williams and now Corum's becoming a factor in the running game, if you notice. And then their defensive line is going to tear up our injured offensive line. You know.
Yeah, look, if it plays out the way you're talking about, you have every right to have zero confidence. I'm not mad at it. I would imagine the Lions are going to have some moments here to make some splash plays. It's who they are. They still have a ton of talent. But, yeah, I just – the injuries are a part of it, but you're lacking some depth because, frankly, his last 2 drafts have been pretty bad, and you've wasted basically every third-round pick plus last 4 years.
Well,
that's your depth.
You look at the wasted pick on Rexstraw, who can't even sniff the field. You give up 3 third-round picks for Tesla, which could have been pieces. And like you guys said a couple of years ago, you know, they knew Ragnar was retiring. That was the time to draft his replacement, and it just falls back on Holmes. I'm tired of these GMs in this town thinking they're Jesus Christ that can turn water into wine. But anyway, y'all have a good weekend, and Mike, go Navy.
You're probably right.
Army Navy.
Oh, by the way,
sponsored by 5 Hour.
You know what? The game has a chance to hit the over this year.
Oh, wow.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to sell hope. By the way, how dare you say our GMs are not aggressive? The Tigers just signed a guy who blew out, had Tommy John, and has 9 career innings in MLB.
Okay. 1-year deal.
$15 million.
There it is.
It's remarkable.
I want Alex Cobb back.
I actually, for content purposes, wouldn't mind it. I think it'd be hilarious.
Let's
then he
run
goes
this
to the
back.
mound to the theme of Golden Girls. Boo, 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 doo, 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 doo. Oh, yeah. Come on. Actually, you could have, like, B. Arthur night at the stadium. She could throw the first pitch. Hand the ball to Cobb.
Yeah, I don't think she can.
Oh, B. Arthur. She dead? Is Estelle Getty dead?
Yep.
Rue McClanahan dead?
I think they're all gone.
Are all the Golden
Betty was the
Girls
last
dead?
one.
I think Betty White was
She
the
was
last
the last one, and she's gone too.
Boy, this has been uplifting, guys. This is a good way to start
Okay.
here.
Breaking news today. The only thing more dead than Michigan's integrity is the Golden Girls. I'm Brendan Shabaff. All right.
It could be worse. Could be Luke Sloan.
I'm Luke Sloan?
Question mark.
That's why we love you, Otto.
Red Tag sales event going on right now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You want to elevate the tailgate? They got you covered. You got to haul stuff in the wintertime? Same deal. 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. Lease at $199 a month. 0 due at signing. Perfect for hauling gear, hitting the road, or parking lot pre-games. If you're looking for something a little smaller, the Equinox LT. Lease is starting at $199 a month. $19.99 down. And as always, the whole team at Moran, they make it fast, simple, stress-free. Whether you're buying, leasing, servicing, no nonsense. So stop in, MoranExpress.com or Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Oh, see, now David's getting serious about holiday spirit right here. Oh, yeah. Rico
Really?
hates this song. All right.
Wow.
This is exciting. You shut your mouth.
Okay.
You take the airline miles. Now, listen. Prop bet casino. Okay, let's do the prop bets.
Okay,
Can
you
we
know what? Oh, go ahead.
Can we do this segment to Marshmallow World just to spite Rico? Is that possible from a production standpoint?
I'm not doing that. I refuse to do
Oh,
that.
come on. I got outvoted. All right, Rico, who won last week?
First time, I think, in show history, a four-way tie.
So I won.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or you lost, if you think about it.
I won.
Sure. Everybody else did.
I'm going to do what colleges did in 1903. I'm just going to claim the title.
Okay.
Carry on.
Let's start with the Army-Navy game.
Under.
Go Army, beat Navy.
Over-under combined 38.5. Who is this, Iowa football? Okay.
First of all, Iowa's usually a solid 3 points lower than this. There's a chance for explosives here. Navy throws it a little bit.
Ooh.
They do. They do. You're gonna watch your mouth. You're being rude. You know what? Why don't you profess your love to dear leader a little more? Okay, there, Kim Jong-un, you communist bastard. Woo! Over. Okay. Just to spite you. Right. I hope a guy scores a touchdown to go over and his towel just reads F Rico.
Mike, you're only half right. There's actually 2 chances at explosives for this game, slim and none. So I will say under.
Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
Kenny's come back from vacation rest.
Hello.
Kenny, is Slim the quarterback and under the other quarterback?
Yeah.
I'm going
if it wasn't for these guys, you'd be speaking German. Watch your mouth.
Over. Okay. Well, Kenny, I'm with you. I'm gonna go under. They could have said over under 21.5. I still would have went under. All Bastard. Right. Let's go to Sunday. More rushing yards, Kyren Williams or Jahmyr Gibbs?
I'd say Jahmyr just because I think he'll get the bigger workload. They are splitting carries in L.A. effectively. I'll say Jahmyr.
Well, technically, they're splitting carries in Detroit.
Look, how about this? If one running back's going to get 20 carries in this game, it's Gibbs, right?
Right.
I'm just banking on volume. And who's the most explosive back? He pops one run, you win the bet.
That's true.
Right, and if the Lions have any hope of any chance in this game, it has to be Gibbs. So I'm going to just emotional hedge, say Gibbs.
Okay. I understand your thinking there, Kenny, but I'm going to go with J-Mo's cousin, Kyren, on this one.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to go with Gibbs as well because you're right. One run and it throws everything out of whack.
Sure thing, Mao Zedong.
You know what? This one's just for you, Mike.
Okay, Stalin.
Get it right. Spell my name right.
Castro. It's Castro's Prop Bet Casino.
Okay, let's see if he keeps going till he hits the one name he can't say on radio. All right.
What's that? Che Guevara?
No.
I've just Googled famous communist leaders.
He's just going through the list.
All right.
Ho Chi Minh?
No.
Okay.
Gaddafi?
Are we really doing?
You can stop this at any point, guys. What are we doing?
Mobile golf season. More rushing yards. Jared Goff or Matthew Stafford?
Oh, God. Whoever gets a singular yard wins. Goff? Question mark? What a horrible bet.
You could actually bet it.
One of them could actually be negative yards, which scares me a little.
-5 versus
right, versus
-3.
-4, something like that. A
win is a win.
Yeah, right. I'll take Goff.
I'll go Stafford.
I'll go Stafford as well in the revenge game. All right, over under Stafford interceptions 0.5.
Under. I mean, he hadn't thrown a pick since week 5, and then he had that implosion at Carolina. I'll say under. Lions do not turn people over at a high rate.
Maybe this is hopium, but tipped ball, I mean, anything can happen. I'll take the over.
Yeah, that is hopium. Under.
I understand.
I'm going
That's
under.
very nuanced. Tipped ball or whatever.
Or something and things,
Or
question
things.
mark.
Jared Goff passing yards over under 253 and a half.
I'm going to go under. I think you nailed it with some of the game plan stuff where at least early they're going to have to possess the football. And the Rams, they're not easy to pass against. So I'll say under.
Yeah, I think they're going to be stubborn on the run, too. This is going to be a run-the-football game unless they absolutely have to air it out. So I'll say under as well.
They'll be playing from behind. Over.
David, we're thinking the same way. You're going to have to just throw the ball in the third quarter. Even if it's Gibbs out the backfield, still counts. Puka Nacua, receiving yards, over under 99 and a half.
Over. You're going to play press man on these two receivers, and you allow the most time to pass in the NFL on a weekly basis. It's not fair to the corners. I just don't know that you can hold up. I'll say over.
He might have a big game, but that's a lot of yards. That's too many yards for me. I'll say under.
It is a lot of yards. Playing from behind again. So the Rams, Nacua, will get this. Over.
Yeah, I'm going over as well. More rushing yards, Blake Corum or David Montgomery?
Blake Corum.
Yeah, I'll take Blake Corum as well.
It would be Blake LLC Corum.
I don't know. I think he's going to be so distraught of what happened to his team. Give me David Montgomery. Isaac Tesla, touchdown. Over under 0.5.
Touchdown? Under.
Yeah.
Under.
You don't think that 6 catch could be a touchdown?
I said under.
All right. What you got, Kenny?
Yeah, if you were talking about receptions, I might take an over here, but yeah, I'll say under.
Definitely an under on this one.
I'm going over. Team Tesla. Phillip Rivers, passing yards.
Oh, no.
Over under 150 and a half.
Under. And I still refuse. No, I still refuse to believe he's going to play. I truly mean this. Anyone associated with the decision to throw a 44-year-old quarterback who's been out of football for 4 years onto the field with under a week of practice, malfeasant. I'm just going to bank he doesn't play. It's insanity.
Okay. Kenny?
Yeah, under for me as well.
Oh, he plays. Over.
Oh, he plays.
Wow.
He plays, but it goes under. That's your prop bet casino.
Wow.
Good luck, gentlemen. 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media today that safety Kirby Joseph will sit out this week after a setback following his knee injury. Campbell asked if he's a candidate for injured reserve. Former Michigan football head coach Sherrone Moore has been charged with felony home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking, and can get out of jail on a $25,000 bond, but must wear a GPS tether, stay in Michigan unless granted permission, and have no contact with the victim. His attorney does expect him to post bond today. ESPN writer Dan Wetzel posted the following on X, quote, "Worth noting, as a first-time offender, it's unlikely Sherrone would face anything close to the maximum punishments, if any, incarceration," end quote. The Pistons host the Hawks at LCA tonight. Kristaps Porzingis and Trae Young both remain out for Atlanta. Detroit's near week off as the injury report clean for them. You can hear the game right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:35 as well. The Michigan State Board of Trustees has approved the hiring of new football coach Pat Fitzgerald. They also approved a contract amendment for basketball coach Tom Izzo, which according to Connie Eargood of the Detroit News includes a contract raise as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, Rico, you just heard that, right? You just heard that, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Izzo got a raise, so with everything going on at U of M, I'm sure the Detroit newspapers are scrambling for an Izzo hit piece. How much money's enough for one man?
Oh, you know it, and it'll probably get dropped tonight around 11 p.m. because nothing else happened in the sports world in this state.
No, but we do have a sports happening right now. We welcome in royalty. We welcome in our man, TJ Lang, joining us. Maybe he can calm our nerves. Maybe he'll make us feel worse. And we do
what are you nervous about, Michael?
Well, we have discussed. Well, how about this? Before we do Lions, Rams, and sum total, what do you make of this Kirby Joseph thing?
Yeah.
The whole handling of this, it just has felt weird from the beginning. Oh, he might be a candidate for IL. Really, TJ? There's 4 weeks left in the season. What's your read on this? What the hell happened here?
I don't know. I just think that, you just can't get it back right. And certainly if they knew it was going to be this long, I think they would have put him on IR a couple months ago, right? I mean, we're going on, 8 games now? I mean, that's
2 months.
It's obviously a roster spot that you could have had for somebody else, but I think they're just holding out hope. And now, especially with Branch being out, even if you could get Kirby back to 75%, 80%, that could give you a 30-35 play. But it's just something keeps happening in practice where – and Coach, I don't know the exact injury. I think Coach said, bone bruise or something that Kirby's going to have to deal with. Like, it's just going to be part of, I don't know. I mean, it's very rare to have injuries that are untreatable. Like sometimes you'll say, hey, this is going to be something I got to get taken care of in the offseason, got to get a procedure or surgery, but that doesn't even sound like it's a possibility. So it's confusing, but I know that, we're frustrated. I know they're probably even more frustrated because I don't think it was misdiagnosed. I just think it's something that's been lingering, and, you don't want to put that guy at risk if it's potentially going to make it worse.
It just seems like this team refuses to say our guys get injured and they're hurt. It's always, we'll see, and we'll see what happens in practice. And the thing is like his arm just fell off. I don't think he's coming back.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think if anything, they're usually more cautious with injuries, and you've seen that. That's kind of been their philosophy. I think throughout their regime is if you're not able to practice Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're not going to put you out at risk. There's certainly some guys where you look at last week and Amon-Ra, and hey, I don't get yourself healthy. It's a Thursday game. If you don't practice all week, but come give us a play, like you're the exception to that rule. But most guys fall under, I think more of the cautious side of, let's make sure we're going to put you on IR. It's going to be 4 games. I know maybe you come back in 2 or 3, but we want to make sure we can get this right before we put you back out there. I think that's more of their MO. I just think that the Kirby news is, sure, it's frustrating because he's a great player. He signed him to a big extension, and now he's got an injury that he's dealing with that just keeps lingering. And I don't think anybody's to blame. I just think that it's one of those things that just like, man, like, is this how it's going to be now? Are we going to have to put him on a injury management program, for the rest of his career and make sure we manage this thing, because Coach did kind of mention that this isn't going to be something that's probably going to go away for Kirby. He's going to have to find a way, if he can get back on the field, to deal with it.
He's going to have to live with it.
Yeah.
I think what he said.
Which is just odd, because there's just not many injuries these days, Mike, right? That's like most injuries, it's like, okay, I'm going to have to get a surgery. I'm going to be out 4 to 6 months, right? But you wait till the offseason to do that. That doesn't even sound like it's a possibility for him. So that's what's confusing, I think, on my part, to try to understand and try to comprehend just what it is. And it's not any of our business, but obviously I've been through a lot of injuries myself and seen a lot of injuries and been around the game for a while. It's just it's a weird one, man. It is.
Last injury thing, and then we can just get to Rams-Lions. This will be a nice opportunity. Not that you need an invitation. You can call me an idiot. I think the Branch injury is devastating. And I know he's had some spotty moments this year, but he is a chess piece that they move all over the place, brings a physicality to that run game. You don't have another guy like him. Like, that was the last straw for me as far as me hoping they can win a Super Bowl. Am I overstating the Branch injury? Do you share my concerns? Where are you at with that?
No, you're an idiot. Yeah.
Good talk.
No, you told me I'd call you one. I can't pass up that opportunity.
I have no issue with it. It was an invitation.
Well, especially, it hurts even more, especially with, both your safeties, right? With the Kirby news being out and not being able to, give you his high level of play back there. So, yeah, Brian Branch is, you can't, he's a hell of a player, man. And like you said, there's been times this year where, the Green Bay game, I didn't think he played great. I thought there was a couple coverages in there where, the fourth down that he got beat on the touchdown was like, okay, that's kind of weird. You don't see him really get beat like that. But no, he's a hell of a player, man. That's going to be a loss. Anytime you lose a starting player, especially at one of his caliber, that is a game changer, that potential to be a game changer. And what he does not only in the secondary, but supporting the run and coming up and being violent and coming off the edge. Like, he is a guy that you have to be worried about if you're the opposing offense. You got to know where he's lined up, because he's got the ability to make those plays. So certainly I'm not going to downplay the loss and say, I'll plug the next guy in. They found ways to do that, which is admirable. When Branch was out earlier in the season with the suspension and the
That's
Legion of
true.
Whom, like, they found ways to do it, but if you have to do it one game, here or there, like, it's like, okay, we can package this thing together. But
Yeah,
when it's an
probably not the
injury like
receivers
this,
you want to do this
what's in an injury like this where he ain't coming back, it's like, okay, we're going to have to find guys that can step in and, I'm not going to say, fill his shoes, but can they give you some of the production that you're going to be missing from that role? I think that they've got a couple guys, whether it be by committee or, the Daniel Thomases of the world or Thomas Harpers of the world. Like, can they step in? They've proven they can do it game here, game there. But now that you're going to be the guy for the rest of the season, you're going to have to be consistent with that. And that's the thing that I think Brian Branch brought the most is, exactly what you're getting from him. Every play, he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's going to do exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to be a consistent player for you. Now the challenge is finding somebody that can replace him, that can give you maybe 75, 80% of the production that you were getting from Branch. But no, it's going to be a challenge.
All right. You want to go to the
All
phone?
right.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I wanted to ask TJ's
Taking a
confidence
nap,
level before
Mike?
we. No. I wanted to give everybody a chance here. I thought
Sleep
Rico
over
was
there.
about to speak, and I didn't want to ask 3 in a row to you. I didn't want to badger you. No, we're talking confidence level. Like, asking people. Lions fans generally have a high confidence in their team. I don't have any confidence. Like, I have low to very low confidence. They haven't won back-to-back games since September 28th. I think the Rams are the best team in the league. They're balanced. I just teach. I'm not saying there's never no hope. Maybe unless you're the Titans. The point is, I
Fair.
just
Or the
don't
Raiders.
have. Yeah, like the Raiders. Okay, I think we're fairly hopeless.
Yeah.
You're just hoping to cover a spread. But, like, where are you at as you get ready to get on the plane? Like, if you have a high level of confidence, could you offer some reasons? Because I can't find them.
I don't have a high level of, like, I don't want to say like arrogance or anything like, what is everybody talking about? Look, it's the Rams, we should go in there and be. They are a good team. When you look at it, though, and the last couple of days watching their last, 3 or 4 games and kind of studying their personnel and the schemes that they do, like, they're pretty simple when you look at it, but it looks confusing and it looks, it looks advanced because there's just so many moving pieces and, like, the motions that they use. It's like, okay, I could see where you could kind of trick somebody's eyes, in that situation. But at the end of the day, when you look at these two teams on paper, they're pretty damn similar. Like, they are, when it comes to rushing yards, passing yards, third down percentages, defense, red zone. Like, you look at all the stats and they're all, like, right next to each other. Now that doesn't tell the whole story, because I think the Rams, what they've been able to do is play at that level much more consistent than the Lions have for the past 8 games, right? After you started 4-1, every week's been up, down, up, down, up, down. And obviously you're coming off of a high, last Thursday against the Cowboys. The challenge for this team is you got to be consistent. And it sucks saying that in the middle of December because this is the time where you'd like to see it ramp up. Right. Now, that could happen. Like that Dallas game last week, and I know people, Dallas wasn't that. Like, Dallas was one of the hottest teams coming in here.
They were.
And you played the type of game that we are used to and that they are used to playing. Okay, if you play that way again, offensively, you control the line of scrimmage, and defensively, you get some stops and some big takeaways. Like, you can – that's that.
TJ, it was a takeaway.
You have to be consistent with it, though, right? And that's the thing that I look at, and as we approach kickoff, I normally talk myself into being more confident. When you're at the stadium and like, okay, man, like these guys can do it, right? Like they're no world beaters over there. They got players. Okay, whatever. We got players too. But I think that the offensive line took a step last week. I think Miles Frazier actually gave him a little bit of a boost there. I don't know if Mahogany. I know he practiced a little bit this week. I don't know if he's going to be a realistic option to get back in there at left guard this week yet. But even with that being said, I think that they kind of found something where Cologne had a decent game. I think Miles Frazier had a decent game. It looked to me like they were solidified a little bit up front, which that was, if we're being honest, over the last 8 games, you talk about some of the highs and some of the lows. A lot of the lows was because, Jared Goff's just not getting the time. And I think that, the Rams defense is really good. That front is really good, man. They've got 6-7 guys that rotate. They're young. They're energetic, man. They bring it. They're physical. They're nasty. But if you can match up to them and you can run the ball and you can keep the play-action game going and you cannot shoot yourself in the foot with some of the illegal formations and the false starts that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, I think you can go toe-to-toe with these guys as long as you just don't make that big crucial mistake, right? Like, this team's still good enough where you shoot yourself in the foot once in a while, you can overcome it. Some of the mistakes that they've made in their losses, like, you're shooting yourself in the head, man. Like, you're just not giving yourself a chance to go out there and win. As long as you avoid that big mistake and give yourself a chance in the fourth quarter, I think these two teams are honestly pretty even, man. I do.
You think you can get
I need some of what he's smoking. Wow.
No, you think
wow.
you get,
you asked me, for
I did. I'm just
a little
shocked.
A little bit of boost.
I'm
Mike,
shocked.
it's and you mention all the time, it's the former player in me. Like, you never go into a game thinking like, oh boy, like, hold on, boys, it's gonna be a tough one.
Can you get another game out of Bobby Muhammad?
Man, I'll tell you what, and I know that we hit on it last week, but they took a lot of heat after that Green Bay game, and I think I even told you guys, like, Dad, man, you look at that Green Bay game, and if you rush like that against Matthew Stafford or Dak Prescott, like, you're gonna start getting home and getting some of those plays, and we saw that come to life against Dallas with the 5 sacks and the hurries and the pressures. The biggest thing was that defense got to play with a lead going into the fourth quarter, and that's a defensive lineman's dream, man. Now you got Hutch, now you got Muhammad stepping up in some of those big moments. So yeah, if you can keep this thing close, you can try to shut down the run game where you force LA into more shotgun plays. That's not Matthew Stafford's bread and butter. He wants to do exactly what Jared Goff does, where it's the play action. I want to be under center. I want to max protect, get my 2 stud receivers out on the edge, one-on-ones, and take some shots down the field. But if you can force them into some third downs, man, that defensive line, that pass rush is going to have a chance to get home and maybe make one of those big plays.
We'll get to the people. If you have a question for TJ, got a couple open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to the picks later in the hour. David, I added a few. You left a few critical things off the pick sheet. Don't worry, we're going to have some fun with it. But we do have
what do you want, like a D2 basketball game? Something that Mike studies.
More Army-Navy stuff.
All right, you've heard the ads. Lawyers bragging about verdicts and wins and trophies they put on their wall. Here's the problem. You shouldn't be just a number. That's why David Femininio is different. He wins big, but it's not about the bragging rights. It's about winning for you and the medical costs and your family and keeping you moving forward. It's your case, your life. If you are in an accident, you call David, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Oh, David, that's so nice of you. You're playing TJ's wedding song. Welcome in. Hell of a good Friday. This is your wedding song. David said you requested this.
Okay. All right.
Listen.
I don't remember that night much, but.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Listen, we've got a lot to talk about. I want to get to the people because our caller, Travis, is going to bring up something that we were going to bring up to you anyways. So why don't we let Travis have first crack at it, and then we'll have a little discussion before your critical questions. Travis, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, good Friday. I'm not sure how any Lions fan can be too confident going into a game where you're on the road going against arguably the best team in football, and your roster is busted up about as bad as Michigan football's reputation. Like, that's a problem. I am not overconfident. I'm not particularly confident at all. And Brian Branch is either one of the best safeties in football or it's no big deal that he's not in the game. It cannot be both. That's a fact. I really think there is a path to a win here. You hit it earlier, Mike. They have to play desperate football. There's a very good chance this team could go 3-1 and finish the year with 11 wins and not make the playoffs. So every single game counts. There's a puncher's chance. I feel like there's a puncher's chance. You have Jahmyr Gibbs.
There's always a puncher's chance. There's always a chance for every team in football. That's what makes the NFL magical. I would never say no shot. But, Trev, you know why I have low confidence.
I agree. I think again, but would it surprise anybody if Jahmyr Gibbs came out and did 170 from scrimmage and 3 tuds? And if you see that line, you know you're going to be in the game. I think the Lions got to be closer to 40 than 30 to win this game. That's where it is. I mean, you guys were talking about if it's track meet, that's not good. I think that's where they need to be. And I do actually have a question for TJ. TJ, do you think that Shep should look at going more zone to try and limit the damage? Because like Adams and Nacua terrify me. No offense to the guys out there on the field, but that's a tall order to ask like number one guys to cover those guys in man coverage.
Yeah. And Travis, they tried to do that a little bit last week. I think they mixed in more zone than they have all year. Mixed in some of the pressures, against Dallas to try to get some of that confusion. But honestly, like the zone was where they kind of got picked apart a little bit last week. They're just, especially when the pass rush isn't getting there, zone coverage is not your best friend. Just because you're going to find a hole eventually. That I don't hate it. I'm at the point now where it's like, hey, if you just want to play umbrella coverage against these guys and keep everything in front of you and, give them basically the 5-6 yard outs that they want to run. Like McVay and Stafford can't help themselves but to get greedy at some point to take some shots down the field. If you confuse them and show man and then drop back in his zone, can you get a potential takeaway? Maybe, but it's so hard to do at this point of the season to completely change your philosophy of what you're doing defensively, which is a physical press man-to-man defense. But I wouldn't mind switching it up a little bit because I think they did have some success when they did it against Dallas, but going zone heavy is not their strength of that defense. So, it's going to be a challenge, these guys. Amik Robertson and DJ Reed probably haven't had the seasons that they want so far this year. It's going to be a challenge for them, but I still like the ability to just play physical, be aggressive with these guys. Don't let up the big play. And you know what, man, if it turns into a one-on-one football game with those guys, like you're going to have to win some of them. That's just how I look at it. And you're going to have to trust your D-line to get home.
Let's go to the other side of the ball. And Mike brought this up earlier in the show. Is this a game where, you know what, Dan Campbell has to just go for it every single time with the mindset that the Rams are just going to keep scoring touchdowns, so we have to match them points for points?
I don't know if you go into the game with that feel. I think that Dan Campbell, the last couple games, to me, it seems like he's being more calculated with some of those. We've seen him get burned a lot where you go into the game and it's like, we're going to have to do this. We can't punt the ball. We can't kick field goals. And the game really doesn't play out that way. You're like, the defense is actually playing pretty well. Like, you don't have to give Minnesota the ball at the 50-yard line every time. You can pin them deep, play the field position game. I think he's done a better job recently of kind of adjusting to that. Certainly, I know Dan Campbell, and every game after I talk to him and he talks to the media, he has a picture in his head of how the game's going to go. And, hey, we told our offense this. We told them we had to do this. Or we told our defense we had to do this, right? And he normally kind of puts the onus on one facet of the game. This week certainly feels like it's going to be on the offense, just because you look at it across the field, and Rams offense, man, they're potent. They can put up points in a hurry on you, right? Look last week against Arizona, man. They went down 7-0. It's like, okay, that's cute. Watch this. Put up 40 on them. I don't know if you go into the game, though, thinking like, guys, we're not punting at all. I don't care if it's 4th and 8. Certainly, I don't want you to lose that aggression if it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2, and it's like, you can't afford to give the ball back here. Or if the Rams come out smoking hot and you're down 2 scores early in the game, you're probably thinking like, okay, like we can't afford to keep putting ourselves in a hole here. But I don't like the notion of going into the game because you're kind of admitting to yourself that you might be a little bit weaker or disadvantaged if you're saying that.
You are a little disadvantaged.
You don't want to admit
secondary.
that, but you correct, you are. But I think that you trust your offense, and you go out there and say offense. Like, that's the challenge. Can we be consistent like we were last week against Dallas? Can we protect the passer? Can we can we be good on 3rd downs? Can we be good on 1st and 2nd downs so we're not putting ourselves in 3rd and longs and in 4th downs, right? They're 0 for 7 on their last 7 4th down attempts. That's not a characteristic of this team. So I don't think you go into that game, but if the game goes a certain way, you might say, hey, boys, buckle up. Like, we ain't punting. We got to keep scoring.
Let me help you, because I know TJ's waited with anticipation for how I would handle this. Let's just level. Let's take it a step further. I couldn't disagree more with Thomas John Lang. Here's what I would do if I'm Dan Campbell. I'd walk in, and I would deactivate Jake Bates. I'm not kicking. I deactivate.
Give me your helmet.
All punters and kickers. You're out. I'm not kicking. Not a single time. I'm not going to punt. I'm not kicking field goals. I don't think there's a world where field goals win this game. I would be shocked, TJ. Shocked. Go. This is Dan Campbell's fever dream, brother. Remember that game in L.A. a few years ago? They faked like 8 punts.
Oh, yeah.
They did everything in their power.
That was a totally different team, though. Yeah, that was a totally different team.
Listen.
You hadn't won a game yet.
But in a
chip, I don't care. We're going down. This doesn't feel like that.
This is TJ Lang, 4 a.m. Vegas, at the casino, chips to the middle of the table game. That's what this is. Like, I'm sorry. This is Dan's fever dream. This is where Dan Gamble needs to tear his shirt off all in. I'm with Rico. Hope he calls better plays, but they need to be hyper aggressive.
If it's appropriate, sure. Do I want to see you passing up a field goal on 4th and 9 from like the 25?
Yes.
No, I don't want to do that. Now, if you're down 3 scores, it's just the way the game the way the game's going. Like, you got to feel it out. But I don't want to come out in the first possession and have 4th and 7 from your own 40 and going for it. Like, that's how it's great if you get it, but you're digging yourself a hole. You're basically giving a freebie to the other team, right? Like, you can't afford that against teams of this,
I know.
Of this nature.
But you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do, and I'm with you. I think we're on the
touchdowns.
same page, but I don't like having that mindset because you're kind of admitting to yourself like we're not good enough to compete with them, so we're going to have to pull out all the tricks to get out of here with a win. I don't think that this team should feel that way.
David, few ticket texts, and then we have a bevy. TJ, we have a grab bag in the holiday spirit, a stocking stuffer of critical questions for you. And I think you're really going to appreciate it.
Can't wait.
I have felt super sincere. David, ticket text.
Zero confidence in winning this game. The only way we might win is if this becomes a trap game for the Rams, given they gave Arizona and having Seattle in 4 days. Someone else says, my confidence level is at 35%. Think the Lions are snake bit for the 2nd year in a row. It's very, very sad. The Lions
I don't know about snake bit. Okay. I don't. That's not fair. I mean, snake bit would be you're the Indianapolis Colts. You think you finally found a quarterback and he blows his Achilles and your whole season's over after you traded 2 first-round picks and went all in with Sauce. That's snake bit. Like, yeah, injuries are a part of the game. I mean, TJ will agree. Last year the injuries were all on one side of the ball, and it was theater of the absurd. Now, this year, you've had a couple offensive injuries that have hurt you, couple defense. But no, I don't think snake bit is fair. Because if you think you're going through an NFL season with no injuries, you're not paying attention.
Correct. And I don't think the Rams, one of those ticket texts, talking about this being a trap game for them. Like, I don't see that at all. No. I see this being personal for the Rams. You ended their season a couple years ago. You beat them, week 1. Last year, like I think Sean McVay is going to have a little bit of Matt LaFleur fever, where it's like we've lost to this team a couple times now, and the way that they've beaten us going forward on 4th down, I wouldn't be surprised to see McVay do the same thing that LaFleur did, where we're not going to punt. Like, we're going to go for it on fourth downs because, I do think they take this Lions team seriously. And Mike, like you said, it's 8-5 football team and with great players all across. And like Mike, you said, I mean, this thing is so jam-packed right now, where the Bears literally went from the 1 seed to the 7 seed with one loss.
Yeah.
Right. So, the Rams are certainly going to be motivated to, not only keep pace in the division with what Seattle and the Niners are kind of coming up behind them, but everybody wants that 1 seed.
We have TJ critical questions. Then we have the picks. A lot to do. Don't make a move. 97.1.
What if more reliability meant not more expensive? With Xfinity, you can get more reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for less. We're talking intelligent gig speed Wi-Fi for $50 a month. This holiday season, now through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig speed Wi-Fi, guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts, no strings attached. You can save over $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity, their best Wi-Fi equipment, and even unlimited data, all included, all at their best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet, powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo prices for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
Okay, we'll get to the picks in about 10 minutes. We've got a segment we do every week, but the seriousness of it varies. This is just a matter of something a little more. I would hope it ends up being lighthearted. TJ, did you familiarize yourself with the Quentin Jammer news?
No, I did not. There was a lot of news going on. That one slipped by me.
Okay, well, I want to help you.
Oh, boy.
And former Chargers.
Jammer. Okay, yeah, former, it's like safety, right?
Yeah, former Chargers cornerback Quentin Jammer says he played most of his games during 2011, quote, bleep-faced drunk in at least 8 games.
Whoa,
Jammer said football.
I just pulled the tweet up.
Yeah,
true story. In 2011, I played completely blank-faced, drunk in at least 8 games. Whoa.
Yeah, said he was going through some personal things, and we're people, and yeah, he was hammered out on the field.
Okay.
Now, no names, but what do you have any story with any former teammate? So, like, what is the wildest thing? What is it? A guy playing hungover? Is it a guy high out of his mind? I just highly doubt you played with someone who was blasted.
No, never drunk. I mean, hungover possibly. Hell, I had a couple of those in the preseason where you're playing like one series. You go out the night before with the fellas, go to dinner, not feeling too well the next day. Not normally game day. There were some guys that's just how they functioned when they had the little, vape pen back in the day. And like some guys were just different. They would function. That's how they would focus and get energy. Me, no, I'd be sleeping in the locker room if I partook in those. We had one funny story though. It wasn't game day. It was a practice. And I want to say maybe 2015 or maybe 2016, they started putting these little GPS trackers on us on the shoulder pads, which now they do in the game, so you can like kind of track how fast guys are going, right? Like that thing was kind of new to us back in 2016, but they did it in practice because they wanted to monitor the movements and how much stress you're putting on your body and, hey, how much are we running? That way we can kind of back off the next day, or maybe, hey, we didn't really get as much as we wanted to. The next day we can kind of load up. One of our defensive linemen came in after practice, and they were going through all the GPS things. And normally it was like, okay, offensive, defensive line, you're probably running maybe between 3 and 4 miles, a practice, based off of, what the practice looks like. He came in with about 22 miles on his GPS tracker. And they were like, what is going on? And they had to check the security cameras. He would leave about 20 minutes early because in Green Bay, you would drive across the street to practice. The facility wasn't attached to the locker room. He would leave for about 20 minutes, drive around Green Bay with a little blunt in his hand, smoking it, and then go park and go to practice. So he had about 20 miles on his GPS when he came in.
I think Gator does the same thing.
Unbelievable. They were like, "There's no way he ran." Why everybody else at like 5, 6? Like receivers are at like 6, 7. What, the D lineman at like 20? What the hell's going on? And then they pull it up. Yep, sure. He leaves 20 minutes early and just cruises around town with the old blunt in the hand and shows up to practice, not even thinking that he had the GPS thing on. It was the first time we were using it.
Not all brain surgeons, TJ.
Incredible.
Part 2, though, this one I'm very interested in. Your second critical question. With the news of Phillip Rivers and his body being exhumed from the grave, age 44, has not played since the 2020 season, may or may not play this weekend. Here's my question to you.
Yeah, it ain't gonna
Today, I give you a week. Could you give us a series?
No.
Could you give us a play?
A play? It depends on the play. If it's a pass protection
Kneel
where I'm
down.
getting a slide from the center and
victory formation.
I'm just kind of
No,
sitting
you're
there
right.
posting up. Like
Rico wins.
realistically, right now,
TJ in there from victory formation. No, guys, I got this one.
I could maybe
one screenplay.
I could maybe give you like 5 plays. But that's even insane to think about. Like my hamstring would probably tear off the bone. I'd probably crack my back.
If you were given
and
2,
I'm still like I've
2
lost
weeks.
some weight, but I could still be a lineman.
So 2 weeks you couldn't handle Micah Parsons?
No, oh my God. I mean, realistically, I think it would take if I sat down and said, okay, I want to give this one more shot. I mean, I think it would take 6 to 8 months to get back in the shape I was when I was playing. And that's just cardio-wise, strength-wise.
Mike,
like, it would take up.
We're gonna have
that
TJ,
Phillip Rivers thing ain't gonna end well, boys.
We're gonna have
that ain't
TJ
gonna end
running
well
on the
at all.
beach. It's gonna be like the Rocky montage.
That's gonna be fascinating.
There is no tomorrow.
Stallion, what's wrong with you?
Keely's
We're just
blow out
slapping
through my
TJ
calf.
around.
Come on,
There
TJ.
is no tomorrow. No. So hold on. You said it's not going to end well. Here's my question.
Do you think it's going to
How
end well?
could? No. I want to ask a different way. Is they bring him in? Bringing him in is one thing, but putting him on the field less than a week after signing, that would be malfeasance. Like I don't understand how that's even a part of the thought process.
What are the reports this week? I mean, is it like realistic that he could play? I mean, I don't know if they have any other options.
Riley
I haven't
Leonard?
seen anything like it's. Yeah, they signed with the practice squad. They're like, yeah, he's looking good. Like, is there a realistic chance that, meaning over maybe 75%, that he actually
think
plays this
so,
week?
and I think.
Oh boy,
your thought is correct, Mike. That he's only been there a week, but here's what he's been doing: the high school he's been coaching, he's been running Steichen's offense. He's been talking to him week after week.
Oh, I
after
ain't worried
week
about the
that
mental
offense.
side of it.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I know.
I'm not worried about the mental
How about
aspect
this?
of it.
Las Vegas has him as the quarterback over under 150 yards passing in this game. Guys,
I think they're expecting him to play.
They didn't bring him back to hold a clipboard.
I don't know if he makes it 2 series. Like, and he looks. I mean, he looks like he not super heavy, but
Well, you know what? It better be worth
you
his
see those
time
cheeks,
because
man, it's like, whoa.
better be worth. No.
Right.
TJ, it better be worth it because he reset the clock on the whole Hall of Fame conversation.
Yeah, that's true. Doesn't it seem though that Chris Ballard and Indy is like, are they under like a win now mandate? Do you think?
I think so.
Because some of the moves that they've made, I mean, that Sauce
They
Gardner
have no
trade
draft
was
picks next year.
horrendous for them.
Right.
Right, exactly. That's why it seems like we have to do everything possible this year to make the playoff. Phillip Rivers, yeah, we're in. I don't
they're
think
desperate.
I don't think they're thinking clearly for the future. I
they're
think it's like
desperate
we
right
need to do
now.
this now, which to me kind of hints at like maybe Ballard is under a 1-year mandate of like this is your last chance to figure this out.
But who the hell were they supposed to call? Like Cam Newton and his silly hats? Like, I mean, I understand it's a terrible idea, but your quarterback died, your backup died, you're on your third string guy who couldn't throw the ball in college. Who are they supposed to call?
Yeah, a good question. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I like
Mike,
I like making fun of
I
them.
mean, I'm sure there's guys out there on the practice squad that are quarterbacks
No.
that are physically in shape. Like you might have to play catch up when it comes to the playbook. You could simplify things, but there's got to be guys in the at least on a practice squad that you could say, okay, we're going to sign you for 4 weeks just to come in here and give us a body, man, give us a chance.
Well, no, the funny thing, Mike, I don't know if you saw that, but Cam Newton was a little upset that his phone did not ring.
Oh, shocking.
6
Seriously?
years. He's 6
Why?
years
What was his
younger.
problem?
He's just like, well, really, I'm right here, and if you're going to give him a shot, why not give me a shot?
Because they don't want a circus.
He's a
They don't want a
buffoon.
sideshow. Like they don't want to deal with you. That's why. And by the way, no, I mean,
Not worth it.
okay,
No, he's
TJ,
a
back
buffoon.
me up on this. As much as ability matters, this is still a people business. It's an ego management business. You're not just going to bring someone in that's going to upend the apple cart or
Right.
bring a lot of distraction to your room.
Yeah. And look, if Rivers had been retired for a year or 2, like, okay, hey buddy, you still got it, man. It's 4 games left. We're trying to make a push here. Like I could be like, okay, like that's 5 years out of the game, 4 years out of the game now. It's like
I kind of want to see it, like morbid
I do
curiosity.
Too. It's like you can't. It feels like a car wreck where you're not going to be able to look away. I just don't see
No.
in any world Phillip Rivers coming out and just lighting up defenses and like
All right.
scrambling around.
Well, let's get to the
football
picks
games.
next.
I don't
TJ's
see
made it
it.
funny.
I don't see
All right.
it.
Let's get to Hungry Howie's. It's real simple. Weekend on tap, lots of football to watch, and your schedule does not slow down. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. Their mix and match deal. If you got fussy kids, if you and the wife don't like the same type of pizza, $7.49 each. You mix and match the whole meal together. Everybody gets what they want, from the salads to the subs to, yes, the pizzas and the Howie bread. $7.49 each. Mix and match, and you are ready to go. Dinner on the table in 30 minutes. Go to hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. It is a wonderland, and all is right in Whoville as I'm back in first in the picks. Music, David. All right, speed round. We got a lot of ground to cover and a full house today. We begin in the game Rico hates because he's a useless communist. Army, Navy laying 6. Let's go to Mao Zedong.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to go with Army because my brother was in the Army once. So let's go Army.
At least you have a shred of dignity. Over to Kenny Cott.
I will agree with Stalin over there. Give me Army.
We go to David.
Could I take Texas?
I'm going to go with Navy because I currently know 3 Navy shipmen, so I'm going to go Navy.
TJ Lang respects the military.
Yeah, I'm going with the Navy because they always give the Army boys a ride when they got to go fight somewhere. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not disparaging any of these military people. Oh, that's the Marine. Yeah, but that's part of.
Oh, wait, Navy. I forgot.
Will you just pick the game?
Know this stuff.
Navy throws the ball pretty good now. I'm taking the midshipmen.
Rooting for Army, but I'm picking Navy. They're substantially better.
Hey, Stoney.
It's just the truth. Navy's better. Pistons laying 7.5 as they welcome the Hawks in tonight.
What are we doing
Rico.
basketball for?
Woo!
This is the one that Mike died. This was the hill you were dying on, Mike?
Sure. That'll be the next one.
Sure. You know what? Kate, Buffs, let's go Pistons.
Boom. Over to Kenny.
I'm wearing the Pistons teal today. Give me the Pistons.
Over to David.
I love them, but I'm going Hawks.
Oh,
now pick up a game on David.
Young.
Yeah,
TJ.
Pistons win, but I'm with David. I'm taking the Hawks as well.
Pistons by 20. All right, we got college hoops tonight. East Tennessee State laying 4.5 at Austin Peay. Rico Beard.
He keeps asking
Stop.
game.
Stop.
Did that just get put on? I didn't even see that.
Go to the NFL, Mike.
Woo! All right, we go to the NFL. Vikings.
Sad news is you probably had 10 stats on that game, Mike.
No, I don't. I swear to God.
I got a transfer point guard.
All right, Cowboys laying 5.5 as they welcome 9 to the house.
Yeah.
Rico Beard.
You know what? It's the devil's number, but I don't believe in 9, especially this week that his college team has had. Give me the Cowboys.
Over to Kenny.
I'm meditating in this chair as we speak. Give me 9. Give me the
9. Over to David.
I'll make it simple. Kenny will love this.
Oh,
yes.
Let's not do this again.
Over to the 2 grand slam. Over to TJ.
I'm going with the Cowboys at home, coming off a loss. Somehow they're still in it. I think that they were kind of rejuvenated after Philly lost. But they're still in their division too, man. Yeah, I think they've got some hope. They've got some belief. And look, J.J. McCarthy's got to come back down to earth after the game he had last week. I'm taking the Cowboys.
Cowboys tackles look like TJ. Give me the Vikings. Dolphins, Steelers. Steelers laying 3, and your total is 42.5. Pick either one you're more comfortable with. Rico Beard. Optionality. This is our Scott Harris game of the week.
Yeah. Give me Steelers.
Okay.
-3.
Great pick.
Why is this a Monday night game?
Things.
Absolutely terrible. Give me the Steelers with a question mark at the end of it.
David.
You're wrong, Kenny. The Dolphins are going to win this game because we have no TJ Watt. He barely has a lung. Dolphins.
Do you really need to breathe?
You said one or the other, right, Mike?
Yeah, pick
Okay.
whichever one you
All
like
right.
better since it's a rat game.
Yeah, you want to take shots at me? The Steeler quarterback looks like you, just an old man limping around out there. But I will take
Thanks,
the
buddy.
over. I'm not comfortable picking this game, but I'm taking the over.
Maybe
Over
I should start
42.5.
doing some ayahuasca. Give me under 42.5. This game sucks. Panthers laying 2.5. They travel to New Orleans. Rico Beard.
I don't know if this is good Panthers or bad Panthers, but I'm not a believer in Shuck, so I'm going to go with the Panthers.
Over to Kenny.
Rico, it's what you just said. I don't know if it's good Panthers or bad Panthers, so I can't count on it. I'm going with the Saints.
David.
Saints are going to come marching in and lose. Panthers.
TJ.
Maybe I will believe in Chuck. I don't know. It's a shame that one of these teams from the NFC South is going to make the playoffs over probably an 11-win team elsewhere. But division game on the road?
Yes.
I'm an idiot. I'm taking the Saints.
You're not an idiot. It's December divisional underdog. Yes, Saints. And by the way, the Saints kicked the Panthers' ass like a month ago. Saints. Chargers at the Chiefs. Why are the Chiefs laying 5.5? The world will never know. Rico.
That will be Mahomes. Give me the Chiefs. Because I got
Kenny
nothing to
Cobb.
lose. I'm dead last.
Yeah, Chargers. They might go very fast, but the Chargers will keep it close. So give me the Chargers.
David, any air base here?
No air base in this one because I'm Chiefs all day.
All right. TJ.
I'm going with the Chargers. I think this line's so big because the Chargers' offensive line is just pathetic. I mean, Justin Herbert's running all over the place, broken hand, still finding ways to win games, though. 5.5, Devil's number on the road. Might get a desperate Chiefs team, but I'm taking the Chargers to cover.
I'm going to go Chiefs. I just can't get rid of them. I wish I could, but Chiefs are going to win. Bills, only a 1.5-point favorite at the Patriots.
This is a strange line, Mike, and you've taught me. I'm just going to go with it. Give me the Bills.
Ooh, all right. Kenny.
Yeah, same exact logic, actually. I'll take the Bills as well. Under a field goal, 1.5. That's no problem.
David.
This pains me to do this, but it is Army-Navy week, so I'm going to go with the Patriots.
Nice. At least somebody cares about America.
Bills are red, white, and blue.
Boy, this is a juicy game, man. 50-50, 1.5, obviously. It's going to be tight. I'm taking the home team. I'll take the Patriots, man. They got a chance to, I think, seal up the division this week, called it a T-shirt and hat type of game. I think they come out with a lot of urgency. I'm taking the Pats.
Bills are Charmin soft. Give me the Pats. Packers laying 2.5 at the Broncos. Ah, there you go. Rico.
You know what? I'm going to give me the Broncos. On the road, Packers just inconsistent when it comes to scoring.
Kenny.
Yeah, I agree with the wise man across from me. I will also take the Broncos.
David.
Crazy. Packers all day.
That a baby. Over to TJ.
Yeah, I'm taking Green Bay on the road here. Found something last week against Chicago. Defense starting to play better. And the Broncos, let's be honest, man, they're kind of Minnesota from last year with a lot of these lucky wins that they're just falling into. I'm taking Green Bay.
Major quarterback mismatch here. You know Jordan Love, career, week 11 and on, 37 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah. What's happened with Bo Nix, too? That sophomore slump, man. He doesn't look the same.
He stinks. All right, quickly, let's go around the room, boys. Rams laying 6. Rico.
You know what? I'm thinking that the Rams just has too much firepower.
Done.
Give me the Rams at 6.
Kenny.
Rams win, Lions cover.
David.
Rams win, Lions cover.
TJ, 10 seconds or less.
It's going to come down to a field goal, but I'm taking the Lions cover.
No, it's not. Rams. Those are the picks. You guys were tremendous. I'm still a little bitter you didn't pick the East Tennessee State game. We'll do it again next week.
Go East Tennessee.
Still got 2 hours left. We can get it in.
Go basketball.
They're the Buccaneers, if you're wondering. 97-1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Former Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore has been charged with a felony home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking. He has just been released on $25,000 bond, according to Tony Garcia of the Free Press. According to the arraignment earlier, he now must wear a GPS tether, stay in Michigan unless granted permission, and have no contact with the victim. Three-star offensive line commit Bear McWhorter announced today he's withdrawn his letter of intent. Lions coach Dan Campbell confirmed today that safety Kirby Joseph is out this week against the Rams after suffering a setback on his knee injury. It sounds like fellow safety Thomas Harper is heading in the right direction to play this week as well. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker was also not at practice today. The Michigan State Board of Trustees passed through a couple of athletic items, including the hiring of new football coach Pat Fitzgerald and a contract amendment for basketball coach Tom Izzo. According to several reports, Izzo receiving a $1 million boost in supplemental income and will earn $7.2 million a year now. The Pistons host the Hawks tonight at 7. Hear the pregame right here on 97.1 beginning at 6:35. According to Shams, Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is expected to return this Saturday in the NBA Cup semifinal as well.
Come on, Mike, let him read.
The Pistons have a clean bill of health today as well. The Tigers have signed a minor league deal with Cole Waits. He pitched for the Giants in the 2022 and 2023 seasons. The Royals also are close to a 5-year extension with all-star third baseman Michael Garcia. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You can tell it's the holiday season. TJ Lang is going to bless us, grace us, if you will, with more of his time.
Oh, I can't miss who said it, Mike.
Okay, listen.
I'm just
very pleased.
I love, coming in here on Monday and Tom Milliken comes up to me and goes, "You really think I would have said that?" I'm like, dude, I had to guess somebody. Sorry, man.
The spicy garlic guy. All right, let's get to who said it. Our coworkers say things. We got to guess who the hell it was. David curates the audio. It is your show, my man.
All right. So eligibility this week will be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Damn. No Chapman?
And Wojo did work.
Are you sure?
Wojo did work barely.
Well, I wouldn't call it work, but he was here.
He was
and
present.
said things. Yeah.
All right, number one, I would hate to play in New York. I'm not wired to play in New York. I think playing in New York would suck.
Mike Valenti.
Okay.
What the hell?
I agree with everything that person said. New York does suck. The entire state.
Take it easy.
Anybody getting a Jansen vibe? Like,
TJ, I'm glad you said it because that's what I thought first rip also.
It sounded like
But isn't
kind of
David
former
laying a
player.
trap?
I would want to do that.
I would hate
Is it, you know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, that's kind of
It's too
sim-
easy,
yeah, that's
so
too simple.
David would screw us.
Oh, you know what? If that's the case, then
What about Doug?
I was going to say Doug because New Yorkers are not respectful.
No, we're
Great
honest.
point. That is very valid.
I'm going to
That
go
is
with Doug.
Very valid.
I can't imagine somebody more ill-equipped to be in New York than Doug. So I'll say Doug.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please help me?
Get out of the way.
Oh, those taxis
Hello,
will be running
sir.
his bike riding ass over.
Can I offer you some kale?
Why are they honking so much?
I don't eat red meat.
Is he trying to fool us? I don't know. I'm still kind of
Or
sticking with
sometimes,
Jansen.
man, just go with Jansen.
Yeah,
We
just-
guessed Jansen and they guessed Doug. Somebody's got to get it.
It's probably
gonna
the
be
simpleton
Kane.
answer, but no, I'm gonna go with Jansen.
All right. David, who said it?
Damn it!
Yeah!
God damn it!
That is Doug.
Yeah! You're not fit to be in New York.
Not
Get out.
respectful. Excuse me, kind sir. Which subway
These
do
cars-
I go to?
These cars aren't respecting the bike lane.
That man's riding a bike without a helmet, sir.
Excuse me, why are we feeding the rats?
I'm just... Wow. Wow, there's so much wildlife in New York, Doug the Rat.
Why are there so many blankets on the ground?
What's on all these unwashed people? All right, let's I'm so happy I got that
At
right.
10 p.m.
That's right.
Are you guys ready for number two?
No.
Yes. I don't care if I get everything else wrong.
Hold on
I'm
a
so
minute.
pumped up I got that.
Number two. If the ACC had properly crowned its champion, we would have no drama today. The Irish are in. There's only one little guy, which is what we all expected, and there's no issues.
Properly.
Okay.
Who says properly?
I am going to use the Jenkins clause.
Okay, so you either heard this driving in or driving out of work.
You know what? See, and that's funny because
I don't think you're listening.
Because I know
is that a cookies? Is that a cookies?
That's what I thought too.
It's either cookies or it's Wojo.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
So he would listen to cookies on the way back.
I had a cookies or a Jansen vibe. Like if they would have just properly done that. Like that's the Michigan man.
Could we just get that
properly
one more
using-
time, David?
Sure can, Kenny. If the ACC had properly crowned its champion, we would have no drama today. The Irish are in. There's only one little guy, which is what we all expected, and there's no issues.
But hold on, aren't there two little guys? Isn't Tulane a little guy?
Yeah, there are two.
And
little guys.
JMU.
Yeah,
I can see that being a Costa rant.
I'm stuck on Wojo. So
I am
gonna go
too.
Wojo.
I'm on Wojo as well.
Besides, I already
You know
got
what?
one. So
I'm going to go with Wojo because there's two little guys, and I think Cookies would have known that, and Wojo probably doesn't know that. He probably saw James Madison and thinks Tulane is a powerhouse.
Okay.
So I'm gonna switch it to go with Wojo.
What about
David,
you,
you talked
Janker?
me into it. Mike,
no.
you done janking yourself?
No, you get to go
David?
last now.
Oh.
Yeah.
I swear I heard Cookie say this.
Ooh.
Okay.
Who said it?
God.
Ah.
Damn it. I know Mike doesn't listen to Wojo. What am I doing?
No, driving
God
home.
Damn it.
Driving home,
no,
he does.
No.
Because then he comes back and he puts Wojo on a Spitfire. the
I'm
next day.
still caught up. I don't want to wait. Like, can we all agree there's two little guys in?
What he was saying here is that if the ACC had properly given their champion,
Okay, if you
then
put
there
in
would
Notre
only
Dame-
be one because Irish
Okay, I
they
got
would
you.
be in.
I thought he meant like there's only one little guy. What are people complaining? Okay, all right. Damn it, you talked me out of it. Mike doesn't listen to Wojo. What? I'm an idiot.
I actually do.
He does.
Until Bob angers me, and then
Herbs and
I'm out.
spices and dips.
Herbs and spices.
When you listen to Costa, what are you on the treadmill at 6:30 with your headphones in? Just this.
I
idiot?
mean, I give the show a chance.
Number
I'm sure
three.
they
They
appreciate
start talking
that, Mike.
about like beef jerky or shoveling, and I usually just go, all right, I tried. And then I go somewhere else.
Just let it play out. Let's
Number three. Woo! Just because of the way business is done right now doesn't mean that you have to compromise your principles. Doesn't mean you have to compromise your integrity.
Okay. Anybody got a feel on that one?
One more
I
time,
have a
David.
guess.
I think I
Okay.
do.
You one more time? Sure. Just because of the way business is done right now doesn't mean that you have to compromise your principles. It doesn't mean you have to compromise your integrity.
Anybody get a rigorism there?
Yeah. I
Mike,
mean,
what was your guess? You said you had a guess.
One person in particular was enamored with the integrity word yesterday.
Yeah, I know that.
I would
It was a
say-
morning show.
I would say John.
You were mean to him, by the way. You owe him
No,
an apology. Yeah,
No,
you
we just
yeah,
we were
yeah.
just
Mike.
keeping it,
Mike.
just keeping it
Mike.
honest,
Mike.
keeping it real.
Mike. Integrity. Oh, it's somebody guess.
I don't
I've got
feel
no feel.
super strong, but you asked the question. I'm being honest with
This
you.
is
That
going to
would
be
my
like
initial read.
this is like the time where normally a Gov or a Kang are thrown.
Yeah,
around,
that's what I
right?
was thinking,
Yeah,
too.
I know, but I can't.
I
I'm
have
going to
like
go
3
Gov.
guesses.
I'm going to go Gov.
The normal time. What
I'm
am I
gonna go
predictable
Gov.
now
I
with
think
this game?
I think this is Gov like responding to Jansen, like just because all
Okay.
this weird stuff's happening, like you don't have to lose the integrity. I'm gonna go with.
And
I'm
it's
gonna go with Gov.
interesting. You guessed Gov, even though you said Gov yells at you about what you guessed.
Yeah,
so
but this
you
is
have to
actu-
feel good about this.
He yells at me when there's really something stupid said when I guess him. But this is actually, you know what? I agree with it. So Gov, I'm going to politely guess you this time. Please don't yell at me.
Yeah, I think this was easy.
So we're all in, right?
Jansen.
David.
Who
said it?
Damn it. I'm thinking.
Yes.
I'm overthinking it.
3 for 3.
So you were close, TJ. It was John
Overthinking it.
responding to what Gov said about integrity.
Okay.
So it was the opposite.
Close.
Get ready for your Monday ritual, TJ.
QB pressure. Close. Oh, we got close.
I'm just going to go ahead and retire right now.
Damn it.
Number
I'm overthinking it,
4.
Kenny.
I don't think anyone's gone 4 for 4, so there's no way I'll get this right.
I love that the Lions have that extra rest to game plan for this because I'll tell you what right now, I'm pretty confident Dan Campbell's saying the same thing that I'm saying.
What's he saying?
Okay, so okay. Think about this. Okay. He said 6 to 8. Mm-hmm. We haven't used the Rieger or Woj yet. I think this is a Wojoism.
I need to hear this one more time, fellas. I apologize.
Sure can. I love that the Lions have that extra rest to game plan for this because I'll tell you what right now, I'm pretty confident Dan Campbell's saying the same thing that I'm saying.
See, I don't think Wojo would speak that way.
You don't think he would? I love that they're getting the rest, and I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what right now.
That sounds like
Rieger.
Is that Rieger?
That sounds like Gator to me, guys.
I thought Gator as well. Both say that. I'll tell you what right now.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in Gator.
I'm gonna lock in Rieger.
I'm gonna be wrong again, but I'm sticking with Woj. Michael.
Gator, but I don't. This is where my streak will end. I don't feel great about this one. I'll say Gator. David, who said it?
Go! Damn it!
Oh my God!
One off.
That is one Thomas Milliken or the Gov.
Damn it!
Oh my God! And you know what? It is. There has to be a little bit of like an ego play. Like I'll tell you, Coach is going to talk the way I do.
That's why I thought you all would get it. Ego for sure. Him.
Do we have time for one more?
I can do one more.
Yes.
How can you have the outcome of keeping Scooble but doing nothing around Scooble when you admitted that your offense was garbage for a whole month?
That's Rieger.
Oh, that's
Rieger.
Yeah, all
I'm
right.
locking in.
That's
That's
Rieger.
Rieger.
We all heard that.
That's Rieger.
Very Rieger-esque.
That's
David
Rieger.
who said it.
Yeah. 1 for 5, baby.
3 for 5.
4 out of 5,
Hell of
baby.
a week.
Man, TJ, that's the closest I'll get to shooting 3 under par like you on the course, okay?
3 for 5. I'm batting lead off for the Tigers.
Ooh.
Woo-wee.
Lena.
TJ, thank you
All right,
for
fellas. Have a good
sticking
weekend.
around with us, brother. Travel safe. We'll talk to you next week,
next
okay,
week.
bud?
All right. Grumble,
right,
grumble,
pal.
biscuit.
Oh, my.
Actually, I'm making some carbonara tonight. I think Mike would be proud of me.
Okay. Well, you know what, TJ? You can bring
Just
it
for
over.
Kenny, Rico. Mamma mia.
Well, TJ, bring that over to the basement because we're going to be celebrating. We're going to be watching football. Army, Navy, whatever the game is this weekend, I'll be enjoying my new basement thanks to Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. Look, go to matrixbasements.com, sign up for the they'll come and they'll design something for you for free. They'll visit you, and the next thing you know, you will get your new basement built. Why? Because they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. No interest, no payments. Get this, till 2028. Why wait to enjoy your dream space when you can have it right now? There is no reason to wait. Have Matrix Basements get started on your new basement right now, and they'll be ready in time for the NCAA tournament. Stop dreaming and start enjoying with Matrix Basements' Build Now, Pay Later program, and enjoy your beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner.
All right, David. Couple of ticket texts, and I have a update here. We'll get back into Lions-Rams here in about 30 minutes. We got an interesting Notre Dame update. They've been big in the news, but a few ticket texts first.
That might be the easiest who said it with Rieger. That was so easy, but good job, guys.
Yeah, I think the only thing missing was saying like olive or something like that.
Correct. Someone else says, Mike, your Milliken impression is insane. I am absolutely dead right now.
Apologies.
Someone else says, yes, that was a really good who said it this week. You are entertained in between each selection. Loved it today.
That's the design. I was just happy I could have a good week. It was a little rough a few weeks ago.
And then someone else says, I hope the first play for Rivers is a naked bootleg.
Oh, my God. 44, less than a week of practice. That's a tough pill. I want to offer you guys something. I know it's been a heavier few days in college football. It seems like a month since we talked about the playoff and the committee in Notre Dame. Well, something I've asked for, oh God, I'm making myself sound old because maybe I am old, for decades, is stop catering to Notre Dame. Schools just need to basically fart in their face and just say, nah, we're not playing it. Yahoo Sports reporting, after learning of Notre Dame's Memorandum of Understanding that grants the Irish preferential playoff access starting next year, ADs in the other leagues across the country are threatening to freeze Notre Dame out of future scheduling.
Sounds
Refreshing.
good. No. Sounds good. Believe it when I see it. It's easy to say that until Notre Dame calls you up and like, what do you mean you dropped us? What? We dropped you? No. How did that happen? I get what you're saying, Mike, but I don't think that everybody in college football could be a unifying force because, well, they're all spineless.
Okay, you couldn't just give me a day? You couldn't allow the seeds of optimism to begin to blossom. I mean, exactly. Just think about this for a second, Rico. Just work with me. If by having this fake, I don't know, get out of jail free card that no other school has, you don't think this would be the moment, now that the money's involved, you don't think this is the moment where the other leagues look around and just go, the hell with these guys?
It is. I understand what you're saying, but are people that upset with Notre Dame, or is it just the ACC upset with Notre Dame? Because I can see the ACC saying, okay, how about this?
No, I think all schools. All schools are, because the Memorandum of Understanding, if you guys haven't been hip to it all week because you have lives, if Notre Dame finishes in the top 12 next year, they are automatically selected. That's ridiculous. They don't have a conference.
But how is
and they have the easiest schedule in America. So it impacts the other conferences because it'll be Notre Dame versus 4th or 5th in Big Ten or 4th or 5th in SEC. Okay. These conferences, what have we talked about? It's all the cash grab to this.
Yes. But, Mike, how is this any different from, I guess because it's actually on paper, but we've all known if Notre Dame goes 11-1, they're in the playoffs. No matter who they play, they're in. They didn't make it this year, and they're taking their ball and going home. If anything, learn from Alabama. Just take it on the chin, and next year they'll make sure you won't miss the playoffs 2 years in a row.
But again, the committee, without telling anyone else, brokered a private deal, a one-off, for a team that's not in a conference, who also plays the most pathetic schedule in America next year. You can go look this up, people. This isn't me making things up. No, Rico, I think this would be the moment. I really do.
I get what you're saying, but, Mike, it's almost...
I'd love to see State get out of that game, by the way. As much as I want to play Notre Dame, how does it benefit? If you're Michigan, if you're Ohio State, like, look at what Texas did this year. We're going to play the Buckeyes. And if you don't win it, it's held over your head like a cartoon safe.
But how is this any different from Notre Dame having their own TV deal back in the day with NBC.
Because that's not on the field.
No.
This
But
is on the
they've
field.
always been given extra benefits and extra, and people bend over backwards for them. Is this really that last straw? I understand what you're saying, but like I said, I see if the ACC says, you know what, we're done. Our relationship is over.
You realize something though. I'm not. I know I'm going future casting here. Rico, there's going to be a super league with 2 leagues, 2 conferences. That's where this will all be headed.
See.
So Notre Dame is running out of oxygen for their blessed independence.
You and a lot of people keep saying that, and that's something I'll have to believe it when I see it, because it would mean that the prestigious conferences would have to give up that name, and they love, because they'll say, well, it's more than just sports. It's about the academics and the research and all of that, and we're not going to ever let the Big 12 or the ACC or the SEC or Big 10 go away.
They're not going to. See, think of it like this. Like hockey used to have the Wales and the Norris and all these divisions. All you're doing is taking Big 10, SEC, some form of Big 12, Pac-12, and some form of ACC. 4 16-team conferences that make up the league. Mm-hmm. Think of them as divisions.
Right.
They'll still have their names.
But see,
they're going to sell the.
No. But I don't think you're seeing it now. When it comes to splitting up the money, that's where all of a sudden, well, I don't know. I don't want to share this pie that I have with this other bad conference. Like, why does the Big 12 get the same amount of money that we get is what the Big 10 is going to say.
Well, here's what will happen. Like, the money's going to run out to where there's no more unless you form like Voltron. And this is the holdup. 3, 5, 7 years. Rico, if I present to you NFL Lite, a fully scaled out NFL-style college football league that may break away from the NCAA, mind you. Mm-hmm. Think about the money. What money would you attach? If the playoff now, they signed an $8 billion deal. You're telling me if I unified this thing, trimmed the fat, played an NFL-style schedule, and then you had a 24-team playoff? Rico,
I understand, but what is the
not
one
that
thing?
I want this.
No.
Let me say that.
What is the one thing that the NCAA is petrified of?
Standing up to Michigan.
What are the 2 things that the NCAA is petrified of?
Losing in court?
Exactly. The teams that don't make the cut will say, whoa, you just turned us into second-class citizens. We don't like this. Because even though you don't have a chance right now, you're telling us there is a 0% chance we could ever win a title, and we're going to miss out on all of this money. We're suing. NCAA hates lawsuits. That's why I always say it sounds great on paper, but I think when push comes to shove, they're going to say, yeah, we're just going to leave the conferences as is. Maybe they manipulate them, but that lawsuit, I could just see it now. And they would lose because they're the Washington Generals when it comes to lawsuits. They lose everything.
Can we at least walk away from this agreeing it's an absurdity the committee negotiated that memorandum of understanding with Notre Dame?
Yes.
What a joke.
Yes.
That's pathetic.
But and think about this, Mike. What does it matter if all the teams moved away from Notre Dame? They'll just fill it up with 12 cupcakes and still make the
But who are the cupcakes? If you're not playing the ACC, the Big Ten, the SEC, like even this year, Notre Dame played Arkansas. And I know they were booty, but it's Arkansas. Mm-hmm. You know, the Big Ten, Notre Dame will play a Purdue. They'll play Michigan State next. And I know, we're not good. My point is, you take those teams away and that schedule's filled with East Carolina and Tulsa, you have no pathway in.
You went
They
undefeated.
better be careful.
No, you're Notre Dame. You signed a deal and you're undefeated. Mike, real quick question, because you
Yes.
brought up Arkansas and we were actually talking about this.
What's up?
How is Arkansas not running the SEC? Arkansas is one of the few schools who actually has billionaire alums who could pump money into the program, and they're not like that team. How come they're not Oregon? Like, you got Walmart, you got Jerry Jones, you have people who could support
Tyson
you.
Chicken?
That
It's
was the
on
other one.
Field.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to pretend to know the full nuance of their financing. You have those logos, and I'm with you. They're all Arkansas companies. They have a basketball program that's had a huge infusion of cash. The biggest thing I can tell you about Arkansas, they're a lot like Arizona State. They're a lot like Michigan State. It's very hard to get everybody pulling in the same direction. And for Arkansas, if you want to compete to Michigan State, here's your problem. You're still in like this triangle of death where you're recruiting against Georgia and Bama and LSU, and you're Arkansas. Like, you're not bad, but you're not them.
Right,
And it's tough to outdo it.
Alabama doesn't have that money, because I was talking to an Alabama person. And he's like, you don't realize that Bama is poor. Like, we don't have any billionaires, alum, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, really? He's like, no. Life in the state of Alabama is not that great. But I'm thinking Arkansas has the money. Like, why aren't they just the top dog and they just turn it to Indiana?
The other problem for them, and this happens when teams, I don't want to overly nerd out. When teams leave the conferences they should be a part of to be a place they shouldn't be, it doesn't work. Sign Nebraska. Arkansas in the old Southwest Conference, with all the ties to Texas and all the old rivalries, it's where they should have stayed. I've said for years, Arkansas should have gone to the Big 12 years ago. Get out of this SEC fever dream. They had one shot at it, and it's when Clint Storner, he stumbled and fumbled. Like, that's their only shot, and that's like 25 years ago. Rico, to me, Arkansas in the Big 12 makes so much more sense.
And by that, you can have Nebraska, too. 2 for 1.
Take them. Please, take them back. I beg you. 248-539-9797. We'll get to a prop bet casino. Lions-Rams talk. Get back to that at 5 o'clock as well. Maybe 4:45, actually. Don't make a move. 97.1. All right, FanDuel. It's Friday. NBA happy hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30. FanDuel dropping limited time specials, boosts, bonuses, surprises, all to kick off the weekend. And plus, you got a Pistons game tonight if you want to mess around with that. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, FanDuel.com/ticket. Grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay,
Can
you
we
know what? Oh, go ahead.
Can we do this segment to Marshmallow World just to spite Rico? Is that possible from a production standpoint?
I'm not doing that. I refuse to do
Oh,
that.
come on. I got outvoted. All right, Rico, who won last week?
First time, I think, in show history, a 4-way tie.
So I won.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or you lost, if you think about it.
I won.
Sure. Everybody else did.
I'm going to do what colleges did in 1903. I'm just going to claim the title.
Okay.
Carry on.
Let's start with the Army-Navy game.
Under.
Go Army, beat Navy.
Over, under, combined 38.5. Who is this, Iowa football? Okay.
First of all, Iowa's usually a solid 3 points lower than this. There's a chance for explosives here. Navy throws it a little bit.
Ooh.
They do. They do. You're gonna watch your mouth. You're being rude. You know what? Why don't you profess your love to dear leader a little more? Okay there, Kim Jong-un, you communist bastard. Woo! Over. Okay. Just to spite you. Right. I hope a guy scores a touchdown to go over and his towel just reads F Rico.
Mike, you're only half right. There's actually two chances at explosives for this game, slim and none. So I will say under.
Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
Kenny's come back from vacation rest.
Hello.
Kenny, is Slim the quarterback and under the other quarterback?
Yeah.
I'm going
if it wasn't for these guys, you'd be speaking German. Watch your mouth.
Over. Okay. Well, Kenny, I'm with you. I'm gonna go under. They could have said over under 21.5. I still would have went under. All right. Let's go to Sunday. More rushing yards, Kyron Williams or Jahmyr Gibbs?
I'd say Jahmyr just because I think he'll get the bigger workload. They are splitting carries in L.A. effectively. I'll say Jahmyr.
Well, technically, they're splitting carries in Detroit.
Look, how about this? If one running back's going to get 20 carries in this game, it's Gibbs, right?
Right.
I'm just banking on volume. And who's the most explosive back? He pops one run, you win the bet.
That's true.
Right, and if the Lions have any hope of any chance in this game, it has to be Gibbs. So I'm going to just emotional hedge, say Gibbs.
Okay.
I understand your thinking there, Kenny, but I'm going to go with JMO's cousin, Kyron, on this one.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to go with Gibbs as well because you're right. One run and it throws everything out of whack.
Sure thing, Mao Zedong.
You know what? This one's just for you, Mike.
Okay, Stalin.
Get it right. Spell my name right.
Castro. It's Castro's Prop Bet Casino.
Okay, let's see if he keeps going until he hits the one name he can't say on radio. All right.
What's that? Che Guevara?
No.
I've just Googled famous communist leaders.
He's just going through the list.
All right.
Ho Chi Minh?
No.
Okay.
Gaddafi?
Are we really doing?
You can stop this at any point, guys. What are we doing?
Mobile golf season. More rushing yards. Jared Goff or Matthew Stafford?
Oh, God. Whoever gets a singular yard wins. Goff? Question mark? What a horrible bet.
You could actually bet it.
One of them could actually be negative yards, which scares me a little.
-5 versus
right versus
-3.
-4, something like that. I'll guess
a win
give me
is a
Goff.
win.
Yeah, right. I'll take Goff.
I'll go Stafford.
I'll go Stafford as well in the revenge game. All right, over under Stafford interceptions 0.5.
Under. I mean, he hadn't thrown a pick since week 5, and then he had that implosion at Carolina. I'll say under. Lions do not turn people over at a high rate.
Maybe this is hopium, but tipped ball. I mean, anything can happen. I'll take the over.
Yeah, that is hopium. Under.
I understand.
I'm going
That's
under.
very nuanced. Tipped ball or whatever.
Or something and things,
Or
question
things.
mark.
Jared Goff passing yards over under 253.5.
I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under. I think you nailed it with some of the game plan stuff where at least early they're going to have to possess the football. And the Rams, they're not easy to pass against. So I'll say under.
Yeah, I think they're going to be stubborn on the run, too. This is going to be a run the football game unless they absolutely have to air it out. So I'll say under as well.
They'll be playing from behind. Over.
David, we're thinking the same way. You're going to have to just throw the ball in the third quarter. Even if it's Gibbs out the backfield, still counts. Puka Nacua, receiving yards, over under 99.5.
Over. You're going to play press man on these two receivers, and you allow the most time to pass in the NFL on a weekly basis. It's not fair to the corners. I just don't know that you can hold up. I'll say over.
He might have a big game, but that's a lot of yards. That's too many yards for me. I'll say under.
It is a lot of yards. Playing from behind again. So the Rams, Nacua, will get this. Over.
Yeah, I'm going over as well. More rushing yards, Blake Corum or David Montgomery?
Blake Corum.
Yeah, I'll take Blake Corum as well.
It would be Blake LLC Corum.
I don't know. I think he's going to be so distraught over what happened to his team. Give me David Montgomery. Isaac Tesla, touchdown. Over under 0.5.
Touchdown? Under.
Yeah.
Under.
You don't think that 6 catch could be a touchdown?
I said under.
All right. What you got, Kenny?
Yeah, if you were
All right,
talking
don't
about
show up to
receptions, I
game
might
day
take an over here.
without
But yeah, I'll say
stopping in
under.
Rambuke GMC.
Definitely
right
an
now,
under on this
26
one.
GMC Sierra
Going
Elevation
over.
Crew Cab starting
Tesla.
$199 a month, 24
Phillip
months.
Rivers,
or a 26
passing
Buick
yards.
Vista. Oh, lease no. it, starting
Over,
at
under,
$279 a month. Both deals.
150
$999
and a half.
down. And inventory, it rolls and every I day. still refuse. You can No, check I still RamsPress.com refuse to for believe all of that. he's going to Or play. I certainly truly schedule mean that this. certified Anyone service, associated get with your the free loaner decision when to you throw do. a 44-year-old Experts will walk you quarterback who's through been out of every football step. for So whether you're 4 loading years, up for the game,
onto the
heading out to
field
visit
with under a
family
week
for the
of
holidays,
practice.
Ram Buick GMC has
Malfeasant.
the truck or SUV for I'm you. just going to bank he It's on doesn't Telegraph. It's insanity.
Okay. Kenny?
Yeah, under for me as well.
Oh, he plays. Over.
Oh, he plays.
Wow.
He plays, but it goes under. That's your prop bet casino.
Wow.
Good luck, gentlemen. 97-1.
Lions-Rams, we'll get into that momentarily. David, real quick, got a question for you because Rico and Kenny don't qualify. And we use the phrase, as a married man. David, my wife and I we are going to do something that is way out of character this evening. We are babysitting. I'll accept that.
You know what? Hey. Nope.
I walked right into it. No, that's fair. That's fair. I respect it. There's no ambulance. We are babysitting my niece and nephew tonight.
Ooh.
So it is a Christmas spectacular here at the house. Do you have any tips so I don't completely lose my mind? I know partial will happen, and I love my niece and nephew, but this is not something I offer up lightly. So can you help me since your life is always chaos?
Yeah. Wait. You said they're spending the night?
Yes.
Okay. Watch the sugar intake.
Agreed.
But see, that's my main bribing mechanism.
No.
You can't bribe them like that now.
It's great when you say, and here's mommy and daddy.
Exactly.
There you go. You're going to have to live with the repercussions 2 hours later when the sugar kicks in. Just warning you.
No. This is all good, Rico. This is good.
But you know what?
Look,
I'm not allowed to
when
speak
they come
upon
over.
this.
No. You are. I wanted to get David had to bat leadoff. He's the one who can't stop having the kids and has the most experience with them being in his home. When my niece and nephew come by, it's different. You're right. Basically, if I have to, I'm like, well, listen, just do what you got to do over here, and I give you an M&M. One of them's 5, the other one's 9. The 9-year-old's too smart, and she's a great kid. The 5-year-old, he'll do circus tricks for M&Ms. So I'm just like, okay. Now look, David. I mean, we got Christmas movies lined up, which is fine.
That's good.
I could survive that.
That's good.
The dinner program is easy. It's called whatever you guys want. Uncle Mike and Auntie will take care of it.
That actually makes sense. Yes.
But now it's going to start to get late in the evening here. How the hell do you wind a party down and be like, okay, enough's enough now, bedtime?
David,
call it a day.
My suggestion was going to say you should have not done this.
Oh man.
You're in big trouble, but I will ask you this, and I know the answer is going to be no.
What?
You don't have enough time to take that tree down, do you? Because otherwise it's going to fall.
No, it will not. No. Listen,
no,
come
it
on.
probably won't, but
we have good structural integrity. If the dogs haven't taken it out by now, we're fine. And these are very well-behaved kids.
Yeah.
But I know what's going to happen. You know, the holiday vibes are going to run high. They've been asking to do a sleepover over here for months. So it's like, all right. David, if there was any sage advice you could offer, other than fake your own death and move to Mexico, I just needed to know.
Well, Mike, does Costco have those tranquilizer blow darts where you could just?
No. Mike, you're missing out on something easy to do.
Exactly.
Somehow or another, physical activity. Take these kids
Very true.
to one of those trampoline places or someplace like that.
Okay, it's not a trampoline, but luckily Uncle Mike has to work today. So the Christmas spectacular is already underway. My wife has them at some form of, I forget what museum it is. Whatever it is, it's activity. It's walking around.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
There are things happening.
Yep.
Things are happening.
Okay, so
then the dogs are going to run cover for me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I've already spoken to the dogs about this.
By the time they get back, it'll be time to eat, wind down, watch a movie, and I think you'll be good.
Yeah.
Rico doesn't think so. He's
I don't know.
Well,
Well, I mean, if the dogs accost them the way Rock does me, then yes. The other dog doesn't. Heath Bar doesn't really care for me, so I'm still taking that personal, Mike. But
also, TJ has just texted as he's driving around town saying David has no clue what he's talking about. Trampoline park equals vomit. Okay, good talk.
Hey, I didn't suggest it. That was Rico's suggestion.
Well, we all look alike, David.
But I will. See, you can't feed them while you're doing the trampoline.
Right.
You got to do the trampoline first, and then you feed them. You don't have that issue.
Or, you know what? Well, it's too cold for that. I was going to say, take them to one of those outdoor malls where they can walk around and look at the Christmas lights and things like that. Tire them out.
No, Uncle Mike worked all week. I ain't got time for that. That's not happening.
Oh, this is going to be trouble.
No, it's just this. Buddy, when I'm done, I'm done. No, we're going to show them a good time. And the dogs are going to run cover. I've already told the dogs, if you like your life here, I need you guys tonight. You got to be team players. Tire these kids out.
Okay.
Did you have a round table meeting with your dogs? Sit them all down.
I
go,
did.
Listen, guys.
Yeah,
I did. I brought him in. It was Don Corleone on wedding day.
He probably has, and that's once again why Heath doesn't like me for some reason. Hey, Heath, we don't care for this guy. Let's get him out of there.
Someone texts in and says, now we know Mike's going to be on the air all night to avoid them. It'll be Valenti and Wojo.
No, Valenti and Chapman. Late night talk.
Is anybody out there?
Hey, let me help you. I'd rather have my own kids than do that.
But yeah, Mike, you want to tire him out. So even if you got to take him outside, because when you hand him back to Rip and you tell Rip what you said, he's going to go whack. I don't care.
I wouldn't say it to Rip. That's the difference. Rip is super dad. Like if there's a Mount Rushmore of high caliber dads, my brother-in-law is on it. He's one of the best people on the planet. Yeah, I ain't bringing none of that nonsense to a guy who's got to deal with this 24/7. Remember, Uncle Mike parachutes in. I get to see the chaos, and then Uncle Mike parachutes out. Mm-hmm. I levitate out of that house like one of the angels. Mm-hmm. See ya.
Okay, but I would just say,
all right,
the wife is doing the best thing right now because walking around by the time 9 o'clock kicks in, watching the movie, sitting still, you're going to start noticing nodding off on the couch. My suggestion, leave him on the couch, let him sleep. Don't wake him up to take him to bed. Just leave him there, cover him up.
Well, here's what you do, Mike. Have you heard of the Combine? Run them through every drill of the Combine.
I like it.
And they'll be great.
3 cone drill. Let's go.
Not just that.
I like
you
this.
know what, David? Get like some pillows and let them battle to the death. There you go.
40. How about this? 40-yard dash in the snow. Loser sleeps outside.
I like that.
See,
real competition, real consequences.
See, I was just thinking like pillow fight. Just go ahead, knock each other out.
Well, that's what Kenny calls the Big Ten. We have a pillow fight all fall.
This is true.
Someone does text in and says, been a parent for 10 years. There is no secret to bedtime. Just keep asking them to get ready and pray while they perform Olympic routines. That is very true.
I appreciate it. David, I needed to ask you. You are a very good father. I just need to know if there was like some form of like Billy D. Williams, Lando Calrissian mind trick you could offer me. I needed something.
Yeah, tiring them out right now is best. Yes.
I still think the trank dart was the best idea.
Okay, perfect. That's Okay, thanks, Kenny. Appreciate that so much.
Another ticket text. Gummies. Couple of gummies. All good.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We're good.
How about we move on?
Yeah, right.
You're talking about drugging the kids.
Hey,
What
by
are
the
we
way,
doing here?
Yeah, by the way, it looks like Sharon Moore has bonded out, so
he's free.
He will be a.
Now, what did they charged him with? What, 3rd-degree home invasion?
Stalking?
What were the full charges?
And breaking and entering.
Oh man.
But chances
he's a
are-
first-time offender with no record. Yeah. I'm not a lawyer, but I know enough. I don't think he would see any jail time.
No, I don't think so either. I think he's bonded out, and honestly, they're like, bruh, trust me, you'll be calling us back. Don't go home. Because you're going to be, hey, can I come back tonight? It's a lot more peaceful there.
Somebody may want to get him a room at the Holiday Inn. 248-539-9797.
The locks don't work.
Okay. And you know what? Serve and volley. Why don't we move on?
Okay.
Jeez. We'll get to the Lions and the Rams as we hurtle towards the weekend. 97.1. We'll do it next.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore has been released after posting $25,000 bond per Tony Garcia of the Free Press. According to the arraignment earlier, he now must wear a GPS tether, stay in Michigan unless granted permission, and have no contact with the victim. In other college football news, Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham is stepping down from his role after 21 years. The Lions have released their final injury report before their game versus the Rams on Sunday. Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch are the only names listed as out. Dan Campbell had the following to offer on Joseph earlier. Seven other players are questionable, including offensive lineman Coyote Oshika, Taylor Decker, and Christian Mahogany, safety Thomas Harper, receiver Khalif Raymond, running back Sione Vaki, and tight end Shane Zylstra. The Pistons host the Hawks at LCA tonight. Kristaps Porzingis and Trae Young both remain out for Atlanta. Detroit's near a week off as their injury report clean. Hear the game here on the ticket at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:35. The MSU Board of Trustees has approved the hiring of new football coach Pat Fitzgerald. They also approved a contract amendment for basketball coach Tom Izzo, which, according to Connor Eargood of the Detroit News, includes a $1 million contract raise. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get you to your weekend. We've got Lions and Rams. And before we kind of get back into the game, David, that update by Jeremy Otto, I need to ask a question to you guys. Taylor Decker was not at practice today?
That is correct. So let me give you the injury report because I think the way they listed him may be what they've done here. Okay, so out is Branch and Kirby Joseph. We know that. Owasika, questionable. Harper, questionable. Mahogany, questionable. Raymond, questionable. Vaki, Zylstra, questionable. Taylor Decker, they list as questionable, but it says shoulder, and then it says rest. So maybe they used today to just rest him.
I guess. I mean, the rule is you don't practice Friday, you don't play.
I agree, but they just dismissed that rule with St. Brown, so maybe they're now doing it with Taylor Decker this week.
No, just something to monitor. That's all, fellas. Go ahead, Rico.
No. I'm thinking too late in the season. You're more valuable. Our O-line is already a little bit decimated. We know what you can do. We know that we're in the home stretch, and we're gonna have to win every game. So I don't need you out there for unnecessary reps. That's how I see it.
Here's what I want to do. If you're driving home from work right now, I want to ask you a question directly. We use a lot of phraseology, over an 18-week NFL season. A must-win or a bounce-back spot or a credibility game. That's how the league works. I wanted to ask you if this is a credibility game, because a lot of people seemingly use what the team did 2 years ago or last year as this baked-in credibility to who they may or may not be this year. And I don't do that. Every year is its own chapter. Nothing that you did matters. Signed, the Eagles. Won the Super Bowl last year. They look like dirty diaper. The point is, I want to ask you, what has this team done to earn credibility? They haven't won back-to-back games since September. They've beaten no playoff teams. One playoff team if you count the Bears in week 2. I think we all know the Bears. Good thing you played them then and not now. The point is, okay, you beat one playoff team. We'll leave it. Haven't won back-to-back games since you played the Browns and the Bungles, no Burrow. Those aren't even wins. You got beat by 9. You should have got beat by Jameis. And you're headed to play the best team in football. And you are almost a touchdown underdog. Rico and I view this as an absolute credibility game, that if you want to have a conversation, not about hope, but about expectation, not about, hey, get in the dance, to we can win the dance, this is, to us, an absolute credibility game. One in which, I don't have high confidence. I don't. Had way more confidence against Cowboys. The Rams are a bit of a nightmare as long as they play their game. Look, if the Rams lay an egg like they did against Carolina, sure, you can beat them. but I don't think anything other than your A+ and anything other than their B- nets a Lions win. Like, I do think if the Rams play their best game, you're not touching them. You're just not that. You're not good enough. But I want to know from you, is this a credibility game? Because look at the Lions' resume. You know, I get into an argument with Cookies about this earlier in the week. Well, at the time, X was a big win, and then you're telling me it's not now. No, the Ravens have stunk all year. You just haven't listened. Yeah. You know, like that Ravens game, that ain't some kind of big win. We're heading towards Christmas. They still don't have the division lead over Captain Ayahuasca. You know what I mean?
No, I got you.
So I just, Rico, I wanted to know where people are at with it, because I do. I think this team has to fight for credibility. And to go from, hey, man, we need help to maybe get in, to, no, we're getting in. And if we can beat the Rams, ... That's what's on the line to me. I wanted your take there.
No, because the longer the season goes on, that Ravens win doesn't look special at all. At the time, man, I'm thinking you went and you just destroyed them, and maybe you're the reason why they look so bad. No, they're the reason why they look so bad. You took advantage of them. But, yeah, your signature win is over Chicago, a team that you didn't even respect in week 2. And, yeah, not winning back-to-back games, that's problematic, except for taking a clean sweep of the state of Ohio. Saying all of that, this is a credibility win. This win, you go out there and you beat the Rams, and to me, you're telling me you are a playoff team. You go out there and beat the Rams, you're telling me not only are you a playoff team, but you still could represent the NFC in the Super Bowl because you can rise to the occasion. This is a road game, but it's not really a road game. So you don't have to worry about, loud noises and crowds. But you got to go out there. You got to do something. And sorry, I understand. You don't have a lot of pieces. It's late in the season. No one cares. Win the game and you move on. Because guess what? Not going to have some of those pieces when it comes to the playoffs either. So treat this like a playoff game. Go out there, handle your business, and I think I saw you have a 72% chance of making the playoffs. Lose this thing, and now you're going to be hoping that the Bears somehow trip up and lose, and you can have a winner-take-all in Week 18. That's how I see it.
248-539-9797. And again, no one is saying you don't have a shot. That's not how the league works. There's no team in the league that has no shot to win. Well, maybe the Colts have no shot with Philip Rivers, but you get the point. But I don't have a lot of reasons to be hyper-confident here. I don't. When you go months and you haven't strung back-to-back wins together, I think that kind of just says this is who you are. You're not bad. You're not great. You're pretty good. But pretty good isn't what it takes to win a Super Bowl. And pretty good isn't what was expected out of this team. And now you're going to go take on a Rams team that the only blip they've had basically since the time it's taken you to win back-to-back games was a cross-country early window game at a feisty Carolina team in a monsoon.
Yeah.
And Stafford imploded. He just had this weird outlier game, 3 turnovers, a pick in the end zone, a pick 6, a fumble to lose the game.
Bro,
totally out of character.
Mike, it's one of those NFL games. Don't even try to explain it. It just happened. So, yeah, I
great
get
way
it.
to put it. David, Kenny, talk to me.
So here's the thing with this game, and you've already mentioned it regarding the back-to-back. The fact that you have to go all the way back to September, first week of October, to say that they've won back-to-back games this year is telling of their season and who they are. Because, yes, it's a credibility game, and I get it. You're right. It's the NFL, but I don't think they have a shot in this game. I don't think they win this at all. I don't think they look good in this game either. I'm worried about the offensive line and what they'll do versus that D-line that the Rams have. I just don't see it with this team right now. I just don't.
Yeah, but here's the thing, David. The flip side, I didn't see it was any way that 9 was going to come into Ford Field and the Minnesota Vikings.
That's fair.
And win. And not only did they win, they kind of had their way. Made you turn, like you did a lot of dumb things against them. You have a chance. I think in order for the Lions to get this thing done, you're going to need some turnovers. And you're probably going to have to be successful on some 4th down tries. You're going to have to outscore them. You got to get to at least 30-some points if you want to win this game, because they're going to score. You're not going to stop them. Your secondary is decimated, and their receivers are pretty good. So you're going to need bad Matthew Stafford, like when he threw the 3 picks. You need that guy.
Yeah, but that's a one-game outlier.
I know. I'm saying.
I'm sorry. Is there a narrative where Stafford is
Mike,
bad? He's the MVP.
David's saying there's no chance, and I'm saying there is
I think that's
chance.
crazy to say no chance. That's come on.
But again, but you're right. You would need that type of game. You would need to force turnovers. You would need Stafford to look, what he's not looked.
I just want to throw this
year.
out there. Like, if you're expecting Stafford to be terrible, okay? Like, if that's your game plan, look, we're just going to go out and Stafford's going to suck. I just want to throw this your way for the people. Matthew Stafford right now is completing 67% of his passes, 3,400 yards, 35 touchdowns, 4 picks. I mean, if you're rooting for an outlier, we could go with it, but that's not going to be me. No. He's playing at an incredibly high level in an incredibly finely tuned scheme. That while conceptually what they do is simple, what they do to mask it and change the picture pre-snap is very complex. Jeez, man. Guy's thrown 4 picks all year. What am I hoping for? He's going to implode again?
And that's why my belief is that there is no shot. Where is the defensive line pressure and the sacks coming from for the defense for the Lions? I don't see it. Al-Quadin, Bobby, whatever his name is not doing that again. Not this game.
Well, a couple of those sacks, he wasn't even blocked. But, and again, the Cowboys give up bottom 3 pressure in the league. They have backup tackles. I noted. But, look, I want to hear from the people. And, look, I don't think it's wrong to say it's a credibility game. If you don't win this game, then you're probably a 10-7 team, which means the under on the win total. Vegas was right about you, and you're not a playoff team. If you win, look at Rico's data. You're a playoff team. Yeah. Like that's credibility. Yeah. At a certain point, this team has to beat somebody. At a certain point, they're going to have to win back-to-back games.
Right, and that's why I think it's a credibility game, not a must-win, but just credibility. Are you that good? Or I'm not saying you're last year's Vikings team, but, a lot of empty calories in your wins.
248-539-9797. We will get back to the people. We'll go right to the phones, get some ticket texts as well, and get you to your weekend. Lions and Rams Sunday. You want to upgrade your home for the holidays, potentially for that Lions-Rams game. Check out Paulson's audio video, Farmington Hills. December, perfect time to refresh the entertainment system. Paulson's has great year-end pricing on TVs, speakers, home tech, all in stock. And at Paulson's, you're not buying a box. You're getting a full experience, and you're getting expert guidance. It's better products, better pricing, and yes, more intelligent people who know what the hell they're talking about. Go to Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner, 248-553-4100, or go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. Great to the people. Lions, Rams. Credibility game, yes or no? Giving you the Lions resume. Rico gave you the numbers. Look, I don't want to get tripped up in semantics. Yeah, they're all must-wins. Like, win, you're a playoff team. Lose, you're not. It's really that simple by the numbers. And I'm not going to do some It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia matrix of all the things that would need to happen if you lose this game for you to get in. So, like, yeah, go win the damn game. How about that? Beat someone of quality, something you really haven't done this year. Let's go to Moses, 97.1. Mo, thanks for your patience. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
How you doing, Mo?
I'm doing well. Listen, I know it's a tough game, but we're being too negative. Listen, the Lions are good. We got probably one of the best offenses in the NFL. It's going to be number 1 and number 2 offense going head-to-head. Whoever has the ball last will win this game, baby. Let's stay positive and play hard. That's it. At the end of the day,
All righty.
we make the playoffs, and we're in. That's it. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to win this.
Oh, boy.
Let's go.
Oh, dear. All right, somebody started the weekend early. Respect.
Okay.
Honestly, you could have told me that was Kenny. I'd believe it.
I thought it was Howard Dean.
There's not much I can do with that. When you start your call with "we're being too negative," no, facts don't have positive or negative emotions. They're facts.
Right.
They're numbers. They're things. Right. So when you start there, I go, okay, he's already been in Grandpa's medicine cabinet.
And we're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We're going to take it to Michigan, and we're taking it to Washington, D.C. Go to Jimmy, 97.1. Jimmy, how you doing, pal?
Jimmy.
Listen, I don't know how I follow that.
It's easy.
I mean,
it's a low bar.
Jimmy. Yeah, I was going to say, Jimmy,
so listen,
just complete sentences.
I find myself agreeing with you, Mike, more and more a lot. You know, I mean, you ran through the list of things that we haven't done, and I agree, right? Like, we thought for a second we broke the Ravens, but then when you break something, right, you look back and say, you know, how good were they at that point anyway? So I don't know that is as big a deal as it was the day it happened. And you're right, we haven't beaten anybody with any good, records this point so far. But it's not a must win, but it is a credibility game because it does mean a lot. We don't go out and say there's no possible way they do it though, because we're not the Saints, right? So I mean, the last guy was very excited about that, but at the same time, we got Bob Muhammad might show up, the Legion of Whom. Showed us one day. Maybe Kennedy runs it for 50 yards back a couple times again. And there's a reason why you play the game on instead of just doing it on paper. You have one team maybe have a bad day. Maybe the Rams show up and they don't look good. But if they don't look good and we look good, then you've got a game, and that's how it happens. It's all that really matters.
Yeah, and look, I think it's telling. The Lions are viewed as one of the better teams in football over the last couple of years, arguably the best regular season record. And I mean, Jimmy, you're damn near a touchdown underdog on the road. I think that's pretty telling stuff because that's a position this team is not in.
And then guess what? We're going to the playoffs. Woo!
Yeah, if you win, Jimmy, amen. You win the game, you're a playoff team.
I think if you win
I think it'd be one of Dan Campbell's best wins.
Yeah, you win the game, and the entire city of Detroit can take a deep breath and just, okay, all of this foolishness is over. We're 72% chance of making the playoffs. Barring a catastrophe, you're in at 72%. But you got to win. And, Mike, you're right. You win this, and this will go down as one of Campbell's better victories in his entire tenure as the Lions head coach.
Hell, my ability to believe they could win a Super Bowl kind of went out the window with the Branch injury. But you go to L.A. and win this game, and if it looks right, it probably moves me back towards, all right, maybe we got a puncher's shot at it.
You know what? The way I see the entire NFL – it almost reminds me of an NCAA basketball tournament where it's going to be matchups. Who has to play who, and who do you don't have to play? Who do you get to avoid? That's going to be the teams that make it. Because right now, if you told me to pick two teams that will represent the AFC and NFC, I got nothing right now because it could be so many different teams that the Lions could be one of those teams. But who do they match up well against? and who can they go out and play again? And like, yeah, if they had to play the Bucks, then yeah, they could beat the Bucks and they move on, and now you're in the divisional round. But if they got to go out to play Green Bay in Green Bay, well, I don't know if you can beat them.
But you know what I'm about to say. When you start having a pathway where you're like, well, maybe we'll get a freebie here, it's like, well, then you're telling me your team's not that good. Like Lions fans, It's been anyone, anywhere, anytime. Let's play the game. We're better than these guys. Let's go. I think some of that has been lost. Part of that is a personnel thing. Part of that has been coaching. Part of it's been the coordinator erosion, injuries. It's just not the same. Last year, you were able to go to 15-2 because your offense was a monolith. This offense, okay, let's see. This offense got garbage canned primarily by Minnesota, by Kansas City, by Philly, by the Packers the first go around. Like, that's at least 4 times this year. And I'm sure I could name a few more. That never happened last year. There was like one game you looked like crap. It was when you went to Houston and threw the 5 interceptions and still won.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I nothing surprises me really in the NFL. You get an eyebrow raise once in a while. But the point is that they've got to begin stacking wins. This win-loss thing is just the mark of mediocrity. They've got to begin stacking wins, getting hot, and playing high-level football. Otherwise, how am I supposed to tell these people, it's how am I going to sound like that caller Mo? Woo! I can't do that.
Yeah, you probably got to drink a lot in order to
Let's go to Pete, 97.1. Peter, man, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not a slappy, Kool-Aid drinker or anything, but I could see them getting hot at the right time.
Okay.
Look at that Flacco Ravens team. I think it was a contract year. He was like 75% pass percentage in the playoffs, and they ripped off a Super Bowl. I mean, again, like you said, it's going to be matchups and who they're playing, and if they can roll out, a defense. But, I mean, the NFL, I think it's open. I think it's wide open.
No, Pete, I'm with you.
You're not wrong.
No. I agree with Pete. It's I guess the Rams may be the only team that you could probably say, okay, they're the best team. But everybody else is like, there's a lot of deficiencies. Like, okay, the Eagles, okay, they're stumbling in. Like, who's that other team that you're like, yep, I know definitely they're going to make it?
Well, like, I don't think you're hold on. I don't think this is as complicated as people are making it. Like, you're good, but you're not better than the Packers. You lost to them twice on the square. You're not better than the Rams unless you turn the trick and beat them. I don't think you will. You're not better than the Seahawks. Sam Darnold or not, you're not better than that team. Like, there's at least 3 teams you're just not better than.
Okay, but Mike, this goes back to, okay, Sam Darnold, regular season good, playoffs, different quarterback.
I understand that. It's just you're part of why it's wide open. The Lions were supposed to own this damn thing. And you haven't been able to live up to your end of the bargain. Some of it your fault, some of it not. Look, I think the whole point, you said it best, Rico. They need to win this game for everyone to hold hands and be like, okay, it's go time. Right. Let's go win the last 4. Let's get in this tournament, and let's be a team nobody wants to see. But they have to do it. I'm tired of this alternating crap.
Yeah, you win this game, and we're all sounding like that caller. They're going to the Super Bowl. Yeah, because I promise you, Monday's show will be Lions fans receipt segment. See, I told you we were still good. See, you gave up on us. I'm not interested
because that, you know what? The same group of pussycats had no interest in saying they were going to beat the Cowboys. They were all on their knees. So I don't want to hear it. You take it to a different day part.
That's fair.
The hell out of here with that receipt crap. Nobody has tried to keep these people with this team all year more than me. Don't be mad that when you go on the road and you're damn near a touchdown underdog against a team that you damn well know is better than you. Oh, my God, Uncle Mike said he doesn't have great confidence they're going to win. Oh, shame. Let's put an apple on my head and strut me down the boulevard. Idiots.
Shame. All right, let's go to Drew. Drew, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Drew.
Hey, Drew.
Thanks for getting me in so quickly, man. I really appreciate you guys, man.
Yes, sir.
I just have to say one thing. I love a Detroit fan, man. They are so awesome. I like the Dean reference. That was great. Oh, okay. Here's the deal. This is a game that the Lions need to take what's on paper, crumple it up, and throw it out the window. Because on paper, they lose this game by 2 scores. Okay? It's just, I mean, Stafford's on a roll right now. He had a hiccup a couple weeks ago, sure. But, I mean, the way we're letting quarterbacks sit in the pocket and decide what meal they want to have at 7 o'clock, I mean, we got to do something, okay? So if we can make Stafford uncomfortable, hit him a few times, like when our quarterback gets hit and his game changes, if we can do that and we can keep up with them, because we got to score touchdowns. And I understand that, Dan's kind of wheeled it back a little bit on the going forward on 4th down thing, because he finally realized he doesn't have that team anymore.
I'm taking it a step further. I'm deactivating anyone who kicks a football. No punts, no field goals, no extra points. YOLO.
Good idea. But here's the deal,
That's
man.
it.
Stafford has got a real fire in his belly for this game. I know that it's been a few years now since the trade, and Goff's trying to deflect. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore because time has passed by, whatever. But we know Stafford's a competitor, and he's lost to the last 2 games with these guys, and he wants to make a statement. So, and I know McVay, he's a guy that can push the pedal to the floor. It's all about what do the Lions have? Where's the kneecaps? Where's the grit? Do we have it? Do we have enough men to get out there and kind of pull this thing off? Because I tell you right now, this will be the shock of the week. This will be the shock of the year if the Lions win this game. Nobody's picking the Lions to win this game.
No, I'm sure plenty of people are. Hey, look, Drew, bottom line, the Lions are too good to be referred to as shocking to win a game. Just because I don't think they're going to win. Shocking is like, hey, Phillip Rivers and his 12 kids at age 44 as 13-point dogs just beat the Seahawks. Mm-hmm. Or like the Jets go and beat the Jags. Like, come on. The Lions are too good to talk that way. The same way they're too good to talk about zero possibility. There's no such thing as zero possibility in this silly league.
Correct. And that's why I was saying it's going to take some help, but you can win this game.
248-539-9797. We will get, to a rousing edition of the picks next. Time's running out. You need health insurance for 26. What the hell are you waiting on? You need to call Mike Papura because you don't have a lot of time to waste. Let him get to work for you and let him shop on the marketplace, off the marketplace, government subsidies. And he will show you a variety of options, including the lowest priced one, guaranteed. So call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, speed round. We got a lot of ground to cover and a full house today. We begin in the game Rico hates because he's a useless communist. Army, Navy laying 6. Let's go to Mao Zedong.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to go with Army because my brother was in the Army once. So let's go Army.
At least you have a shred of dignity. Over to Kenny Cott.
I will agree with Stalin over there. Give me Army.
We go to David.
Could I take Texas?
I'm going to go with Navy because I currently know 3 Navy shipmen, so I'm going to go Navy.
TJ Lang respects the military.
Yeah, I'm going with the Navy because they always give the Army boys a ride when they got to go fight somewhere. No, just kidding. I'm not disparaging any of these military people. Oh, that's the Marine. Yeah, but that's part of.
Oh, wait,
Navy.
I forgot.
Will you just pick the game?
Know this stuff.
Navy throws the ball pretty good now. I'm taking the midshipmen.
Rooting for Army, but I'm picking Navy. They're substantially better.
Hey, Stoney.
Yeah, it's just the truth. Navy's better. Pistons laying 7.5 as they welcome the Hawks in tonight.
What are we doing
Rico.
basketball for?
Woo!
This is the one that Mike died. This was the hill you were dying on, Mike?
Sure. That'll be the next one.
Sure. You know what? Kate, Buffs, let's go Pistons.
Boom. Over to Kenny.
I'm wearing the Pistons teal today. Give me the Pistons.
Over to David.
I love them, but I'm going Hawks.
Oh,
now pick
he's
up a
going
game on
Trae
David.
Young.
Yeah,
TJ.
Pistons win, but I'm with David. I'm taking the Hawks as well.
Pistons by 20. All right, we got college hoops tonight. East Tennessee State laying 4.5 at Austin Peay. Rico Beard.
He keeps asking the game.
Stop.
Did that just get put on? I didn't even see that.
Go to the NFL, Mike.
Woo! All right, we'll go to the NFL. Viking.
Sad news is you probably had 10 stats on that game, Mike.
No, I don't. I swear to God.
They got a transfer point guard.
All right, Cowboys laying 5.5 as they welcome 9 to the house.
Yeah.
Rico Beard.
You know what? It's the devil's number, but I don't believe in 9, especially this week that his college team has had. Give me the Cowboys.
Over to Kenny.
I'm meditating in this chair as we speak. Give me 9. Give me the
9. Over to David.
I'll make it simple. Kenny will love this.
Oh,
yes.
no, let's not do this again.
Over to the 2 grand slam. Over to TJ.
I'm going with the Cowboys at home, coming off a loss. Somehow they're still in it. I think that they were kind of rejuvenated after Philly lost. But they're still in their division too, man. Yeah, I think they've got some hope. They've got some belief. And look, J.J. McCarthy's got to come back down to earth after the game he had last week. I'm taking the Cowboys.
Cowboys tackles look like TJ. Give me the Vikings. Dolphins, Steelers. Steelers laying 3, and your total is 42.5. Pick either one you're more comfortable with. Rico Beard. Optionality. This is our Scott Harris game of the week.
Yeah. Give me Steelers.
Okay.
-3.
Great pick.
Why is this a Monday night game?
Things.
Absolutely terrible. Give me the Steelers with a question mark at the end of it.
David.
You're wrong, Kenny. The Dolphins are going to win this game because we have no TJ Watt. He barely has a lung. Dolphins.
Do you really need to breathe?
You said
TJ.
You said one or the other, right, Mike?
Yeah, pick
Okay.
whichever one you
All
like
right.
better since it's a rat game.
Yeah, you want to take shots at me? The Steeler quarterback looks like you, just an old man limping around out there. But I will take the
buddy.
over. I'm not comfortable picking this game, but I'm taking the over.
Maybe
Over
I should
42.5.
start doing some ayahuasca. Give me under 42.5. This game sucks. Panthers laying 2.5. They travel to New Orleans. Rico Beard.
I don't know if this is good Panthers or bad Panthers, but I'm not a believer in Shuck, so I'm going to go with the Panthers.
Over to Kenny.
Rico, it's what you just said. I don't know if it's good Panthers or bad Panthers, so I can't count on it. I'm going with the Saints.
David.
Saints are going to come marching in and lose. Panthers.
TJ.
Maybe I will believe in Chuck. I don't know. It's a shame that one of these teams from the NFC South is going to make the playoffs over probably an 11-win team elsewhere. But division game on the road?
Yes.
I'm an idiot. I'm taking the Saints.
You're not an idiot. It's December divisional underdog. Yes, Saints. And by the way, the Saints kicked the Panthers' ass like a month ago. Saints. Chargers at the Chiefs. Why are the Chiefs laying 5.5? The world will never know. Rico.
That will be Mahomes. Give me the Chiefs because I got
Kenny
nothing to
Cobb.
lose. I'm dead last.
Yeah, Chargers. That might go very fast, but the Chargers will keep it close. So give me the Chargers.
David, any air base here?
No air base in this one because I'm Chiefs all day.
All right, TJ.
I'm going with the Chargers. I think this line's so big because the Chargers' offensive line is just pathetic. I mean, Justin Herbert's running all over the place, broken hand, still finding ways to win games, though. 5.5, Devil's number on the road. Might get a desperate Chiefs team, but I'm taking the Chargers to cover.
I'm going to go Chiefs. I just can't get rid of them. I wish I could, but Chiefs are going to win. Bills, only a 1.5-point favorite at the Patriots.
This is a strange line, Mike, and you've taught me. I'm just going to go with it. Give me the Bills.
Ooh, all right. Kenny.
Yeah, same exact logic, actually. I'll take the Bills as well. Under a field goal, 1.5. That's no problem.
David.
This pains me to do this, but it is Army-Navy week, so I'm going to go with the Patriots.
Nice. At least somebody cares about America.
Bills are red, white, and blue.
Boy, this is a juicy game, man. 50-50, 1.5, obviously. It's going to be tight. I'm taking the home team. I'll take the Patriots, man. They got a chance to, I think, seal up the division this week, called it a T-shirt and hat type of game. I think they come out with a lot of urgency. I'm taking the Pats.
Bills are Charmin soft. Give me the Pats. Packers laying 2.5 at the Broncos. There you go. Rico.
You know what? I'm going to give me the Broncos. On the road, Packers just inconsistent when it comes to scoring.
Kenny.
Yeah, I agree with the wise man across from me. I will also take the Broncos.
David.
Crazy. Packers all day.
That a baby. Over to TJ.
Yeah, I'm taking Green Bay on the road here. Found something last week against Chicago. Defense starting to play better. And the Broncos, let's be honest, man, they're kind of Minnesota from last year with a lot of these lucky wins that they're just falling into. I'm taking Green Bay.
Major quarterback mismatch here. You know Jordan Love, career, week 11 and on, 37 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah. What's happened with Bo Nix, too? That sophomore slump, man, he doesn't look the same.
He stinks. All right, quickly, let's go around the room, boys. Rams laying 6. Rico.
You know what? I'm thinking that the Rams just has too much firepower.
Done.
Give me the Rams at 6.
Kenny.
Rams win, Lions cover.
David.
Rams win, Lions cover.
TJ, 10 seconds or less.
It's going to come down to a field goal, but I'm taking the Lions cover.
No, it's not. Rams. Those are the picks. You guys were tremendous. I'm still a little bitter you didn't pick the East Tennessee State game. We'll do it again next week.
Go East Tennessee.
Still got 2 hours left. We can get it in.
Go basketball.
They're the Buccaneers, if you're wondering. 97-1. All right, so before we get you to your weekend, Rico just received a missive. James Anthony Costa and Jeff Rieger. Michigan head coaching job. Something or nothing. Now, I know you're a bit of a social media, charlatan. I wanted to just offer this. There has been a rash of follows by Michigan players for a standing head coach. Now, this coach, I'll give you the good and the bad, all right? The good, quarterback-centric. The good, a dogged recruiter. The good, he's worked at an elite program before, and he has made the playoff at his current program. The bad, insufferably awkward. Very douchey. But that fits in Ann Arbor. They love weirdos. So this could work.
This could work.
I give you, and Bryce Underwood's following, Mr. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. Now, why would he leave? Well, Arizona State's a poverty program. Every time you see Kenny Dillingham, he's publicly begging for money. Literally wearing a sandwich board. Activate the Valley, will work for food. You don't have to do that at Michigan. You would inherit a power program with a power brand, his recruiting skills that he flexed at Oregon, his offensive skills that he flexed at Memphis and at Oregon and at Arizona State. Here's the other thing I like. Rico, he's more than happy to run the football. That fits too.
Yep.
But again, 35, this is a big job now. You ain't activating the Valley. This is a big thing. Right. But he is PJ Fleck levels of weirdo.
He is. And the fact that, as you said, Arizona State's poverty, he basically was like, hey, if you can NIL our next play if you want. It'll be the sub-shop third down play. Because they didn't have any money. Right.
He's born and raised in Phoenix. He is a Sun Devil. I know in today's world, boats and O's probably doesn't matter.
Right.
But if you're Michigan, let's say you can't get DeBoer. Let's say for whatever reason you don't want Jed Fish. I don't have a problem with the move.
And see,
he's insanely annoying. I don't know if all Michigan fans are going to vibe with it, but enough of them love weirdos. I think they'll be okay.
See, I think, Mike, it's enough. I think he was the first one that said yes, and they have to get the taste of Sharon Moore out of the program. So if you can come out with the news, hey, we have a new coach, maybe people will stop talking negatively about Michigan. And they're pressed for time. He wants out. Looks like it'll be a good fit. And right now on the Bet Online, he's plus 100 now.
He's actually locked.
He was locked. I just checked it again. He's now unlocked, and he's at plus 100. It's the best.
Maybe by
odds.
Monday. Maybe that's Monday. That's your head coach. Yeah. So, look, I don't think he's bad in any way, shape, or form. And again, if you don't care about the weirdness and all that, that's fine too. Just understand, at big programs, if you're a bit of a carnival barker, that can go bad quick. Mm-hmm. So this ain't Arizona State or Minnesota. Right. This is Michigan.
Right. The next thing you know, you're calling it Ohio and clapping your hands a lot, and they hate you. Now remember, everybody loved him, and then he was he doesn't need to wear a headset. He doesn't even wear a headset. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Change real fast.
So keep your eye on it.
David, are you okay with this?
I don't have an opinion either way. I got to do some more research on Kenny Dillingham. That's all.
I just gave you all the research. Wow. What the hell are we doing?
I have to do more, Mike. I have to talk to my Michigan people.
All I heard was I got to do more research. Sparty.
Yeah, I'm like, I gave you a bunch of positives and I gave you the negative. What?
I didn't mean for that to come out, Rico. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Sparty to come out.
That's sure what it felt like, let me tell you.
Well, only one son eating tonight.
It's Friday, boys. You can put the pillows down, all right?
I mean, Kenny, do you have an opinion of Kenny Dillingham since David doesn't?
I think it'd be fine enough. I mean, geez, what are your options at this point? Who wants this job?
I mean, it's better than fine enough. I'm just, look, positives, negatives. 35-year-old, that goes boom or bust. But he can recruit big time. Yeah, good offensive mind as well.
Didn't think you would go younger than Sharon Moore, but you actually did. So we'll see what happens. But I think they have to change the narrative and the storyline. And if they could announce him this Saturday, I think
keep Underwood for sure.
Yeah.
Underwood would have no reason to leave if that's the coach they're bringing in.
Right.
If that's important to Michigan fans. All I would say to them is you shouldn't care if Underwood leaves. You'll buy the best quarterback in the portal.
You get a holiday.
The money
bail.
is all that matters. You know what I'm saying, man.
Yes.
That's not a shot at Bryce. But I'm not going to let some kid who threw 9 touchdown passes hold me over a barrel. You want to leave? Bye-bye. Bye, Felicia.
Right.
We'll buy someone better.
Right.
That's your ass. We'll buy someone better.
He's not going to be in New York this weekend. So, yeah, we can find another quarterback if need be. So, yeah. David, any text?
Nothing on Dillingham. Someone is saying regarding the Lions, I'm with Rico. We have no chance in this game. I don't see it happening, but who knows any given Sunday. But yes, this is a credibility game.
How did you and I get so confused? We sound nothing alike.
That's why I read that one. That's exactly why I read that one, because I'm the one that said they have no chance.
I guess we look alike and all sound alike.
I get you guys mixed up all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Unbelievable.
I feel like this could be a Chappelle skit.
There are a few texts coming in saying
no. We've been watching a lot of those in commercial breaks
I'll
and
take the
enjoying
fish,
ourselves. Okay. Oh boy,
It's Friday.
Boy. I know.
All right.
I know.
Mark Ryan joins us
Mark.
in the studio.
Gentlemen, what's good?
Joe Rossi joining us in studio.
He does not look like Joe Rossi.
Mark, you're a dead ringer for Joe Rossi. Coordinate our defense, will you please?
I got no chance, man. I got no chance. Neither does Sharon Moore. That's neither here nor there. Gentlemen, I have been wanting to ask you this. I knew we were doing crosstalk today, and I sent David and Kenny a little clip, and it's Scott Harris. And I wanted to get your thoughts on this. This was August 1st, last year, on our morning show. Here's what Scott Harris had to say. Is that now a lie?
Yeah.
We have a drop for that. Can you cue the Danny DeVito, please? We have a drop for that, Mark, and we're going to take care of this very nicely. It's up top, Rico.
Up top, okay.
Yeah. It's got one word written on it. It's called lies.
Okay. You got like 11 billion things on your soundboard. It's unbelievable. I mean, the reason why I booked that clip is so we could hold him accountable for this.
No, Mark, no, run with it. You've got that. You got you got a full baked potato here. So Mark will be next. We'll talk to you guys on Monday.
Have
maybe
fun,
Kenny
Uncle
Dillingham's. We'll try. Maybe Kenny Dillingham's the coach at U of M by Monday too. So we'll all figure it out. Lions Rams Sunday. Join us Sunday night for the football show as well. Rico, tremendous job. Talk to you guys on Monday.
All right, 97-1.